We're called neons, sinners plucked from hell to do God's dirty work. But I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. Old friends, ex-lovers. Only one of us can stay in heaven, and I've got a score to settle.
Hello everybody, welcome to another Neon White stream. We didn't play for a long time, we didn't stream it for a long time in English, so it's kind of a special opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to it because I wanted to finish the game before the end of the year. I don't know if that's gonna happen, and later on we're gonna play Persona 5, but that's gonna be in German, so already a heads up for that. And it's the first time I'm gonna play the game on the new PC, but it should perform just the same. So I think in either cases it was pretty easy to hit high FPS in this game. But what we have to do is we have to adjust the settings. And unfortunately, I'm not quite sure if this is a vertical field of view or horizontal, but we have a great website to help us, and the website is mousesensitivity.com. There's a guy called the DPI Wizard who made the website, and it's very good to look up, how games work when it comes to sensitivity. So let's see. Okay, the FOV is vertical, yeah, good to know. So vertical field of view is always larger than a horizontal, logically, because we have a 16:9 ratio, so you should always pick lower value. And I think here the unfortunate thing is that often the 103 FOV horizontal correlates to 70.5 vertical, which is usually not something you can put in, so we're going to have a slightly too large or too low FOV. I'm gonna go for slightly too low because I think 5 degrees, 4.5 degrees of difference is a lot more than 0.5. And also one thing you have to consider is if the FOV is in a 4:3 ratio or a 16:9 ratio. And I have no idea what is the case for this game. Does he? I don't think he actually. Yeah, I don't think he actually lists that FOV. And we are on a lower FOV than the game's default, so yeah. But it doesn't really matter. I mean, I think that the game is very easy playable also at a lower FOV. Okay, so this one is also a bit annoying because we can't go too detailed here. I think 0.2 at 1400 DPI was pretty okay. And here we have aim assist. What? No, thank you, please, no. I think this is only for control, by the way. To put any notes next to the sensitivity, because I have a file where I put down all my sensitivities. No, I didn't put any notes there, so we should be fine. Okay, controls. I also don't remember if I changed the controls, but we should go here in general first. Okay, only FOV and language. And over here we can rebind the controls. We have jump, swap held card, move, fire card, Look, restart is F. Why is restart not R? Probably because the game is afraid that people press it to reload. So it's probably a smart design decision to have it on R. Yeah, I think I had swap on shift. Yeah, I remember, because that's a lot easier to press. And fortunately, it doesn't really load that from the cloud saves, but that's okay because every PC is different, so you shouldn't put these settings in the cloud save anyway. Okay, so the volume I think was fine at default, and here we're gonna go full screen, and I'm gonna have to check if it still does capture the game. Unlimited FPS is okay. I don't want the VSync from the game, have it in the driver. Analyzing ambient occlusion, shadows, yeah, that should all be fine. And the game was nominated for Best Indie Debut Title at the Game Awards. Unfortunately, Stray won. We also played Stray on stream, and I think that Stray was a pretty fun game to play, but it was, well, at first it wasn't really fun, but I think that was on me at that day. But I think that Stray is a very generic third-person adventure game, and if it didn't look as good as it does, and if the cat wasn't as cute as it was, I think that people wouldn't give a shit about the game. So I don't know if the game is actually good, or if just the setting and the main character is enticing to people, which is why I think Stray is a good game, but it's definitely not as good as Neon White, because Neon White is, well, it depends on what you want. If you want a story, Stray's better. I mean a story, you know, if you care about, I don't know how to put it, about more, you know, a narrative experience, then go for maybe Stray. But I think overall Neon White is just a better game in my opinion. Okay, because this game has a lot more story than Stray, so more about the exposition and how it's handled. Okay, so what else do we have here? I hope I should have saved everything, right? See cloud save. We're in episode 8, Benediction, and heads up, I didn't play the game for quite a while, so that actually includes me not having any clue of what we're going to do here. So hey, I'm going to try to recap the story for myself in my head. So far we've been brought to heaven. It seems like we died, and there are some people we know, especially these characters named by colors: red, violet, and yellow. And there's also green, like the arch enemy. And as it turns out, we kind of were in a gang together, whatever, we did some stuff, and we ended up dying at our last heist or whatever. And we're trying to uncover the secrets behind it. And I think one revelation was that we were kind of the boss of the group or something. Not the boss. I think Green was the boss, but the people kind of liked us too, and then they followed us instead of him. I don't know, something like that. And yeah, and here we can fight to gain, I don't know what we even get. We still have 4 days until judgment, but we fight, I think, for some kind of premium position in heaven to get the same treatment as the people who live here. Yeah, I think that's the story so far. And of course there are a lot of intricacies. For example, we seem to be in love with red, violet seems to be weird, and yellow seems to be dead. but I'm not so sure yellow's gonna be dead. There is a hint at conspiracy between yellow and us, I think. Okay, so this is like the part where people are a little bit mixed about. It's basically the part where you can talk to the characters, and you have a little bit of a visual novel setup going to tell the story. And I think that works perfectly fine. I mean, it's maybe not the best part about the game, but it's definitely an enjoyable part to me.
I put a surprise in the ice cubes today.
Yeah, so we have a gift available. You can give characters stuff, and it's a mechanic I really like, because the gifts actually also lead to gameplay rewards, like you can unlock levels, which is always nice. Yeah, I'm glad to see you're opening up wide. Great time to you. I just finished making this for you. A peridot crystal. Okay. I don't know what to say. Thanks, Raz. Oh, great.
I put a surprise in the ice cubes today.
We have another gift, and we can also see what's going to be the next part we unlock, and we unlock the dialogue again. I can't believe I almost left my soul cards behind. What the? Raz? Okay, I know what it looks like. I literally have no idea what it looks like. I just know it's freaking me out. I completely understand, but I promise I always come in peace. Is that a condom? Always? Are you saying you've broken into my room before?
Actually,
Oh wait, it's the glass. It's not a... Never mind, he's just in his room. I missed him. I thought it looked a little bit different. If I'm being completely truthful, I've broken into your room most days. Why? Have you ever heard about the healing power of crystals? Excuse me? Each day I put a different crystal under your pillow to help me promote positive energies during your time here. The hell, isn't this a witchcraft thing? Aren't you supposed to be a servant of the god or something? Yes, but crystals are very beautiful. Take a look at this amethyst, for example. I put this one under my pillow the other night because it dissolves stress, and you seem very stressed. I hate to break it to you, Raz, but I'm still very stressed. Maybe I need to charge it under the moonlight. Raz, get out of my room, and please stop leaving rocks under my pillow. Okay, just this last one. Raz. Alright, I'm out. Yeah, very meaningful dialogue for the most part sometimes.
Hold on, your tie's a little messed up. Let me fix it. There. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll shoot you.
Say, doesn't it smell like burning rubber to you? Oh, I think that's just my hair. Violet must have signed it, trying to blow me up earlier. You know how she gets. Why don't you seem the least bit bothered when Violet pulls this crap? Why would I be? I love Violet. Tell me something, Red. Would you call attempted murder an act of love? What exactly are you implying? I'm not implying anything. I'm telling you that Violet is literally trying to kill you.
No.
You know, I've heard about the kinds of things men do to each other at the frat houses. It is so hard to imagine that girls have unique ways of expressing love too. I also have some opinions on the frat house. Well, save it. In life, Violet and I confide in each other in ways I couldn't with anyone else. Heaven and death may have wedged some distance between us all, but those core feelings will always remain. I'm sure you feel them too. Between us, even. Yeah, I guess so. Hey, do you hear a ticking sound? Oh, Violet. Yeah. She's like Yandere or whatever you would call it.
Hold on, your tie's a little messed up.
I think the English voiceover, by the way, works fine in the game. Although the game has a very strong anime aesthetic, I would have preferred for it to be in Japanese, to be honest. But that's my little gripe. I like how the English voiceover is like kind of very cheesy, you know. It's very, I mean, it's very old school. Like it is not really, you know, directly good. So if you don't like the trashy, you know, storytelling and not really storytelling, the trashy way the dialogue is voiced over, it might be off-putting for some people. I enjoy it, but you know.
There. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll shoot you.
Yeah, so now we got the, you know, the gameplay reward I mentioned, and basically the gameplay reward is gameplay. So it's called Firebolt Traversal, and it's in District Sheol, and now we're gonna have to do a quest which is a little bit different than the normal gameplay loop, because we are limited to whatever the character's playstyle is. I don't remember what Red was like, but we'll see. So it's called Fireball, and problem is, as you might have guessed, I can't really. Oh, I didn't jump. Unlucky, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Yeah, I can just press R to restart. So yeah, what the game is basically is it is a parkour game, so it's not really about shooting that much. So you might think it is an FPS, but in reality, what it is more like, you know, a platforming game, and a very, very good one at that. So it's very unique. So, I didn't play for quite some time, so please cut me some slack if I completely fail how it feels to play the game. Yeah, and the music was made by Machine Girl, which is a very renowned, well, in the scene, very renowned musician. And I really, really like it. Okay, so we got Liquid inside, and we completed the level. Usually it's also about speedrunning, so it's a game which is very much also made for speedruns. And there seems to be an unfortunate issue when it comes to speedrunning, and the thing is that people tend to prefer a lot of speedrunners prefer running games which are actually not meant for speedrunning. So like, I don't know, maybe Dark Souls, Resident Evil, Choo Choo Charles. That's just like Distortion 2 running it at the moment. But you know, they like to run games which are actually not speedrun focused games. So a lot of games like this actually don't get a lot of traction on the, you know, the speedrunning community, because it is so designed around times, like racing games, that it is very different to what actually speedrunners like to do. They like to, you know, route the game, they like to break the game and all those things. And Neon White is like more, you know, like a racing game, and people usually don't really tend to speedrun those games the same way they do other games. So it's like a little bit unfortunate that speedrunning is actually something that mostly doesn't occur for games that are designed around speedrunning. Yeah, so if you really want to make a game which is fun to get to speedrun, it should be a game which is not perfect, you know, it should be breakable at some points, you should have an interesting gameplay loop which is skill based but also short, and you know, there are not a lot of menus or whatever. So you could design a game which is very fun for actual speedrunning. But yeah, I don't even know if that game would have any success, because people usually speedrun games they already love or have another reason to revisit. And yeah, but I would say after watching a lot of speedrunning, that there is definitely a case to be made for games which have a, you know, a very special gameplay loop, which is very leans very hard into speedrunning. For example, God of War Ragnarok is a terrible speedrun, 20 hours long. Or a Callisto Protocol, unskippable cutscenes is already a no-go, slow intro and all that stuff. So if you really want to design around speedrunning, you would need to make a very tight experience. And depending on the runner, a little bit of RNG is also fun, because I think Distortion 2 recently noted on a stream that he likes RNG focused speedruns. And of course that is related to gambling and the fact that RNG, what does it do? It actually also removes the monotony of a run. You know, if you really actually have no RNG and it's only skill based, every run will basically be very close to each other. You will be off by a few seconds, or maybe a skip is very difficult and then you'll lose a lot of time. But RNG makes it, you know, it spices it up, because you never know if you're gonna get lucky or not. Too much RNG ruins the run completely, of course, because you're gonna get, you know, you have no chance. But just the right amount of RNG is probably a good thing to have. I mean, for a non-competitive, you know, if it's about really being competitive, of course you don't want any RNG, but you know, it's like in TGCs, if you play Hearthstone or whatever, I think the game would be very boring if there was no RNG at all. I mean, minimizing the RNG is important, because every game, even if you play Runeterra or whatever, there is an inherent RNG component to TGCs, as long as you have a deck and a card draw, because every card you're going to draw from a deck is going to be random. So yeah, there's always RNG, but having a very small amount is also very enticing because it, you know, just changes how every match plays, even if the meta is very, you know, simple, and there are always few deck types, only maybe even 2, 3, 4 deck types. So not every matchup is going to be the same. You know, the ball again is going to be different. You know, the speed at which the, you know, early game goes or whatever. So it's really fun to have a little bit of RNG. Okay, but we want to play Neon White, not talk about Hearthstone too much. Okay, so
I saw you getting all chummy with Red at the sermon today.
Yeah. We've reached an understanding.
Ew! Oh my god, if you freaking love her so much, why don't you marry her?
yeah, so we unlocked another level, which is Violets. So it should be pretty fun. It's called the All-Seeing Eye, and it's also in District Shield. I don't remember. I think Godspeed was just a straight dash without any height. What the fuck? Actually, I don't know what happened. Wait, did the spikes come out of there? Well, that's okay. So we basically just have to do this instead. No, wait, no, it's not that easy. Okay, so if we open up those, that's like basically something that would kill us. So I think jumping, wait, no. This is tricky because we should... Oh yeah, I get it. We have to go here, right? We don't have to, we should not touch it. Yeah. Yeah, the problem is, and that's my problem basically, because I didn't play for quite some time, I don't really remember. Oh, okay, yeah, so we have to drop on the arrows. Yeah, all of these mechanics have been introduced by the game before, so... yeah, this is a fun idea, and it's what I like the most about the game is how it actually never repeats itself. So everything you do feels fresh, fun, and new. Wow, okay, that's cool, that's cool. So you have to be pretty quick here. Yeah, maybe it was a mistake to actually not play the game for quite some time. And I blame Persona for that, because Persona is so long and it kind of took over my entire streaming schedule. What? Oh, wait. Shit. Yeah, way harder than the other one, by the way. Okay, so wait, what do we have to do here? This looks difficult. I have no idea what's going on here. Okay, so what exactly... Wait, we can't shoot in here, so we have to go up here, I guess, right? Yeah, that's cool. And now we can go destroy those. It's not about time, so never mind the time here. Probably one of the most challenging levels when it comes to raw execution so far, but I can't really remember, so I might be wrong about that.
I saw you getting all chummy with...
Yeah.
Ew!
Come on, White, don't be shy. Sit down next to me. Well, alright. Ouch. What the? Put all these thumbtacks on this boss stool. Ah ha ha ha. Damn it, Violet. Don't act so surprised. I was sent to hell for a reason. Fair enough. It's honestly gotten very difficult to imagine a version of you that's less sinful. Hey, I'll have you know, before I set foot on the path of corruption, I had the purest dreams. Oh really? Like what? If you make fun of me, I'll break your fingers. Deal. I wanted to be an idol. Wait, like the singing, dancing, decked out on school binders kind of idol? Yeah, wow. Wanted to go by Plum and write all my songs, bubblegum, pop with an edge. Sounds like you had it all figured out. Yeah, but then I grew up. Reality comes for us all. You don't have to be so blasé about it. This is a 12-year-old girl stream we're talking about. Sorry. So, did you learn any corny dances? No. You can tell me the truth. Okay, wie lange hast du das dann? Okay, cool. Okay, fine, I learned one, but I think was the catalyst that sent me down a path of sin. They don't even bother asking me to show you. I'm not going to.
No
Oh,
way.
come on. Where in hell, White? Wait, please. I promise I won't laugh. No. Okay. They're very meaningful dialogue. No, I like them. So they're not bad. They're just it's just a bit unfortunate how the game piles all this in to one moment. So I mean, yeah, we had a little bit of gameplay in between, which is smart, but still this part is like it can sometimes be a bit long in between. So I mean, maybe this I don't know, it's okay. It's maybe not the most might not be the most engaging part of the game for everybody, because if you just want to play, this might actually be something you can just ignore. Yeah. So we can talk to a dead body over
All
here.
that's left of Yellow, huh? Just his mask.
I still suspect he's not dead, just because that would be the only real quote-unquote plot twist I could imagine for the game. So yeah, I kind of suspect he's not actually dead. Okay, and we got another side quest right away, which is great because this actually is like was a fun time. Okay, so wait, what? Oh yeah, so his gimmick actually is that you can't okay, so this is, we already fucked up. Okay, his gimmick is that you can't use the special abilities, so what we have to do here is basically time the shot. Okay, you don't have to time it at all, you just have to shoot. Yeah, so if you shoot here, you don't get the explosion. Oh right, yeah. Wait, this is different than I expected it to be. This is an assault rifle. Did we ever use that one in game? I'm kind of curious. Where do you have to go? Here. Yeah, the waterways don't really function unidirectionally, so even if you go against the water, you're going to be faster. Might be weird to some people, but it's okay. Perfect. I actually have no idea if acquiring liquid inside of whatever it is does anything for us, so it might be completely useless for all I know. But it's, you know, it's fun. It's fun to do. We learn a little bit about the characters.
What is this place?
This is the mosque shrine. That mosque of yours comes from here.
You mean they didn't make this one just for me?
I'm afraid not. The mosque was here before you arrived, and will be here long after you're gone.
That's not comforting at all. Thanks.
Farewell.
Yeah, so The thing seems to be that the neons, you know, the ones with the colors, that they are not actually always the same people, and you basically can get replaced over time or whatever. I have no idea how it actually works, so it's kind of interesting to see. Okay, so we don't have a heavily light ticket yet. I think we might get it over here, and I don't know what exactly the beach does. I think here the story is going to progress, but I'm not really sure.
Looking to drop something off of Mikey?
Hey, kid.
Hey White, can you do me a favor and toss this coffee out? Wait, you didn't even drink any of it. The damn intern keeps bringing them to me for some reason. I told him I don't like the stuff. Huh, too bitter for you? Well, no, I never actually tried it. Hold up. You never had coffee before? Nope, everyone's always telling me how much they rely on it to get through the mornings, which was a sign for me to stay away. I've already got my cigars. I refuse to rely on anything else. I think it's something everyone should try at least once. Come on, just a sip. Well, alright. This doesn't taste half bad. I don't get what the big deal is though. I don't feel any different. You probably wouldn't, you didn't drink enough. Well, yeah, I guess you're right. I guess that's that then. Mikey, you okay? Well, yeah, of course I'm okay. In fact, I feel invigorated. Like a spring chicken. Hahaha. You're scaring me, Mikey. Scaring you? What's there to be scared of? It's just me, all Mikey, the angel you always can count on. Haha. Hey, where are you going? I don't know, but I feel alive. Wow. Okay, yeah. Seems to be on drugs now. Mr. White, where did Mikey go? Look out the window. Dude's just running around at the speed of sound. It's kind of funny, actually. I don't think so. Mr. Mikey has to file the rest of today's paperwork by the end of the hour.
Yikes.
Yeah, yikes. Someone better go grab him then. Yes, I guess so. Not me though, right? I'll be back in a second.
Looking to drop something off of Mikey?
You're a man of taste, White. You know, I found something around the office you might like. You should get a go ask Gabby about it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, that thing. I almost threw it out. Here you go. Violet's drawing of Mikey. It's a drawing of Mikey made by Violet during one of their meetings. Should I grow my hair out? Okay. Oh, thanks, Gabby. Okay, and we can talk to Gabby.
Back.
Don't act so happy to see me.
Let's see here. Your next mission requires this neon rank. Well, look at that. Your neon rank is sufficient to move on to a new assignment. You've earned yourself a Heavenly Delight ticket. How fun. One moment while I check on Mr. Mikey's schedule. Please take a seat, sir. Mr. Mikey asked that he not be disturbed from his nap.
For real, Gabby? You're really gonna let him sleep on the job while you toil away at your desk? Come on. What if I wake him up very, very gently?
Gently?
Yeah.
like he's a newborn child.
Hmm.
Mikey! I'm still alive.
Ah, damn it, kid. I wish you weren't.
Come on, you don't really mean that.
I guess I don't. Congrats on making it past the hurdle. For your reward, another Hanging Gardens mission.
Actually, I was hoping you could assign me somewhere more, off the beaten path. Maybe something like Heaven's Edge.
Heaven's Edge? Are you insane? No, absolutely not. Forget about it.
But you let me go to the old city.
That was different. Not even Green gets full reign of this place. Believers rules. I gotta follow them.
Oh, like you care what the believers think.
What do you want to go there for anyway? There's nothing a Neon would want there. You're looking for the book, aren't you?
You know about it?
Of course I do. I wasn't born yesterday.
So then you also know this whole competition is a sham?
Still doesn't change my mind. You think you're the first Neon to think about gaming the system?
You said I was different from the other Neons.
I said I thought you might win.
Well, I'm not interested in winning on the believers' terms.
Can't you just be content with the lot you've been given? So what if it's hogwash? You get 10 days to muck about and see all your dead jerk friends. It ain't that bad.
I know you don't seriously believe that.
If they find out what you're doing, they won't just blow you into smithereens. You won't get to participate in the Days of Judgment ever again. No more busting into my office for the rest of eternity. You realize that?
Mikey, please. I have to at least try.
You know what? Fine. If that's what you want, go ahead and die. It don't matter. I don't care what the hell you do anymore.
Mikey?
Get out of my office.
Oh, man.
Now!
Yeah, so we're going to Heaven's Edge, which is probably a dangerous place.
I hate how perfect this beach looks. I feel like I should toss something in there. Oh, right. That weird coin. Here goes nothing.
Wait. Oh, okay, there are not a lot of steps here, so I guess the coins are very well hidden. Damn it, they'll never see us coming, my ass. They were practically waiting for us.
Shut up.
Shut up, you ready your weapon, we're going in. Are you kidding me? We're outnumbered. The goons with military-grade artillery, no less. We gotta get out of here. Now listen here, White, and you listen good. The only way out of this is through.
Are you kidding?
Are you out of your mind? There was nothing in the vault. This mission was botched from the start. The money is not our only target, White. You asshole, we're gonna stick around just so you can wax some asshole that pissed you off decades ago. What happened to our platinum grade retirement? White, relax. I'll only blow his brains out after he tells us where he hid the rest of his money. This wasn't the plan. We weren't supposed to go run into Blue. Yeah, right, we never actually met Blue. It just wouldn't feel as satisfying if we had too much of an advantage. I didn't think Blue would go as far as this, though. Wait, you didn't tip him off to us coming, did you? Green, answer me.
White.
I call it a hit, White. It's your job to follow through. If you want to make it out alive, you better start shooting. Green, wait. Okay, so we learned a lot about how things went down, and we still don't know who Blue. We don't know who Blue is. And there's also a very suspicious omission, and that is, you know, even though it is the absence of color, but you know, black is missing. So there is white, and there are a few mixed colors, and there is no black. So this feels very interesting, and there might be a case to be made, depending on how the story ends, that the developers, I mean, there is a black mask here. I think maybe these are just the normal guys. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they would have made a game called Neon Black or whatever. But yeah, okay, maybe it's just reserved for the normal dudes. And here we can look at the job archive. And here we can see that we try to platinum every level and to get a present. And here you can see there is no gift. And as far as I know, we got all of them so far. Yeah, and yeah, this is looking good. Okay, so all the dots on the top are going to be
I didn't
missions.
think a place like this existed in heaven. It's weirdly modern.
And also unfinished? Who's in charge of building this place?
Is that green?
What? Where?
Sorry. I must be seeing things. I'm kind of having a rough one.
Getting cold feet?
Nothing like that. Just still processing my crummy past. I also may have had a little fight with Mikey.
Oh, did the cartoon cat make you mad?
And now a pretty girl is patronizing me. Can this day get any worse?
Sorry. Joking aside, if you've got things weighing heavily on you, it's gonna be tough to trudge forward. So, why don't we do something to lift your spirits?
She's implying, of course, killing demons. I'm wondering, should this game have been, you know, an arrow game or something?
Seriously?
Sure. Something that'll get your heart racing.
Oh, like what?
I think I know just the thing.
Whoa, okay. You want to do this here? Now?
Yeah, she's gonna take off her belt. One of the 4.
The Dominion Soul card.
Oh. Yeah. That.
This bad boy's all yours. If you can catch me.
You're on.
Yeah, so now we're at Heaven's Edge, District Heaven's Edge, and now the goal is going to be to get Platinum Time. And we always start off by, I think we didn't unlock the present yet, right? Wait, I'm not sure. Wait, did we unlock the... Yeah, I think we can't get the gift. So the first goal always is to get to know the level and finish it. And this looks really cool. Yeah, and the game is very varied when it comes to the visual style. It is such a fantastic game. And I think it's very unfortunate that the Game Awards is a award of politics, like the Oscar too. And if your game is very good, but you're not the most, you know, well-known game, the more known game is going to win. For example, Elden Ring might be worse than God of War Ragnarok from a quality perspective, but it would still never win because Elden Ring is like a fan favorite and it's very heavily tied to, you know, it's very heavily tied to the awards themselves because it was announced there. And also Miyazaki basically, you know, is very, very well liked and most people played Elden Ring. So it's something everybody has an experience with. And God of War Ragnarok is a PlayStation exclusive, so a lot of people couldn't play it. And yeah, so, you know, it's always a game of politics. In this case, it was Stray against Neon White. I played both games. I mean, I didn't finish Neon White yet, obviously. But I can already tell now that Neon White is by far the better game. If you really like gameplay. And Stray is a very generic game and that just has a cat and you know, an okay setting. So, you know, the reason why Stray won is because it's one of the highest rated games on Steam and a lot of people just, you know, played and enjoyed it, and a lot of people are going to resonate when it wins Game of the Year. Which is always, you know, this is the reason why a lot of review outlets, they have different games and they give scores, and the Game of the Year might be one with lower score. And I just finished watching Like Colors Recall, the anime, and on IGN they didn't even consider it as a runner-up for Game of the Year, although it was, in my opinion, it better than the Cyberpunk anime. So I liked it better. The Cyberpunk anime was really cool, but the reason why it won on IGN is because it has very strong ties to the gaming community. So by IGN making that one, the one to win, they can know that a lot of people watch the anime that usually don't watch anime and play games, and it's a win-win. So yeah, it's always politics. I really don't like that. I really wish there were more, review outlets and sites which are, where it's about the best game of the year and not the, most known game of the year, which isn't bad. Yeah, so it's a very different award. Shouldn't be game of the year, it should be most known game of the year. Well, they don't call it best game of the year anyway, so it's just, yeah. And of course, if you say the game of the year is about impact, then of course the award is completely right. Elden Ring had a larger impact than Ragnarok, and I didn't play Ragnarok, so I don't know if it's actually any good. But just speaking like method, from that point of view, and Neon White had not as big as an impact as Stray on the people. So if it's not about the best game. And last year I think It Takes Two won, and I really like the creator from It Takes Two, and he comes across as a very interesting and nice person every time he speaks on stage. And It Takes Two definitely should have won. It was really one of the more unique games, and very cool moment to release such a game during COVID, and I think that was a very well deserved win over maybe all of the other bigger games, quote unquote. Yeah, but okay, so the Dominion Soul card. The Soul card fires projectiles like a rocket launcher. You can jump and rocket jump by standing in the projectile explosion. This card ability, create a zipline to any surface within range. The hook icon above your cursor indicates when your surface is in range. So we're Pathfinder combined with a rocket launcher for Unreal Tournament. Yeah, so what we do is basically we can rocket jump. I don't know if the game actually has jumping combined with rocket jumps as a maximum height, so we're gonna try that out just to figure out how the game exactly works. But this is this height, and I mean it doesn't really make that much of a difference to be fair, because usually you want to fire the rocket just after you jumped in most games. Yeah, I mean, maybe you're a little bit higher, I don't know, but I'm just gonna do it like it works in any other game, so. This is gonna be really fun. Oh yeah, I'm gonna like this one. But the problem is you have to know, I mean the game is really cool, the game is very well made, so you can actually look up while shooting, so you can do this and still climb, which makes it a little bit easier to see where you're going, but Oh man, this is gonna be great. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Yeah, we also have the ability to get a zip line going, but I'm not gonna use it just yet. Yeah, so you don't really have to look where you're shooting, so which is nice, but it's not very realistic. And then again, look at the game. Does it care about realism? I don't think so. Okay, so this is like the, now you think like, okay, this game is weird, right? We're just shooting a few enemies, jumping a little bit, but the fun part is going to be to do this fast now. Yeah, so we are like very far off from the best time, but we took a lot of time. We don't know the shortcut yet, and what we're going to do now is we're going to look for the gift. So there's always a hidden gift, and that was unfortunate. They just basically fucked us here. Yeah, so I'm very curious where they actually put the gift. And we didn't use the zip line a single time, which is okay, but I think the game... Well, we can try it out, right? Okay, so this is basically the zip line, okay. Probably the most complex weapon so far when it comes to what you can do with it. Yeah, the problem is, since we didn't see the gift yet, so what I always try to do is to get a feel for, you know, the gift itself, where it could be. But I can't see it yet. And I don't think we could have seen it the first time around, so... Okay, 3 times should be enough every single time here. And I don't know what the quickest way is to go about this, by the way, so... Maybe it's up here, it could be up here. Wait, we have like 15 shots, which is crazy. Yeah, so I'm gonna go all the way up here first and then try to figure out where else the game wants us to go. Yeah, I don't know. I can't see the gift yet, so I'm very curious where it is. I mean, it could be anywhere, right? For example, it could be up here. Yeah, this one was pretty well hidden. Okay, so we got the perfume, and now the fun part begins. Well, the really fun part begins, and that's trying to go quick. Shit. Oh wait, we lost it. Yeah. So this is a level where you can actually not use the zipline because this is the only one you're gonna get. The only one you're gonna get. Yeah, mistake, obviously. They didn't plan to do it this way. I think this might actually be a misplay. So there always is a shortcut in the level. Yeah, so we can save a lot of time by doing this, obviously. I think these are the only enemies, so... Yeah, I mean, this is a gold medal, but we're still like 10 seconds off, which is interesting. So there must be a very cool shortcut, and I can already see where this is going, because there is a very high possibility that we actually can jump to the end from almost the beginning of the game. So yeah, I think that is very likely that this is possible, you know, that we can do something like this, like boost ourselves over here. There is ammo up here. Okay, so what do I think is possible? Yeah, I mean, crossing over here is definitely possible, yeah. Do I like that the game shows you the hint? I don't know if you can disable it actually, so maybe it would be a cool thing to disable it. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do here, yeah, which is not smart, is take a long time. Yeah, I'm really bad at this, obviously. I should have... I don't know. Yeah, timing this one well is... Yeah, this is really bad. Well, yeah, very close. We just have to play better, to be honest. Yeah, let's go.
That's how it's done.
Not optimal. I think we used one rocket too much to jump too high. But, you know, it is what it is. We can look at the global leaderboards. By now it should be so... Well, we're way above average, but by now there are a lot of people in here, and a lot of people probably finished the game, and you know, you can see it's like... it is very, very tight, and we already know what we can do better, so we could grind for it, but our goal is to get these medals and to be happy with what we did. You know, it's like, okay, I can do better easily, but it doesn't matter. So next level. The goal is not to actually become, you know, place 1. And anyway, we saw there were cheaters on the leaderboard, and we already talked about that. People cheating and such leaderboards is something which I really, really dislike, and I will probably never understand why you would do that. No, but I mean, they're not even, you know, they're not even trying to hide their cheats, and I think maybe that's good, because, you know, if somebody has a slightly better time than everybody else, everybody thinks maybe it's legit. You know, a lot of people can try it, you can almost get it, but if somebody just says like 1 second or whatever, like obviously cheating, it kind of raises awareness for that it is possible, and that there, you know, you shouldn't really care too much about these leaderboards anyway, because if everybody was, you know, soft cheating and nobody could actually tell if they're cheating, it would be very frustrating, because you would try to get the best time, but it's literally impossible. And this way you can already tell, okay, yeah, they're basically raising awareness that the leaderboards are like cheatable. So unless you really can see the gameplay from somebody during the speedrun, it's very, you know, it's very useless to actually have a leaderboard in your game. Yeah, either add replays or it's just like a gimmick. Yeah, so zipline to True Heaven's Edge. Okay. Blue zipline markers, balloons, demons, glass panes, and any other surface within range. I don't get it. So are these just like an indicator that tells us you can go there? Or is the range indefinite for those? I don't really get it, so, you know. I mean, this is really cool, but I don't know what they meant about this one. Does this increase the range, you know? Oh yeah, right, I completely missed that. But yeah, swap the card, I don't know. Ah yeah, I know why I wanted to sprint. Shift is sprinting for so many games, so maybe not the best keybind. And this feels really good. The entire game feels fantastic, so... Yeah, so here we can tell that this is just an indicator that it's supposed to tell. I don't even know how it works, to be honest. Wait, I'm confused. Let's get it. Okay, so this level seems extremely straightforward, which is usually a sign that it might be pretty difficult to actually get a good time. Yeah, what we're gonna try to do, obviously, is we're gonna try to incorporate rocket jumps to get to the higher points of the level, which is basically what the game is kind of, you know, hinting here. I'm actually not quite sure how we're gonna get up there, so... Because we only have 4 shots, so we should probably get there from a very high position. Right, so... I actually don't know. to be honest. I mean, it is very far away, so there is no way we're gonna zipline here. We could use this one to jump up probably, but I don't really know. So it is basically hidden in plain sight. Yeah, there is no way from here to get there, right? So I think that yeah, so what we're gonna have to do is find a way to get up here. So I think getting up here is very cool. And then we can use the zipline for it. I don't even know if we can use the zipline at the end. Yeah, and getting to the gifts often has a puzzle characteristic, so it's very cool that you have to figure out how it works. Yeah, I think our best shot's gonna be from here. So once we're up here, I think this is where, yeah, this is impossible. I mean, this way, it feels impossible, to be honest. Yeah, maybe even we even have to use the enemy for that, so let's try to figure that one out. Okay, so now we can do this, and then we are almost up here, but I don't know, man. This feels... I actually don't know if this is possible, the way we're trying it. I mean, it's so high. Wait. Oh yeah, I can see what's happening here. Okay, so maybe, just maybe, there is a chance that we can climb platforms over there instead of just trying to jump directly. So yeah, let's look at that first. Because these platforms up here look very suspicious. Question is, how do we get to them? And then maybe, yeah, maybe, actually, maybe it's possible. But I think we didn't do a good job of getting there. Yeah, so how could we get up here? I'm not sure. This is really interesting. Wait, so there is a yellow symbol over here. Does it do anything for us? I don't think so. You know, maybe. No, it's just look nice, right? It's just light. Because obviously this one's higher, right? So if we go here, I mean, doing this probably does not help us, right? No, but we figure something out. There is enough momentum to carry us over the edge when we use it from below, so the last thing we should do is definitely zip line. Yeah, but I'm really curious as to how we're gonna actually manage to get up there, because now, yeah, sure, we got one, but how are we gonna... Oh man, this is really close. This actually might work if we execute it a little bit more efficiently. Yeah, so I think it might actually be possible to do this. I'm not sure if this is the way to go. Oh, this was dumb as fuck. Yeah, stupid. I don't know why I thought it was a good idea to zipline there. Maybe it is a good idea to try it this way, because now we have a little bit more momentum in this direction. Yeah, now we have 2 rocket jumps left, so one here. Yeah, this is gonna work. This is gonna work. Because now we really only need 1 rocket over here. And now what we can do is do a double rocket jump. Oh no, I botched it. But I think this is going to be the solution. Okay, now we just have to plan our route accordingly. So if we jump here, and I don't know why I clicked 2 times. I don't even know if I clicked 2 times, to be honest. Powered by Logitech. Yeah, because this start looks extremely promising. Oh, come on. Really? How did we get so low by... I know why. Okay, I know why. Now we just have to figure out if we can change that. Because maybe it is even viable to go directly for the top one. Nope, no way that is viable. Yeah, we fucked up. Yeah, no. Okay, so so it's really difficult. It's really difficult. It might be wrong, by the way. It might be not the best approach, but it is one I think is gonna work. So I'm just gonna stick to it. Okay, so also a possibility, which is probably better actually, is to do this, because now we have... I thought we had a better angle on it, but maybe that was just copium. Well, in any case, we're practicing for the speedrun later, so... I still think this might actually be better. But it's actually not better. But the question is, can we get up here from somewhere else? Yeah, we botched that one completely. Nice. Yeah, so I'm not sure. It does feel very good to go over here, but going here also seems to be very nice. And this is like, I think this is execution. I think we have the spot, but we are not executing it properly, so... I think this is all it is actually. Just execution. I don't think we really need a new strategy. Okay, so how are we gonna get up there? I mean, it does feel so, you know, it does feel really good to do this. Oh no, I fucked it. Never mind, we have it. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, pretty difficult to get there, but fun. It's always fun, you know, it is a game where you can set your own goals and you don't need to get them. So now it is all about speed. Yeah, that's only gold, and I already did a big skip, so how close are we actually to getting how close are we to actually get the platinum medal? Yeah, we're not far off, but we're also not super close. And now we're gonna see the hint, but I think you're... Yeah, okay, never mind, that start was terrible. Maybe it was just about, you know, how we executed those things. Yeah, that doesn't work. Just curious as to how it actually works. I mean, it just might be down to execution, if I'm honest. Wait, we can actually get there, I think. We don't need to. Maybe, actually, maybe. Wait, we're already so far behind. Yeah, right, we started without doing anything. Wow, this is so close. Yeah, I think this is definitely possible. We just need to do better. Yeah, we almost had it, but I don't even know if this is good enough, to be honest. I wonder if we should just go to the other ones instead. Oh, can we grab, you know, lock onto something here? No, well, we can actually, right? We can. It's just a little bit, you know, finicky. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work for us, but maybe we can manage to get over to the other side. I was gonna press the left mouse button after a while. Yeah, we already lost time here. I'm really curious if this is actually good enough. We fucked it. I don't know. Well, we don't even... The problem is we don't need to look for the rocket here. We can go up with the mouse immediately, and I always want to look for the rocket for whatever reason. Pickup radius is pretty okay. I think going for this one is actually valid, so... Yeah, this might actually be good. Oh man, this is so close to being actually good. The question is, does it even save time? Does it even save time what we did there? Because it takes a little bit of time to float there, so... I mean, it is our new best, but we are still like 1 second behind. And I can't really imagine that, you know, we really have to execute that quickly in order to, you know, to get the better time. So I'm really curious as to what exactly we should be doing differently here. I mean, this doesn't really save time, right? I mean, it does, but not enough. So we are so close. Okay, what I'm gonna do now is basically cheat. It's not cheating, but I'm gonna look for the, you know, inside. So I think we already have the spot, but I'm not sure. Yeah, we're already behind our other guy, but that doesn't matter because we're looking for the inside anyway. So, alright, great. I mean, maybe the spot where we hit the stuff, you know, might actually be very interesting. So wait, where is the inside? Well, the game should give us a hint, right? Wait, over here? Really? Oh, okay, that's weird. He's basically trying to skip everything, so... And that guy's really quick to be in front of us. Holy shit. Speed demon. Wait, no way. No way! This is so dumb. I didn't see that. I'm dumb. We might not even need to... We might not even need to do this. We can just go here, right? No, we can't. Okay, never mind. That would have been too... Oh, maybe, actually. Maybe it is possible. Maybe that strat actually works. you know, just going here. And then you can shoot him. Jump, jump. Dash.
Hey, Red. Did you
I
see
mean, we
that?
completely botched that one, but it was pretty quick. Now this was 20 seconds, 54. I'm gonna do this one again, not because I want to have a better time, just because I'm curious if this is faster, or if the other one's faster. Wait, is it embedded into the window, which is why you can't miss it? Shit. Okay, so this is 1854 at okay execution, not perfect, but okay. And the other one's gonna be how quick? Oh, this is faster even. Okay, interesting, interesting. Hey, that's a pretty good time, I would say. You know, I mean, we're off by a few milliseconds over here, but you know, otherwise, pretty good. I mean, we only did 2 levels so far. It's called Swing. Okay, as always, the first time around, we're gonna take our time to appreciate the design of the level. Really cool. Yeah, man, this game is really amazing. So if you think it's not for you, I think the game actually is very balanced. It's not difficult by any means. So feel free to play it if you think it even looks remotely interesting to you. I mean, I don't know how it is on controller, to be honest, but it has aim assist, so maybe... Does it kill him? No, it doesn't. Okay, good to know. Okay, a very, very straightforward level so far, and that is not a bad thing. That is very cool. I'm not, well, did we just bounce? But I'm not sure if we actually, I'm not sure if we actually can. I forgot what I wanted to say. Yeah, I'm not sure if it would have been smarter to, instead of putting the range indicator in numbers, maybe to put a color grading or something, you know, like maybe orange, red, green. As long as it isn't like that. I don't know. Does it work like that? Maybe I'm just blind. No, unfortunately it doesn't. So what it does, which is smart, you know, it gets closer and closer, and then you can see that you were there. I would have wished for it to be probably yellow and then green, so, you know, so you can actually tell when you're there. Hey Apricorn, I hope you're fine. Later on it's going to be in German, Persona 5, don't worry, it's going to be German. Yeah, it's called Neon White. It is a very unique game. It is a speedrunning parkour FPS, and there is no other game like that out there. So maybe the games which are the closest in mind are maybe, you know, like surfing in CSGO, maybe, you know, if you know what that is, surf maps. Maybe a little bit of Mirror's Edge, also a game which is a bit older, but the entire way the game is designed is unique. So it's exactly what you're gonna get, and you're also getting a little bit of you know, a visual novel story part in between, which might be a positive or a negative depending on if you like the aesthetic and a bit, you know, maybe, I don't know how to put it, a bit B-movie style story telling. But the story itself is also very interesting, and the game design is fantastic. So it is a very, very good game. Yeah, especially if you press the right mouse button instead of the left one. Okay, so as always, we're going to try to find the gift. Okay, we already found the hint. But where could the gift be? So, rock on. Wait, what? Oh, he actually took the he actually took the other side. Okay, I was a little bit confused there. Okay, I didn't see it yet, but it would be really cool if we could find it quicker. Wait, I'm gonna try to read the chat also. I'm always gonna try to read the chat in between the runs because they're very short. And okay, this was a genius play, but oh yeah, see, I told you I'm a genius. We already found it. I just thought it would be really funny if that we would find the gift right away this way. Yeah, so we found the gift, and now we can actually go and speedrun the level, which is also the most fun part for me personally. I also like finding the gifts and doing the routing, but speedrunning is the most fun. English is your first language, so you actually prefer to use English all the time. Well, then you're in luck, because we are going to stream a lot of games in English going forward. Unfortunately, I'm German, so you know my English is probably not my first language. So yeah, so it is what it is. I can't change it, and I hope that I'm gonna get better at it when it comes to speaking. Reading and hearing comprehension is pretty good. I would say it even is comparable to German for me. But when it comes to articulation and all that stuff, it just takes a little bit more time until I'm at the point where I am as fluid as in other languages, at least when it comes to speaking my mind. Can I use English even when your stream is in German? You can respond in whichever. Yeah, sure. This is basically what I always say is like you can write your language if you want to. I will translate the comment to the language which is currently spoken. So that's no problem. I can real-time translate without any issues. So you can just use your language and I translate it to the language which is currently on stream. We're gonna only do English and German, no French, don't worry. I'm not gonna start speaking French. And the way we're going to distribute the games, already talked about it. It depends on how high the viewer numbers are on Twitch for the current game. So if a game is sub 1,000 viewers, I think we said 1,000 viewers on Twitch, we're going to probably stream it in English because there is already a very small audience for the game, so it doesn't really make sense to further reduce the potential audience by changing the language to also restricted language. So we're going to stick to English for those. In games which have more than 1,000 concurrent viewers at the point of inception, basically the start of the stream. When it comes to a certain game, for example, Persona 5 might not have a lot of viewers now, but it did when we started it. We're gonna go for German. So this is basically because if you stream a game in English and you're a small channel and the game is big on Twitch, you're never gonna be in anybody's sight. So your channel is gonna be all the way at the bottom, and it's basically like you might as well not stream the game at all. I of course set aside those people who already follow you, but the visibility against you is very, very low. So that's the idea why we actually are going to incorporate English. And I also admitted that right away. One of the main reasons is so I can actually get some practice and speak English, because I don't have a lot of opportunities to actually speak English. I write a lot of English, but speaking is very different. So I really would like to get more time to speak English. So it's basically a win-win for me, and I hope it's not too much of an L for parts of the community, because we're always gonna mix these two. And thank you very much for the subscription, already a resub. I don't know if we ever had I think we might have had one person before resubbing, but thank you very, very much. And yeah, so this is how we're going to decide the language. It's not based on what I feel like, it's based on what the Twitch metrics are at the moment. And yeah, I wish I could say that my English is just as good as my German when I speak, but it definitely isn't. I still have to work a lot on my accent, so yeah. gonna be a rough ride at the start, but I hope we're gonna get to the point where I find my, you know, way of speaking, my placement, everything's gonna get better. I hope so. Yeah, it's a learning experience, and I hope we're still gonna have fun playing games. Yeah, so now what is important is to get a good time, and we already saw a hint, but I didn't really look at it, so let's see if we can actually get a good time here. So completely, okay, never mind. So where was the hint? We saw it when we did the puzzle, but I mean we took the gift. And I'm also curious, if English is your first language, where exactly did you grow up? I mean, you live in Swiss at the moment, so I'm not sure if they speak a lot of English there. I don't think so, right? It's German, Italian, and French, as far as I know. Your parents are Canadian, so French is probably maybe also part of your culture. And they moved to Europe when you were younger, or did you move to Europe? So are your parents still in Canada? Yeah, that wasn't good. We really have to find a shortcut, because the game usually has a gimmick, you know, where you can just skip past some things. And unfortunately, the game usually gives you a hint. So I don't know. Can you disable? Wait, you can't disable them. So never mind. If you really want to be, you know, if you want to route yourself, you can disable them. I'm gonna leave them enabled because I already think we're gonna spend a lot of time on every level anyway. So but yeah, you can. So one of my criticisms is basically just me not finding the option. You can disable hints. So if you're really a person that enjoys routing and speedruns, you can actually do that in this game. I know you were born here, but English is what we speak at home. Yeah, that makes sense, of course. Yeah, it's like my parents spoke English with each other, and my father's French and my mother's German, so I always had all three languages around me, but they actually only spoke French and German to me, so English was basically something I only learned when I went to the US, but it was already a little bit late, so I didn't really pick up the placement, unfortunately. Yeah, that's one of the most annoying things, is actually how different the placement is between English and all other languages I speak, so it's very annoying to get the placement that low, and I always struggle. It always sounds like I got it right, but then when I listen to it, it doesn't sound like I actually think it sounds. Yeah, that's the struggle if you don't have the natural placement. Yeah, okay, so this is not the way. We should take our time and look for the hint. Yeah, so yeah, there's the hint. I saw it. It is pretty high up. So, okay, so the game actually wants us to go here, which is interesting. Oh, okay, that is almost cheating. Wait, but how are we gonna get? Oh, okay, that's cool. Okay, it's like basically cheating. Yeah, but if you like finding those things yourself, good news is it is actually possible. But that was way too much, to be honest. Yeah, we need two here to get over here. We need a rocket jump. So how many times? 1, 2. Maybe 2 times is enough, I have no idea. Ah, no, 2 times is not. Well, we can make it 3 times and just try to jump over here. I'm not quite sure how we're gonna solve the issue of ammunition here. I don't think there is ammunition up here, right? No. You went to an all-French primary and middle school, but did German for high school and university, so I forgot a lot of it. Yeah, I mean, it's basically, you know, languages are very redundant, so the brain has a lot of incentives to actually lose knowledge when it's not used a lot, and especially if you have knowledge which is, you know, equivalent to it. So yeah, you're gonna end up losing the language if you don't use it anyway. So even if you're born with a certain language, you know, you're gonna retain a lot of it, but still you're gonna lose a lot of it if you really, like, for maybe 10-20 years you don't speak a lot of it. It's gonna be very quick to, at least the words are gonna go away. Like the base grammar structure is probably gonna stick with you, but you're gonna forget certain words, you're gonna forget certain, you know, phrases or whatever, and you might even adopt phrases from your currently most spoken language to your old language. Yeah, it goes pretty quickly, and languages, unfortunately, are also, you know, something I don't really like to have a lot of different languages that I can learn. You know, I don't really like speaking a lot of languages because I think that the knowledge itself is very useless. It's just, you know, a different way of speaking. I would prefer if there was like one language and all the information would be, you know, consolidated on that one language. But unfortunately, our current, you know, global society requires us to speak at least the language of the country you're in and the language of, you know, the international language, which in this case would be English. And yeah, and for me it's French to speak with my father, but he also speaks perfect American English, so it's a bit funny because he's French, but if he talks American English, he has like the perfect American accent. You could never tell because he grew up in the States for like a few years. So it's really funny, and I really wish he'd spoken English to me instead of French, because French, yeah, it's great, you know, I mean, it's another language, but I really would have preferred if he just would have stick to English, to be honest. Yeah, but you know, I know why he did it, because, you know, the French part of the family would have been very, you know, isolated from us if we couldn't communicate with them. Which again is weird, because even my granddad, you know, and actually I don't really know. Actually, now that I think about it, it must have been a cultural thing, because, you know, my grandfather, my French one, also speaks English. My grandma, my French, also speaks English. She lives in the States for like, I don't know, more time than she lived in France. And so, yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. Actually, they could have very well just, you know, taught us English and German instead. But they probably thought I'm gonna learn it anyway. And yeah, so I don't know. And so my newest, you know, the newest family members are not gonna learn French, which is perfectly fine in my opinion. But they should definitely learn English pretty soon, I hope. It would be very unfortunate if you wouldn't take the opportunity to get a freebie, you know, when it comes to a language. Because I think 2 languages are pretty reasonable too. Yeah, this is really stupid. I don't know how we're gonna do it. But maybe we can go up here and then walk and jump. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I think depending on the child, 2 languages can be a bit much too. But I think overall it's reasonable to teach 2 languages at an early age. Okay, so here, and I really wish we can get up. Oh, we can't get up here. So how are we gonna do? Wait, I know how. I'm an idiot, I think. Maybe. maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but we'll see. Wait. I'm curious, because what we can do actually. Oh, that's dumb as fuck. Why did I think this is gonna work? So that was pretty stupid. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, so we found the skip, but the execution is a little bit of an issue. Yeah, I can't really imagine how we're gonna do this. I mean, it does really look impressive when they do the jump, so I don't know how we're gonna do it. Friends get you far in a lot of places too, though. Yeah, that's true, but it's not really about. It is not really about getting far somewhere, you know. I mean, unless you really intend to interact with these cultures, it's pretty useless to have the language. So it's like if I spoke Mandarin or Spanish, that gets you far too in a lot of places. I mean, Spanish and Mandarin are pretty among the biggest languages in the world, but I never interface with them. So for me, their relevance is like zero at the moment. But what I really would wish for is just like, you know, a common language, which is probably not even English, that everybody speaks, and you don't really need to think about, you know, languages all that much, because, you know, our brains are so limited. I don't think we really need to have every word 3 or 4 times or 2 times, in our brains. It's just so redundant, and it really feels like we should invest that, you know, capacity into more interesting things. Like maybe, I don't know, knowledge about, you know, other stuff, which is not just the same in just a different flavor. And I'm really glad that the PS5 arrived even before Christmas, because that was the second thing that could have gone wrong, that the shipping time would have been so long. So yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, for example, another language, quote unquote, I'm gonna hopefully help my niece and nephews learn is programming, because I really think that, you know, a little bit of programming at an early age can already get you set up very well when it comes to logic. I have no idea how this is gonna work, actually. How should this work? Oh yeah, I know how. We can get multiple of these. We don't really actually need to... Yeah, I know how we're gonna do this. Yeah. I'm stupid. I forgot the base mechanic, because I'm just gonna show it to you, so you don't need to guess. Weapons have ammunition, you can tell. I have 3 shots left, and I can hold up to 3 cards, so 3 weapons. And when you shoot, you just use ammo, you don't lose the card, which in this case is the rocket launcher. But if you use the last shot, or if you use the right click, you immediately discard the card. And so a management of, you know, your ammunition and the cards themselves is very important to get to certain spots efficiently. And my mistake was definitely that I didn't use the rocket launcher to get over here. So what I should have done is this instead. So I should have done this, and now I have 2 rocket launchers, which basically gives me the ability to easily fuck up the strap because I'm an idiot, but you know, it works that way. So yeah, now I have the solution in my mind. Yeah, I think, yeah, logic and problem solving, such things are very important. Just to, you know, even it doesn't really depend how smart they are, because, you know, base intelligence can't really be altered no matter how you change their curriculum or whatever you want to do. So that really doesn't really change that much. But what you can actually do is get them to a, you know, better place when it comes to the core logic they have in their brain. Because even if you're, no matter how smart you are, if you don't have the correct knowledge and correct, you know, algorithms implanted into you, it can make a lot of problems way more difficult. Which is also why, for example, IQ tests are stupid, because once you have the algorithms for IQ tests, you actually have a better IQ, which actually means the IQ test doesn't really test your intelligence, but it tests your intelligence under the premise that it actually has a, how do you call it? You know, it actually has a, it can be trained for, and anything that can be trained for doesn't test your core intelligence. It maybe tests a lot of intelligence, but more so also if you have certain approaches to the problem solving and maybe background knowledge when it comes to certain things. So yeah, unfortunately, it's very difficult to test intelligence. I mean, unfortunately, if you really want to know how intelligent you are, it's very difficult. But for children, basically the important thing is that it doesn't matter how intelligent they are. You can get anyone to a better place by trying to set up their brain in a correct manner. So, you know, good morals, good, you know, problem-solving skills, good, you know, social skills. All that stuff, you know, is something you can get into them very early on, and once it's set in place, it will make a big difference later on in their lives. I mean, when they're teenagers, it's already too late. You won't alter them too much, you know, it's just a little bit of impact. But when they're very young, the first things, you know, their attitude to a lot of things is going to be heavily shaped by how you interact with them. And of course, they have a natural bias towards certain things, so I don't think that every brain structure is going to evolve the same way, obviously, because like intelligence, also those things are very variable. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't help to get your kids to a good place before they get into life. But that also means, you know, accepting that there are things which are, you know, impossible or unachievable, and not being sad because you can't achieve them. You know, always the you can do it, you can, anything you want is possible attitude is also not good, because there are just some things which are naturally not achievable. For example, maybe you have a shit voice and you can never become a singer or whatever, so it's not going to be, you know, it's not going to be good to tell the child, oh yeah, you can become a great songwriter, songwriter maybe, but you're going to be a great singer one day, and they don't have any talent for it. So it's always important to play to their talents and get a good base foundation. But since I don't have kids, you know, I don't know if it's gonna work. So when I have kids, maybe I'm just gonna be the dad that said, yeah, sure, here, take everything you want. No, yeah, sure, here, you know, I'm gonna be super nice, and I'm not gonna do anything of the things I thought I was gonna do. Yeah, you always have a plan in your head, but at the end, who knows how it's gonna end up. Yeah, so I don't know. If the world was a better place at the moment, you know, it would be easier to make the decision. But I'm gonna make it soon, so let's hope that the war in Ukraine is gonna, you know, come to at least a more stable point in the near future, where I don't have to be worried about, you know, any nuclear power plants exploding. So that's the main problem, actually. I don't really think that anybody's going to start a nuclear war. That's pretty stupid. And then there's climate change and AI, which are pretty... I mean, climate change is fucked anyway, but it's not that important, I think, when it comes to... I mean, at least the next 100 years, when it comes to absolute quality diminishment. But AI might be. So it's very difficult, you know, it's very hard to predict the future, but there are a lot of things which could go very wrong, which kind of hamper my interest in getting a child, because I just don't know how good of a life they can lead. And at least, you know, the Ukraine war is a very pressing current matter, which when it comes to the nuclear power plant potential, you know, fallouts or whatever could happen there, I would at least wish for that part to be settled, because all the other things are very, you know, dangerous or whatever, but they're uncertain, and they're also not really like immediately going to destroy their life or whatever. Yeah, so it's very difficult, you know, at the moment, if you're to make these decisions. It would be very egoistical for me to just say, yeah, I want a kid, and if, you know, if we all die, we all die. I can't really make that decision for another life but mine. So but usually it changes when it actually happens. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's always, you know, it's always you think you're going to do X, Y, Z, and you're going to have this and that, and, you know, you always have a picture in your mind, but often the picture in your mind is not very accurate of what you're actually going to do and how you're going to act. For example, I had the picture that I'm going to actually easily win this level today, so yeah, you know how that one ended. Wait, what? Oh, wait, we locked onto the enemy, and since the enemy disappeared, the game was like, yeah, fuck you. Wait, what? Oh no, I forgot to kill the two heads. I'm so dumb. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, I forgot to say what the goal of the game is, basically to get into the final. I don't know what it is. You know, the goal basically. But you have to kill all of the enemies. If you don't kill all of the enemies, you can't go in. So, I like how it leaps over it. Okay, well, this is gonna be
getting better and better.
Oh wait, we already had a platinum medal? Wait, when did that happen? I have no idea. Okay, so I didn't really pay attention, but we got a really good placement here. well, you can wait for Russia to either dissolve into small republics or nuke us, because they will thankfully not win. I think, you know, defining what does winning mean, you know, what is winning? And the problem is that there is no way they can win from our perspective, because they inherently lost the moment they started the war, because the repercussions for starting it are so much worse than the gain from getting Ukraine. Even if Ukraine said, yeah, fuck it, we surrender, welcome Russia, even then the entire rest of the world would have said fuck you, you know, and there would have been a lot of political dissonance there. And yeah, so there was no winning. The war was lost from the get-go from my perspective. But if you define winning as conquering, you know, the Ukraine, yeah, that's probably also not gonna happen, because unfortunately for Russia, the West has decided to support Ukraine on a military level, and I think that's perfectly fine, because, you know, basically what we have done as the West, we gave Russia the money to build the army, you know, we gave them a lot of money for the oil, whatever, all the economic ways of support. So I think it's just fair that we also support the Ukraine. We're basically fueling both sides, Russia in the past, Ukraine in the present. So I think it's fair. It's nothing anybody should be, you know, Russia should be annoyed about. Of course, they're like threatening, you know, like, oh yeah, nukes, blah, blah, don't get involved. But basically they can't say we are actively, you know, fighting them by helping the Ukraine, by giving them weapons and support and intel and everything, because basically we did the same on an economical level for Russia in the past. So yeah, it would be very, you know, stupid. So even, I mean, obviously everything they do is stupid, but that would be so stupid. They can't actually justify any action against us because we do that. So everybody was afraid that these, you know, that helping Ukraine might lead to a nuclear war. I mean, it would have happened anyway then, because Russia would have been completely crazy if they did it. And I mean, yeah, sure, Putin is kind of crazy, but I think that he's not that crazy. I think what he wanted is, you know, to be in the history books as somebody who, you know, brought back old Russia, you know, who's like bringing back the old glory. He doesn't care about being the guy who destroys the entire world, you know, that's nothing I think he wants to sign off. And the biggest problem is maybe, you know, we all are, maybe a lot of people think like, yeah, he's old, maybe he's ill, he's gonna die one day. But I always think, yeah, but you know, what if they have deep fakes or whatever and already pre-recorded stuff, and maybe, you know, even if he's dead, he's gonna live on for some time. So I think they might be able to draw it out for quite some time, unfortunately. So my estimate probably is that the war is going to go on for at least 2 to 5 years, unfortunately. But I really hope that it's going to at least, you know, settle down when it comes to, you know, how they treat important strategic positions like power plants or whatever, because that is the only concern I actually have, is that unfortunately somebody's going to do, not you know, the grand strategy, because I already argued that if the power plants explode, it's a loss for Russia instantly, because the country's going to be completely fucked. It's so close to home, so it's also because Moscow is very, very close to it, so they really don't want that to happen. But unfortunately, human mistakes and errors in command, etc., they can happen, which is why it's very dangerous, because especially the command structures from the Russian side and Ukrainian side are both not very well organized. So it could happen that a platoon or whatever just decides to maybe, you know, take control in a too violent way, and then, you know, maybe misplays happen, you know. So I'm a bit worried about that, but otherwise, I mean, you know, it is what it is. It sucks, but I don't think it's beyond the, you know, self-inflicted economic damages we have currently. I don't think there is actually a lot of, you know, direct you know, issues for us on a non-political and geopolitical level. Don't think they will be able to hold ground against the American military industrial complex, and now Ukrainian military engage them in Crimea without being the one who started establishing the region. I mean, even when he dies, where it falls him is going to be even worse. I don't know if she's gonna be even worse. I mean, they're gonna make sure he's gonna be like-minded, but I think the only way out for Russia in the future, of course, is by a complete change of, you know, like a bit like Germany after World War II, like a complete change in command and whatever, you know, cutting all the old ties, you know, getting everybody to trial, which was involved in the war crimes and whatever. So yeah, it's going to be a long process, I think, and it's a very big loss for humanity because we are wasting a ton of resources and time on a childish little feud about, you know, something which is outdated anyway. I think the main cognition of countries and the, you know, the segregation of the world into the countries is a very stupid and old idea, which is tied to a lot of cultural and historical issues. And we would all be very wrong to say that not every single country that exists today has not been, locked into place by war and power. So every single country that exists today has the same history and the same, you know, war-driven background. So there was a lot of stuff going on there, but the problem is we don't like to see it now. And I think, you know, from a perspective of fairness, is it fair that certain parts of the world like are allocated to certain, you know, fictive countries because countries don't really exist? It's just like in the minds of the people. Is that a fair thing? Borders and all that thing? In my opinion, no, because, you know, it is something that was historically probably created by force and power. And the problem just is that the world is not, you know, it's not a homogeneically distributed landscape. So there is not a, you know, there is no same place twice on Earth, basically. There are very similar places for some stretches, but for example, if you take a desert and, you know, a stretch of green grassland or an Arctic location, there are a lot of downsides and upsides to being at certain locations. So there will always be places which are better to live in. So it's very difficult to, how are we going to make sure once, you know, there are no more borders, there are no more, you know, maybe language barriers and cultural barriers because it's more mixed and, you know, it's more globalized. How are we going to make sure people can actually live at those places? And I think by that point, we're going to be so technologically advanced that maybe even the limitation of the amount of humans, or maybe even the amount of digitalization of humanity itself, will be able to compensate for these facts. So maybe we're already doing this. Maybe I'm already living like that, and I don't even know. And yeah, and the problem really is we can't really be sure how that's going to evolve, but one thing is for sure, it's going to be a very rough ride to get there, because a lot of people with power and money, they have a lot, quote unquote, to lose in their minds. And yeah, that sort of protectivism and whatever you call it is very bad for progress and for opening up borders. And of course, you know, we are in a privileged position, especially, I mean, I'm from Germany, you're from Switzerland, and, you know, we are countries which are at the peak, or not at the peak, you know, on the higher end of the welfare spectrum. So we would massively suffer if we would just open all the borders and, you know, flatten out the weight distribution, all that stuff. So it's very, very difficult to get to that point without pissing off a lot of people. We just mind your own business over here. Yeah, I mean, basically we do, but unfortunately, a lot of things we did in the past, for example, I always argue that China should be, you know, even if China, for whatever reason, decides to do a similar step to Russia, I still think that it kind of, you know, would be justified. We abuse so many of the Russian people, the Chinese people on a, you know, individual level. I think the country itself, of course, it had a lot of, you know, growth and power, you know, a lot of economical progress thanks to us, basically. But we also abused a lot of individuals because the country itself abuses them. So yeah, I think it would be fair for the citizens of China to be kind of resentful towards the West and the way they actually approach, you know, the past with them. Yeah, I think a lot of countries, you know, have basically, in my opinion, the right to do the same thing to us that we did to them. So I wouldn't be too, you know, personally offended if China, for whatever reason, said, yeah, now fuck you, no, you're gonna be our bitches for some time. Which is basically what we did to them, so yeah. It is difficult, you know. As long as there is history, there's gonna be people who have resentment, and but as long as there's comparability too, and you know, yeah. A just world is probably the most chill world, but it's very difficult to achieve. It's like an injurious subjugation of the Chinese people through economic means. Yeah, we basically, you know, before we colonized other places, England had a lot of colonies, and they basically used them as slaves for their workforce and whatever. And what we did is basically we used the Chinese government to enslave their people for us, for a really, really pathetic payout for the individual. I mean, yeah, sure, the economic growth and everything is going to lead to a lot better future for Chinese people. But the way there was very, very abusive towards a lot of people. And yeah, I mean, do the ends justify the means? I don't know. Is it really okay to do that? In my perspective, you know, it is an inevitable way humans are. Humans are inherently not good beings. We are meant to be survivors, and so we act often in ways which are beneficial to the people which are closer to us, and in this case probably our own country. And it's just a natural way the things are. It doesn't mean they're good, but it doesn't really mean it's unnatural and we're evil beings for that. It's just the way evolution has created our minds. So in the future, I hope that at least we're going to have a lot of you know, opportunities to not be confronted with these decisions, which often are, you know, taken, you know, where often the path of least resistance is taken, where you can make a lot of money or gain a lot of power by treating other people who are not close to us like shit. Yeah, I hope really that this is going to go a lot better in the future. Yeah, but you know, criticizing the past is very difficult. I mean, you must just imagine there are so many very, very terrible things that happened in the past, but also life was very different at some point. So having an advantage and safety for yourself was not always a given. So yeah, I think a lot of people maybe overestimate how safe and fuck me, I guess. How safe and chill the current wait, what am I doing? Wait, I didn't kill it? Okay, this is a very tricky level if you talk about politics at the same time. Yeah. But I'm very neutral, you know. I have a lot of understanding for also pretty you know, bad things, because I just can see the perspective, you know. I can see why people act in that way. That doesn't make it good from my perspective, but I can really, really understand why some people do things which a lot of people might find very, you know, bad. You know, it's just how humans work, and it's nothing really to be surprised by. Yeah, but which of course doesn't mean that the global society should not try to, you know, hold individual selfish actions accountable. Because this is basically the definition of justice is basically that, you know, I have no idea what we're doing actually. It's just, you know, it is very subjective. So one person might like what you see as justice, others might not, and the only person that can actually... What am I doing here? I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm actually... What the fuck am I doing? Wait. Wait, this is not the way it's supposed to be, right? This is so confusing. Yeah, so, you know, it is very stupid to judge from a biased perspective, which all human perspectives are. So you, of course, you can judge from your biased perspective, but, you know, to say the person should have known better, blah blah blah, it's just bullshit, you know. You don't know how his mind was. Might be completely fucked in his mind, you know. He might completely have issues, you know. Just his brain functions completely stupidly, and you would never be able to feel the same thing the person feels. I'm not sure if you want to keep that or not. yeah, some things you just can only imagine, not really, you know, feel for yourself. Which is why, for example, if you go, there are a lot of modern topics which have these issues. For example, gender identity or whatever. I can't relate to that, you know. I can't relate to gender identities because I don't have the issues. So all I can do is basically relate from an emotional perspective, from my perspective, and a lot of people have issues with that because they can't feel like that. So if you don't know the feeling, I could just invent a word and call it a feeling, and you wouldn't know what it is. For example, I don't know, baboomba. If I go for baboomba, I don't know what it. Well, okay, I don't know why it sounds like that. Or I don't know, some random word that hopefully doesn't exist in any language, and I call that a feeling. And you don't know anything about it, and I'll try to explain it to you, and it is really not something you could experience because you are not made that way. It's very difficult from a rational, emotionally rational perspective to feel the same way, which is also why a lot of people have issues with gender identity, because they don't have these feelings and they don't know how it feels like. And the same goes for a lot of other different topics, which is something we should always keep in mind when we argue. And you know, we always assume people have to be perfect. For example, if when some people talk about, you know, video games and bugs or whatever, we're always arguing from the perspective that the person who made the game actually is somebody who's capable of making a perfect product. You know, how can this bug be in the game or whatever? And the reality is that the bug probably is in the game because the person either doesn't have the time, resources, or skills to get it out of the game, or is just not a good person in that way that he does actually care about his game at all, you know? So there are a lot of things which explain very stupid stuff easily if you just think a moment about it, what could be behind it. I mean, if you look at the new Call of Duty, for example, it has a lot of bugs and they're not being fixed, and there might be a lot of reasons for that, which are not really just go code and change the line of code. What am I doing actually? Well, we finished the level, but we're looking for a gift, right? Okay, we are very close to platinum, although we are not taking the shortcut yet, so. Yeah, and there are also a lot of people, which is also, you know, a smart thing to do, because you, no matter how much you talk to people, how rational you come across, there are people who are always going to be offended by, you know, controversial opinions. And the best way to actually avoid conflict is just to not get into conflict, which would be not voicing any, you know, concrete ideas, you know, not talking about such things, which is why a lot of big streamers tend to steer clear of very controversial topics. And, you know, you could say, yeah, they don't use their platform, blah, 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 but whatever. Especially if you're not smart, the smartest thing to do is actually to shut up in some cases. Because if you are very smart, you might be able to, you know, to argue, but you're still gonna offend a lot of people, but at least you're gonna convince some people. But if you're stupid and you don't even know if you're on the right or wrong side, you know, quote unquote, right or wrong side, depending on what the topic is, the best thing you can actually do is just not talk about it. Because you're never gonna be able to, you know if you're gonna be able to argue yourself out of something which might be at first something which doesn't sound good or whatever. So because I don't really worry about it, because first of all, I'm not a big streamer. Second of all, I think that I have a very, you know, diverse take on a lot of things. I'm not right, I'm not left, I'm not middle. I'm wherever I think the truth is, and sometimes that ends up being very far right, very far left. And so, which is why I don't really mind, because I can argue for a lot of different perspectives. Nobody would ever probably think that I have one single, you know, bias. I hope at least it comes across. Okay, we found it. We're looking for the present, so this is why we didn't really speak on. Okay, we're not gonna get there from here, I think. Yeah, but even if you argue like me, you're gonna piss off a lot of people. So my advice to anybody who doesn't really want to, you know, get in trouble with other people, just don't actually talk to anybody. No, but seriously, oh no, I fucked it up. But I'm still curious if we can get up here somehow. Yeah, it's just like, you know, I did a lot of fighting, I did a lot of martial arts, and the best thing I learned basically was to never get in a fight. You know, never, you know, avoid conflicts which are unnecessary. Only fight when you really have to protect yourself or others who are, you know, worthy of your protection. You know, you might say, hey, that sounds stupid. What do you mean worthy of your protection? Isn't everybody worthy of protection? Well, no. For example, a good argument for that. Am I in the Ukraine fighting for Ukraine at the moment? I'm not. You know, I'm not there. I'm not fighting in the Ukraine. And the reason is because I don't think that, you know, my personal life is worth dying in a war which is fucking pointless. I mean, yeah, sure, I would probably help in some way. But I think that, you know, fighting wars which aren't yours is basically not always a very good thing to do. So if you are the type of person to do that, go ahead. You know, it is definitely not a bad thing to try to do that for others. But I think that really finding out which wars are winnable or worth your time is much more important than just going into any war and saying, yeah, I'm going to defend you and help you. Wait, what? Oh, wait, this is not a window we can break, so we have to go in from below. Which is really weird, because I don't know how we're gonna get in. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, agree. Like a few weeks ago, you had that guy in here who was talking about his friend being about 30 and not having done anything career-wise. Because he hung out with Südländern when he was young. I was like, casual racist much, but I felt weird saying something. Wait, there was somebody in here who said that? In this chat? Are you sure? I don't remember, actually. Because usually I would always call out such things. Maybe, did I read it out loud and talk about it? And how good is your German? Because I actually now that I know you're not native German, how close to 100% understanding are you on a, you know, if you would have to put it in a score from 100% understanding to quote unquote 100%? So how close are you to that? Maybe because you misunderstood a detail, maybe a nuance or something like that. Because usually I always call out even, well, if I notice, if I'm not too focused on the game, even indirect racism, all that stuff, because I really don't like any of that stuff, and I would always at least talk about it then and try to find out why the person said something. Okay, so you're fluent. Then I probably missed it, because I usually would talk about it. And you can always call out people or tell me to call out people if I miss something like that, because it's perfectly fine to talk about that. You know, talk about things which come across as racist, because usually it is very good to find out if the person actually had the perspective. Wait, we are already on the wrong side again. I'm done. We really have to look for it at the start of the game. Yeah, always call it out. I'm always happy to talk about it, and also if the person really is being even quote-unquote hidden racist or whatever, I'm also glad to remind them if they do it again that I will very likely permaban them. So even if it's one of the few viewers we have, I don't endorse racism in any way. So yeah, always if there's something like that, I'm very happy if you do speak out. And at least you can even DM me if you're not sure if you understood it correctly or whatever. You can also just DM me in private, and I can then see it, and then I can go over the chat logs and identify if it is an issue. So if you have issues by, you know, maybe you're not sure how it was meant or whatever, and you don't want to bring up the topic in front of the person, feel free just to DM me, and I will look at it, or if I miss it in real time. Usually I hope I don't miss too many of those. But I can't even remember the context, actually, which is why I'm so surprised. I can't remember anybody talking about the career being. I can literally not remember even the broad topic, which is why I'm very confused. If you would find, you don't need to look for it. If you know which bot it was, feel free to link me the bot, because I'm curious, because I really don't have any recollection of the overall topic overall. So maybe I was very distracted, or I'm just forgetting it. Yeah, sure. Feel free to let me know. I mean, now it is not to say, because first of all, I mean, yeah, that sounds racist, but I mean, say, for example, stating that XYZ has taken my job by itself is not a racist statement, by the way. I don't know if that was the context, but, if, for example, you say, yeah, sure, the country has an immigrancy policy, and we have like 90% immigrated doctors or whatever, and medical professionals in our country now, and they're taking away the place from other medical professionals. That would not be a wrong statement, but it would be a wrong statement to judge the people who have the job. It would maybe be appropriate to say, yeah, my country actually takes away our jobs by selectively, how would you call it? Selectively immigrating people which are qualified to do my job. That would actually be, I think, a fair statement to make, as long as you are not holding it against the people who actually come into the country and do your job, but maybe your government for selectively boosting the amount of people who take away your job. But yeah, ignoring the local job market in favor of an international job market, which is basically what also outsourcing does. So if you outsource your job, you can be against that. I think that is a valid point. That doesn't mean that the people in China and India, whatever, should not get the jobs we have. It just means that maybe as a company, it is not the most attractive thing to outsource jobs which could be done locally, just because they're a little bit cheaper. Yeah. So the statement that XYZ is taking away my job is unlucky, because it should be the person who is in charge of selecting who gets the job is selectively selecting people which are just getting a low wage. That, for example, would be a good idea. Yeah. So I don't know. So maybe it was something like that, and I thought it was more in that direction, but I have no idea. It could also be just hidden racism, or like openly racist. Yeah, so that's the problem. Racism is always something that is very difficult to judge, because some people just, they just hate, and some people just hate certain things, and they unfortunately correlate them to the people who are not really responsible for it. Yeah, it's very difficult. It's a very difficult topic, and I think not a lot of people really are how do you say it? Just, are racist for no reason, basically. I think that pure racism, I want to say a lot of people are not racist for a real reason. They're more like racist because it's a natural human state, unfortunately, and they never were taught to, maybe, wait, where am I going actually? Maybe they were taught, never taught, to deal with these things, because racism is a natural state of the human mind, because you don't, not racism, fear of, strangers, which basically leads to racism, different fear of different things, basically is a natural thing, and that's something we really have to work on. That, a lot of kids and adults, they just learn that a global society, there are a lot of different people, and they have nothing to be afraid about. They're just the same humans that everybody else is, from whatever perspective you come, and that the natural bias towards unknown is not really appropriate anymore when it comes to certain things. I mean, in certain cases, of course, a bias is okay. For example, if you're now a little bit biased against the Russian government, that would be probably very accurate to still have that bias. But in most cases, a lot of, ideas we have about countries are pretty outdated, the ones we have traditionally. All these things, like the perfect example is, for example, how people view Germans. Germans are the time where Germany is this very strict and, efficient punctual country is long gone. Germany is a very, I don't know, very mixed country at the moment when it comes to how people are in the country. And I think all these things we have in our brain are very slow to adapt, because being biased is a very good way in nature to avoid falling into unknown traps. Yeah, it's very difficult. So basically, racism is difficult because it's a natural thing to develop for people. Yeah, and it is not really only racism. It's also you know, just in general the cognition of, you know, people which aren't from your country are, you know, different, whatever, they don't think the same, and all that stuff. You know, all these ideas in your head, they're all outdated, and unfortunately, from an evolutionary perspective, they were pretty important to avoid people falling into traps and dying. Yeah, everything that can lead to your death is basically something which is heavily was heavily selected against, and strangers usually are dangerous because you can't communicate with them. I mean, historically, just imagine you go into a country where you don't speak the language, and not country, you know, a small village or something, you don't speak the language, you don't know what they're saying. They could literally be saying, okay, we're gonna kill that guy and take everything he owns or whatever. So it is very difficult. So I really hope that the case is something more along those lines of the, you know, more reflective ideas, not just like openly saying, yeah, these guys from there, they are the reason why I can't, you know. Deflecting blame is also something that people use a lot, you know. Okay, but I'm really dumb. I really need to find the present. Yeah, blaming others for your own shortcomings is also very attractive, because you can just, you know, say, yeah, it's not my fault, it's their fault, you know, it's society, it's the other guys, it's not me. Yeah, that's unfortunately something a lot of people... Oh, I found it. Okay, it's below. I'm an idiot. Okay, so how are you gonna get there? So... Okay, we only have one shot left, but maybe we can actually grapple up here and just go like this. I'm so dumb. Yeah, and that's also why a lot of, you know, we struggle a lot to remove it from society, because there are so many reasons why it actually happens that it's very difficult to just say there is a solution for what, you know, it is not always the same reason. There are so many reasons for people to become racist or whatever they are, you know. And that's really annoying, because I really think that we don't need to... I really don't think we as a human society really should have this issue in the future. The fuck is this shit? Why can't I open it up? Wait, what? Wait, I'm really missing something here. Yeah, I mean, I would say don't worry about it as long as it doesn't happen again, you know. But if it should happen again, do call it out, because if it's a one-time thing and whatever, you know, I would have probably given the person, if it's not super instantly mega racist, I would have given them a warning at least, and maybe also a timeout or whatever. I don't know, it depends on how direct it was. But if it, you know, should happen again, of course, do feel to immediately call it out, at least to me. If you, I would appreciate it if you would call it out to me, or to the person if you want to confront them. I don't care about that. You can actually talk to them directly if you want to, but always feel free to directly talk to me, because I, of course, want to know if it happens. Yeah, so that's always very much appreciated. Yeah, and especially because I'm a person that believes that a lot of people are the way they are because of also the circumstances they grew up in. I always like to give people, you know, a new perspective and talk about it, you know. And if it's not possible to talk about it and the person just, you know, continues to defend their opinion, which is, you know, an opinion I can't really support, then unfortunately, of course, I would have to ban the person. But if it's just something, you know, where you see it's a person where you can talk with and you can reason with the person, I usually prefer talking to them first before just permabanning them. Unless, of course, it's just like stupid racism, somebody just, you know, blatantly trolling or something like that. Because unfortunately, a lot of racism on Twitch is also trolling. Yeah, which is really stupid because for whatever reason, kids find it very interesting to use words that are, you know, not allowed. You know, if you forbid something, a lot of people are just going to use it just for fun. And that's the problem, because a lot of real racists hide behind the fact that a lot of people just use it for fun, which is why it is bad to use it for fun. You know, just make stupid jokes. Like kids that write certain things in the chat, you know, just because it riles up people. And they just think it's funny because the reaction of people is so strong to it. And yeah, that's also why we already argued, because the N-word, for example, I think it's very bad design by society to allow people of color to actually use it, because I think that makes the word very, you know, so much stay in the mind of people, because some people can just use it, others can't, and all that, you know, all the fact that we're already being racist by deciding who can use the word is so dumb. It's just such a bad move. And there are a lot of reasons why people are like that. So not everybody who actually writes such things is inherently really racist. You know, it's not like they're going to meet somebody that's, you know, who they are actually racist against online and they're going to be racist to him. It's often just, you know, a little bit of trash talking and, you know, bullshit. So yeah, unfortunately there are people who are very, very racist also, you know, like they really are, but there are also a lot just online, especially because there are a lot of younger people who just are trolling, and it's very difficult to differentiate. And so unfortunately there should be a zero tolerance policy when it comes to that. And yeah, it's very difficult, you know. It's not like I blame everybody that writes the N-word online. If you go into Call of Duty, everybody that writes "one if racist" or whatever, there's this meme, like, I don't even know why it is a meme, but in every lobby there's a person type "one if racist," and everybody types 1 or 69, whatever they do. And I don't, you know, that's like, I mean, it's not even wrong, because actually if everybody's brutally honest, I think everybody's racist, because I already said it is a base state of human, you know, human perception. But I think everybody is racist, but to a certain degree. But nobody's 0% racist. It's literally impossible to be 0% racist. So actually typing 1 would be an admission to, yes, I am to some degree racist. So it wouldn't even be wrong, but it's just a meme. You know, it's just a lot of kids posting shit online, and some of them are serious, some aren't serious. And I just don't really like these memes because they're so stupid. I don't really know why Call of Duty doesn't actually try to ban them, because this is just a way of, you know, promoting racism without being actually racist. I think it is racist from my perspective, definitely, but it's something that they hope they're not going to get chat banned for, whatever, and it's just a bit of trolling and memeing. And yeah, it's really annoying, because as long as there is fun, you know, to be had for people, they're going to have fun, even if it's on the back of other people. Just reclaiming it though, that's something they should get to decide. You mean the N-word, right? You're talking about why I think it's a bad move to be racist. You know, the problem is racism goes both ways. It's like privileged to be, you know, to give advantages to people and disadvantages, both as racism. And the problem is we come from a very disadvantaged, you know, traditional racism has focused a lot of giving disadvantages to people. And the problem is that giving people advantages is also a sort of racism, but it is quote unquote a positive racism. The problem is as soon as you're positively racist towards one race, you're negatively racist to all the other races. So it is like an inverse racism, and it's a very stupid thing to do in my opinion, because what you do is basically, I mean, it's important to get quotas, whatever, to get, you know, the balance straight. So the goal should be to even out the playing field for everybody, to get, you know, everybody on the same level. But you shouldn't overdo it, because like I said, every positive racism towards one race is inherently racist to all the others, which aren't treated the same way, basically. So you're pissing off everybody in a way, even subconsciously. It doesn't, I mean, people could say, yeah, sure, I understand it, but it's kind of still sucks that the guy got the job. I'm better, you know, I'm more qualified, whatever. And if that's in your brain, you know, you didn't get the job because you are more qualified, but we need to meet the quotas, which is okay because inherently, unfortunately, even the problem is that not the guy with the skill usually gets the job historically, but the guy with the skill and the connections gets the job. So historically, there was the negative racism going on towards the one race, and now the positive racism basically, unfortunately, leads to people feeling like they are being discriminated against, which they basically are, but it has to be done for a certain amount of time, but only a certain amount of time until basically the goal is at the end that nobody has to even think about these things anymore. That would be the goal, but which is impossible because by thinking about it, we're already, you know, being racist. That's the problem. I always argue like that. When I was young, I didn't have any cognition of racism in the way, like, you know, I didn't think when I saw anybody of any ethnicity, I just thought it was a human being for me. Yeah, sure, it looked a little bit different, but, you know, got to know them, got to know if I liked them or not, whatever. It was very individual. And I think I didn't think about it. When I was in the US, I went to a public school, and I think maybe 80% of the attendants were black. People were black or people of color. So for me as a kid, I have no recollection whatsoever of ever thinking like, wow, that's weird. No recollection whatsoever. I only know, hey, yeah, that was Sean. He was a really nice guy. Oh, that was Dylan. I didn't like him too much. And, you know, it didn't really matter to me as a kid. We're just human beings. Some I liked, some I didn't like. I didn't give a shit about their skin color. And the problem is, the more you grow up, the more you're confronted with all the, you know, real racism out there. And the more difficult it is not to actually think about those things when you interact with people, because you always have all the luggage. You know, it's a lot of luggage you bring with you, and you really have to. The goal should be that nobody even has that luggage. You know. Sorry, I don't know why my voice is cracking like that. Yeah. The European mindset, which is very different from what's in experience across the pond. Well, like I just said, my first experience with people of color was in the US and as a child, and I did not have any, you know, any feelings of racism towards them at all. They were just human beings for me. I had no idea of race or whatever that was in my brain. You know, I never had any bias towards anything. It was, for me, it was just like, yeah, it's new, they have a different language, I'm gonna learn the language, here are my new friends, and I don't give a shit, you know, what skin color they have. That's basically what I was as a kid. And now if I would go there, of course, yeah, I would still, I mean, since I'm not, you know, quote unquote racist, like you would define it, I would go there, but I would still have to think about, yeah, sure, these people, they had a really rough time, yeah, there was slavery, all that shit. And of course, it makes me think a little bit different in that moment than when I interact with another person. It doesn't mean that I dislike them or anything, it just makes the interaction different. And that's also the same thing when you give the N-word to one race, you're being racist towards all the other races. The problem is there should not be any inequality for unnecessary things. There should not be racism is the inequality between the treatment of races, no matter if it's positive or negative. And the goal should be that we get to a point where it's just okay to, no matter what race you are from, to interact normally with them. You don't need to give them a boost, you don't need to give them a handicap. Everybody is just fair. And this is why the transition period is very important, which is why, in my opinion, it is also important that small things like giving certain words to certain races is not a good idea. I think it should never be dependent on what skin color, yeah, which words you're allowed to use. I think that is a very, very stupid take, because yes, you might think it is empowering, it's their word, they're getting back, you know, people by using it for themselves. It's mine. There are a lot of, I think queer is also a word that was like, has also, I'm not sure, it has also maybe the same origin, but I think that is a very stupid thing in the long term to do. It is in the short term, whatever, you can maybe do it for a few years, but if you keep on doing it, it will not remove the word from the, you know, the common we call it, from the, your repertoire of words. It will remain in there, and it will always be present. And yes, it is a cultural reminder, but it is also impossible to remove racism as long as the word is coupled to a certain race. It's basically you're hard-locking racism by that. There will never be a world without racism as long as only a certain race can say a certain word. It's basically an impossibility. So, which is why I argue against it. This is my only logical conclusion. No matter the cultural heritage, power, giving back power, whatever. This is all stuff I don't care about. I care about a world without racism, and which is why I argue against racism. Yeah, and see, easy. Don't click on the not existing link. I'm gonna just ban that person. Voila. Yeah. Yeah, sure, you can whisper it. I think whispering it on Twitch would be the easiest way. Yeah, just message me. I'm just gonna wash my hands quickly. Yeah, but this is why I just wanted to say, I think maybe my perspective shows a little bit why I think I don't like the word. It doesn't have to do anything with who is saying which word. I think any race which has a word which only they are allowed to say or disallowed to say promotes racism. It's like when in Germany we have certain words we are not allowed to say. I mean, that is maybe, disallowing a certain race a word is maybe more appropriate historically than, I mean, it's also bad, don't get me wrong. I think everybody should be able to say any word they want at any time as long as they don't use it as an insult. But I think that, removing the word from one country is better than removing the word from all the other countries but one. So basically, I think that always the singular case is a little bit easier on the problem than the overall case, but I still think that banning words should only be a temporary measure until the playing field evens out. So also I think in the future, even Germans, we all, I mean, yes, we have a cultural baggage as Germans. We have a Third Reich and all that stuff going on, but the fact is that anybody that's born now has jack shit to do with it, and they should not be disallowed to talk about it like any other country in the world. I think no matter which country you are, you shouldn't be a Nazi or whatever, but you should be allowed to talk the same way in Germany about it as you are in the US, as you are in Spain, whatever, when it comes to newer generations. I don't think there is any reason why, just because we have a cultural baggage, we are disallowed to say the word. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm gonna look at it, just wash my hands and then I look at it. Yeah, so I'm back. Yeah, so this is why I basically always try to argue very, from a lot of different perspectives, and always try to state why I have my perspective. I hope you don't think I'm racist because I think that nobody should be allowed to say the N-word, or everybody should be allowed to say the N-word. Yeah, so either one of the two, I don't give a shit. You can decide which one is better. I would probably go for nobody's allowed to say it. Probably, I don't even know, it's very difficult. Should nobody be allowed to say it? Because even the absence of, even the fact of disallowing everybody to say something indirectly implies racism. So, I'm not sure. A world where every word is equally appropriate would be perfect, but that's probably not gonna happen. So I think that disallowing everybody would be the correct play in this moment until everybody disassociates the word with what it was meant historically. Like maybe in 500 years nobody remembers, and then for whatever reason you can use the word for something different. So changing the meaning of the word, I think, is very important if you want to reintroduce the word which was temporarily banned. I thought it was really disgusting comment. Quitting hangout with people concerned. Yeah, I should read it. Backgrounds with failure really irked me, but wasn't my place to say something. I wouldn't give him the benefit of the doubt either. He specifically mentioned in a negative connotation, willing for a trying to boss his game. Yeah, I'm gonna look at it. Okay, I know what you mean, but I remember this even. And I also hesitated at the moment if I thought that was racist or not. But see, the problem is, I'm gonna do it like, I don't know if there is a YouTube channel, it's called the Deception Analysis. And the idea basically is that you only look at what people say and not at what you think they are implying. And I think that here, you are implying there is a correlation between that the Südländische Mitbürger and that he never did get far in life. I think that, it is okay to state if he really I mean, you could say, why did he state what type of people he hanged out with? But in general, I think it is okay to mention, for example, he had certain people and they hanged out and he just attributed them, but he never said he actually had issues because of that. He said yes, he had people he went out with and they had, there were Southern people. Okay. But I don't think really he said because they are Southern he didn't get it, It's like he's just said that. I mean, yeah, sure, he could say he hanged out with different kinds of people. He said who he hanged out with, but if that is a fact that he hanged out with those people, as long as he doesn't say because they were that, the rest happened. He said because he hanged out with these people, he didn't get whatever, that's true. But he never said that because they are Südländisch, it didn't work. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know if I would go that close. I mean, if it would happen again, sure, I would say maybe don't mention that. But I don't know if you would actually have a correlation between the two. For example, I often also talk about my childhood and say, yeah, I hanged out with a lot of, Russians when I was younger. I had a lot of Uzbekistan and I had a lot of friends from there. I also mentioned that they are that, but I don't give them, any... I just mentioned that because it was part of, their culture, their parents were like that, whatever. So I mentioned that, but I don't mean it in a way that anything I did with them which is unrelated to that, has to do with that. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that is really... I mean, yes, it could go into that direction. But if there should be... The problem is, in this case, I would say, yeah, sure. But I hope you don't mean that. I would ask the person. And if they would say, no, I think it is because they were from there, then I would say it's not okay. Because it is an indirect implication. Yeah, I think the point here, I don't even know what we actually talked about at the moment, the context. And I think that I don't know what the point here was. I think maybe it was about how people who have a good foundation can still go adrift. I don't even know what the overall conversation was. I don't remember. But I think that the problem is it could be hidden racist or like more open racist if you interpret that the direct failure is because he was with Südländischen Mitbürger. I don't know, it's very difficult. See, this is a case where I would talk to the person usually. I didn't probably just overread the part where he said that. I remember the overall conversation, but not really the part where he said that. But I would usually ask if he means it that way before I judge him, because just stating, it's just stating facts. It's just like, it just says that, like for example, he also mentioned what kind of school he was there. He was allowed to go there, And he also, is also judgmental towards, the person that is still in this basement of his parents, whatever. He never did that. But these are all, it's just stating a lot of facts. These are a lot of facts which are there, of course, to prove a point that somebody that was successful came adrift. And I don't remember the exact context of the conversation. Yeah, so I don't really know if I would actually call that racism or not, because he's stating so many facts which are, they're more negative against the person who he talks about, but I don't even know if it's really, it's just a negative comment overall. I don't know. So I don't know if it's really racist or not. It's very difficult. We would need to ask him. We can, if you want to, if he's back in chat, you can ask him how he meant that. But I think that, he writes a lot of messages, and so far, I think he's a very... I don't know how you... I don't really categorize people a lot, but he's a very brute person, if I were to put it, Yeah, I would not... He said exactly that, but he never said that it's because of these people, He just stated a lot of facts, and stating facts alone, I mean, they might be negative in this context, and I would probably prefer if he worded it a little bit differently, but I don't know if it's actually a correlation between the two or not. Because I don't know, it's difficult, it's just difficult, because he really speaks a lot in chat, and so far this would be the first thing that would be in that direction, and then again it's a statement of a fact, not really he didn't use any how do you call it, he didn't use a negative term for them, he didn't use it as direct insult because they were that and that. Yeah, no, but the problem is hanging out, with certain people and then not finding success doesn't really mean... I don't know what the point of conversation was. If the point of conversation was that somebody can have a very good foundation and then something can go wrong. In this case, what went wrong, he hanged out with the wrong kind of people. But the wrong kind of people, just because, he shouldn't probably not have... It was not very necessary to say that they were not German. But if that was just, the thing that was special about it, maybe they did things that... I mean, it's not racist to say that certain parts of society, which are, for example, here where I live, there are a lot of Turkish people, and they definitely have a different culture. So saying that his behavior was altered maybe by their cultural influence could also be true. That doesn't mean that it's bad that that they have the culture. It just means that it could be maybe something in his mind, because we never know the entire story. We don't know if he maybe knew these people, and maybe these people were like how you call it, maybe a sort of maybe localized gang or whatever that did mischievous things, and they all had like the same ethnical background. Maybe in his head, maybe this is the group he attributes it to, but it doesn't attribute it to the generalized people, Maybe just in his head he remembers, there were these people, they were all, from that and that race. In my head, this is the attribute I gave him. They're Southern Mitbürgern, and he hanged out with those people. And for him, he doesn't really think maybe about that these people are shit, that they were that and they did that with him. Like, it's more factual. But I don't know if he actually thinks that or not, because I'm just, I just read the facts, and the facts he wrote is basically okay in my opinion, because it could be actually that they were Southern people and they brought maybe something with him that that was relevant to the missuccess of the person. For example, I don't know, it's very difficult to argue, because I don't know what he actually knows about the situation. Yeah. No, I know what you mean, but the problem is really, it could be attributed to them being of a certain race. For example, if it was a culture of, I don't know, it's very difficult for me because all of these things are pretty tropey these days, but for example, imagine there is a group of Jamaicans that all like reggae music and smoke, and then you meet them and you hang out with them, you smoke every day, you hear reggae music, you interface with their culture, and somebody's gonna talk about you and you associating with them, it probably would be worth mentioning that they are from Jamaica and that they are really authentic people who brought their culture with them and they had a good time or whatever. It's just, it's very tropey, so I don't like to use any example in that, but I just took one that you obviously see that is pretty tropey. But you know what I mean? That's maybe why in your head it is relevant to mention it, even if you're not racist. This is why I think that, I'm not really sure. You would need to ask him. Yeah. No, I accept totally what he said, but I don't think it is openly racist. This is basically just saying something, and yes, there is a correlation between the two, but I don't think it's wrong to actually say it, because you can say it if you don't mean it in a racist way. For example, hey, when he was 15, he hanged out with a bunch of Russians, and then he didn't do well in school anymore. It's not racist, in my opinion, to say that, if it is true. To say he hanged out with Russian, and because they're Russian and their culture is really bad for your education, he didn't do well. You know what I mean? Just that's what I mean. It's just stating how the circumstances evolved, and that's why I don't know if it is racist or not, because it could just be that in his mind he has a very clear picture of the ethnic group he hanged out with, and you just attributed that in that moment. Yes, you could always argue it is neutral or whatever. You could say, yeah, he hanged out with the wrong kind of people. You can neutralize it. But if you have a very, concrete picture in your head, which you do then have, if you really have the picture in your mind, it's very natural for humans when they, tell stories to add a detail which helps you build the same image they have. And that doesn't mean that it is negative towards these people. It just means maybe that they were a very prominent, visual identity for the situation the person was in. Yeah. No, it's not sentence building and syntax. It's basically what I'm trying to argue is that people like to paint an image in your head when they tell you something. And if for the person a fact was relevant, for example, yes, he mentioned the race. For example, if I recollect my time in the US, of course I recollect that there were people of color. I just don't recollect that I had any bias towards them. But I would still, tell the story like I interacted with them. If the part, in my brain it is relevant in any way, for telling my story, I would still mention it, even if it is quote unquote irrelevant, Because it could be, when I'm in the US, it could have been anybody. But if it is out of the context that, in my head it is relevant, because I have this image, and I want to, bring that image out, it doesn't mean it is a negative image. It's very difficult that's why I said racism is very difficult, because yes, he could be racist. I have no idea. Everybody could be racist. That is the assumption you have to be under. Any single person could be racist, even if they really openly are completely anti-racism, they could be completely racist. And I already argued that every person is to a certain degree racist. But the thing is, as long as it is not in a negative way, if it is something that really is negative, because the way he writes it could really be more attributed to the lifestyle or whatever he associates with the people he hanged out with. It's very difficult to say that without talking to him. If you talk to him, and it's very easy then to figure out. If you're curious, you can actually ask him about it. Yeah. The comment is a very negative comment, yes, but like I said, Phil Photon likes to write messages which are inherently very, brute and negative towards a lot of things, but mostly neutral. Yeah. Yeah, right. He hung out with them. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so. Yeah, and feel free, by the way, to correct any these frequent or stupid grammar mistake I make, if it's not too convoluted. Yeah, so which is why in that case usually you feel free to tell it to me, and then I can talk about it with him. That's no problem. And if you want to, I can still talk to about it with him. But the problem is, for me, you know, this is like it needs interpretation to be really attributed as racism, because it's just factual statements, and I can't take factual statements as racism unless you really want to be biased towards him being racist. That's why I can't do it, you know, which is why I can say, yeah, sure, that's openly racist or whatever. It's just stating facts. Yeah, it's like, for example, everything. For example, living at your parents, is it negative or not? For me, for example, it is probably not negative. It's just something very neutral in my head. But a lot of people attribute living with your parents as, you know, never growing up, you're not successful, whatever. And I'm probably sure that Phil, for example, in this case, but it's my interpretation, I cannot read, you know, it's not written there. There is a smiley at the end. But, you know, that obviously is something I would think he would think. You know, I would think in this moment, yeah, sure, he says that to attribute missuccess with living with your parents and, you know, not having any education, whatever, which are all things I don't see as negative. You know, I don't give a shit if a person has education. I don't give a shit if they're, as long as I don't need to hire them, you know. I don't care if they live with their parents or not. So these are all things I could interpret because I know the person. So by knowing Phil Photon, I would know that these things are meant negative. But the statement before, he doesn't really talk a lot about these topics in a negative way. So I don't have a bias when it comes to him to this topic, you know. But I don't really know if, you know, if this is, if I had a lot of bias towards it, if I had multiple applications, for example, if this happened again exactly this way, he wrote it there, then of course I would ask him about it. Okay, I would say, yeah, sure, but why do you always mention that they are XYZ? And then you could say, ah, yeah, sure, because it was a group of people and I just have the recollection. I don't really care if they are or not, you know. Then you could argue, or you could say, yeah, because they and their way of life is the reason, or whatever. So there are two possibilities, and I don't know which one they are. But for the rest of the sentence, I can definitely say that from his perspective, definitely living with your parents is very likely to be missuccessful and not good, and not having an education is also negative. Yeah. Okay, you don't know him from a neutral standpoint. Yeah, but the problem is, you know, stating facts is not racist itself. You know, stating facts and then putting a correlation between the facts, which are not inherently correlated, is not inherently racist. I don't think that is inherently racist. If it were, I would definitely tell him that it's not okay to even suggest that. But I don't think this is just suggestive, you know, it's just like interpretation of what could be because of. And yeah, it is unfortunate. If it really was literally, there is no, you know, there's no negative here. And it's just facts, you know, they're just facts, quote unquote, facts from his perspective. And there is no thing hinting for me that there could be a correlation, sure, no question. But there's nothing hinting that he is forcing the correlation. Well, no, the thing is, like I said, the problem is, I know what you mean. I exactly know. First of all, I understand your point of view perfectly. This is where I'm lucky to understand a lot of point of views, and I understand why you think you don't like that he mentioned it in this context. I know why you don't like it. But the thing is, it could have been relevant. That doesn't mean that all Southern people are bad influences on your education or bad to hang out with. It could have been relevant in this case. It could have been. That could be, you know? We don't know that. It could have been. It could have been that they had certain things which were not typical for German behavior. He got attracted to them and he liked these things about them, and maybe they were just in general not good people to hang out with, no matter what their background is, and maybe they had something relevant, and furthermore, maybe when you see them hang out, whatever, in your head you remember, ah yeah, sure, when my friends started hanging out with group XYZ, which were mostly from a certain thing, he started to have issues. That doesn't imply that all people from that XYZ race or group or whatever is a bad influence. It just says when he started hanging out with people who were mostly from that he started having issues. That is not racist. Definitely not. I'm 100% not racist to say that, unless you start attributing all people negatively. It's like saying when I went to Germany, man, on the Oktoberfest, I met a group of Germans. It was so fun to hang out with. Or I met a group of Germans and they were really shitty to me. I didn't like them. That's the same thing. You basically say, I met these people. Yeah, it was important for me to mention that they were Germans because it was something that stood out to me and they did something. And that doesn't mean that everybody who is that is like that. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. It could be this side. So that is the problem, that I don't know which side it is. Is it like everybody is like that, or it was a group of these type of people who had a bad influence of them? You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, I see, that's the problem. A lot of people have issues when it comes to racism and interpretation of it, and I think it is very, very difficult to argue that this is so openly racist that you should call out the person as racist without talking to them. That's what I mean. This is like over-interpretation of things. And I'm trying to over-interpret both sides so you can see what the other side could be. I think it is never wrong to mention the ethnicity of people if it is just stating a fact, you know? Even if you then correlate it to something which is negative, if it is not directly correlated with the fact that their ethnicity is there. It's very different. See, it's very nuanced. It is very nuanced, but I still think that it is very wrong to actually call people racist because of something you don't really know the background of. Yeah, see, but you also have a different opinion, for example, on the N-word. I think that both opinions are valid opinions, and I've tried to state why I think that there is racism in allowing a certain race to have something which other races don't have. I think this is basically ethnic backgrounds or whatever, and I think this is basically the same idea here, that we have a situation where there is something which could hit at something, and we are judging based on something which is not 100% clear, just because there is a correlation between ethnicity and something negative in, like, you know, sentence structure. But yeah, I just want to say, this is why I think that I don't know if he's racist or not. I would probably, if I read that, I would probably ask what it exactly means by that. But I wouldn't say it is like, you know, a too factual statement to actually put it in one drawer or another for me. Yeah, so I really hope I didn't offend you too much by not being 100% on your side here, because I'm, like I said, I'm often more the advocate for truth and what really people think, and that would not be possible for me to identify unless I talk to him and he would reinforce that this is the concept he wanted to state. Of course, he could lie to me then and say, no, it's not what I meant or whatever, but I think that unless it's really black and white and undeniable, no interpretation needed, you know, I think there should be a base level of, you know, negativity there. Like implied negativity is not enough in some situations if it is not really, you know, something I could not really see any other explanation for. I can see a lot of explanations for why anybody would write this sentence without being racist. Yeah. Which is why I can't tell. I would probably think that, like any human, he's to some degree racist, but I don't know if he is especially racist or not. I have no idea. So far, he has made the impression of being a rather, you know, brute and, you know, I don't know how you call it, you know, what this attribute is. It fits in the way he describes all things, you know, it doesn't really fit, it doesn't really spike as something immensely negative to me. You know, it's not like, oh yeah, now this topic sounds like very, very negative, you know, oh, now he's somewhere where he really doesn't, you know, showing that he doesn't like something. That doesn't really come across. It comes across as all his other comments towards all other things, and it's factual enough that I would just ask him what he meant next time. Yes, yeah, see, it's really unfortunate. I really wish it was easy and I could just say, yeah, sure, it's racist, or whatever, but yeah, I just can't. It's just logically, I don't know, I don't have enough information in that one sentence. And that's very subjective. If you, I mean, you seem to be 100% sure he is, which I, because you even remembered it, which shows that you basically felt very strongly about it back then. Otherwise, you wouldn't have remembered it. You know, emotional responses lead to better memorization of events. And so I think that I was already pretty sure if I didn't agree with you on it, it would be a pretty tough sell on my part to actually say why I am in the middle. I would have expected either it was very clear for me, or I would be more in the middle. So either he's really racist or I'm pretty much in the middle. And I suspected if I end up in the middle, it's going to be a pretty tough sell to argue, because it's always like that. Whenever there is a strong bias towards one opinion, it's very difficult to argue about it, no matter who's right or wrong, because the problem is, I don't know, I can't look into his brain. I can maybe ask him if you want to. I would be inclined to know too, actually. I'm curious, just because I'm curious now. But the thing is, basically, I can't really just judge it based on that. It would be too much into cancel culture. I'm sorry. I just don't like black and whiting based on one sentence, even if it is very much something you could interpret that way if you want to. Yeah, so yeah, I knew it was going to be difficult, which is why I'm always happy if you call it out, so we can talk with the person about it too, because nothing can actually give you an insight into a person beyond really looking at what they say or what they do. Yeah. And he said so many things which weren't racist ever, because we talk a lot about these topics. And one thing I want to mention here is the problem of being more in the neutral ground, because obviously I am very much against racism, but I also argue often in a very, neutral and understanding way from both perspectives and origins, whatever. So even if you're not racist and we talk about these topics, or if you're racist and we talk about it, it's not like my channel is going to be off-putting to you. That is the main problem, because the more diverse your opinions, the more you're going to attract people from any perspective. So it is unfortunately definitely possible that people who are racist watch a channel like this, which is obviously not racist, because they identify with other things which are maybe more along those lines. They like, because I'm not really, one tracking. It's very likely that this, unfortunately, I can say, yeah, he watches my channel. How can he be racist? I'm always, against racism. But the thing is, this is not, first of all, it doesn't have to do anything with it, because you could just like other arguments, but also often I'm so, neutral that people from both sides could find it, okay or not. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry that I couldn't really satisfy your your response in this moment. Yeah. Did we ever find a way in? I'm sorry, I'm so distracted at the moment. But I really like that I said it's a difficult topic before even talking about it. But I was really curious which part you meant. Because I didn't really remember it, so it didn't really trigger anything in me that was like, oh yeah, this is bad that you actually... I mean, I do remember that he said it, but I remember thinking about it. I was like, yeah, okay, but he's just the type of guy that writes everything negatively, and if he states that, probably he has a reason to state it, because it was just something he had in his mind. He had a picture of the group and he just stated how the group looked to him, and the easiest way to attribute the appearance was just using their ethnicity, which is perfectly fine, if that is all that went on. Yeah, it's very difficult. It's so fucking annoying to just show how it is in my head, because it's so easy for me to just see that it is not enough evidence for me for anything. It's just like there is no doubt in my mind that from a just rational standpoint you could make an argument for both sides, and people tend to make the foregone conclusion for the negative side, unfortunately, which doesn't help me at all, because I still have no idea how we're gonna get there. There must be a way in somewhere, but I don't know. Yeah, and the problem is I'm a very hyper-rational being. I really dislike if I am the way, in a way that I judge people too easily. I really dislike that. I really only judge things which are very, very obvious and are, you know, inexcusable to say. Because I never know the entire background, I never know the story, I never know the picture in in the head of the people. I have no fucking idea. You know, I'm not the person. And my subjective interpretation of events is always very different from what other people might actually have. But I have really no idea. We should go slower. Okay, so we can go up there. Yeah, but I hope you're not disappointed in me now because I'm so neutral on the matter. Because I know it's very difficult to make anybody believe anything if they're not if they're convinced otherwise. Because I think you're not wrong, you know. The thing is, you could be totally right. That is nothing. That is what I mean. You could be totally right. I could be totally right. I don't. That's the problem. And I would say the truth is probably in the middle. I would say there might be, like in any human being, a slight, you know, racist perception of that moment in the memory, because he probably then noticed, like, yeah, the friend probably. What does it also imply? You know, it also implies that probably the friend stopped hanging out with them, so he also lost a friend in that moment. So of course there might be some negative, you know, emotions correlated to the situation, all that stuff. And as long as it's just to those few people, you know, I don't give a shit. If he just dislikes these few people, it is not my problem. But if you would say everybody who is like that, that is the problem. The generalization is the problem, not really saying that somebody who looked that way or whatever did it. Like, if a crime is committed, you would also, you know, like the person to be described in any way possible. And I'm not saying that was a crime, by the way. I just want to say that sometimes, you know, describing a situation accurately requires mentioning ethnicity, even if it implies that the situation was negative, but not because of the ethnicity. It's so difficult. I hate this. I hate this because I'm never going to convince anybody of either side. And even if I talk to him, he could say whatever he wants. I would never know what he meant. Unless he openly says, yeah, fuck these guys. But fuck this challenge, man. I really don't know where the present is. Yeah, and this is also why I mentioned that a lot of streamers steer clear of these topics, because even if your perspective is very on one side, you might end up in a conversation which might lead people to believe otherwise, which is very stupid because, yeah, you can take anything you want out of context. So unless really is indismissible evidence, I would never ever judge somebody without confirming that they really have the belief. And even you know, if it's one slip up and they have the belief and they never slip up again, what the fuck, I don't care. You can be racist in your head all you want, I don't give a shit. You know, racism is only then an issue if you show it to the world. You know, the racism inside, who gives a shit about that? It's sad if you are, because you're gonna have a bad time in life, but if you... Wait, we can go up here. Maybe it is from the top. But you know, actually, these are things, you know, it's like somebody who is a mass murderer or pedophile, whatever. These are things that they just, you know, they are what they are. And as long as you don't enact upon them and you don't really promote it publicly, who gives a shit? I mean, it's not like somebody who's pedophile is just going to be not pedophile because he, you know, doesn't want to be. You know, it's just the same argument. So it's very, very difficult to just say, yeah, yes, no, to these simple allegations. Because they are merely allegations, it's not a fact that, you know, that anything openly racist was said. It was just implied racism. But not really implied in a negative way, in my opinion. That was why I didn't decide to bring it up back then, because I thought it wasn't implied in a negative way. It was just implied that there was maybe a correlation between that, and that would be something which is perfectly fine. If that was relevant, any cultural aspect of that was relevant. Because the problem is there's also layers of racism. For example, there is racism towards, you know, ethnic groups when it comes to their visual features. For example, they're black or whatever. And there's racism when it comes to the behavior of certain ethnic groups. And I think it is not racist to state that there are certain custom things that culturally emerged in a certain ethnic group, because these things actually are true things and relevant things maybe for certain things. You know, there are certain behavioral stereotypes which are relevant to an interaction. But what is never okay is to actually go for the ethnical features like skin color, eye shape, or whatever. These things are completely fucking irrelevant. But cultural things are always things we should keep in mind, because these are not racist, these are maybe facts. For example, I don't know, that the Japanese have a high suicidal rate because of the tough work balance or whatever. Doesn't mean that Japanese people are suicidal by nature, but it means that their culture can promote negative, psychological emotions. I'm pretty sure that if the Japanese culture was more like, an American culture, it would be perfectly the same when it comes to their psychological distribution. So I think that these are things we have to differentiate. And in this case, I didn't see anything like that. I didn't see any, these guys with their skin, they did this, whatever. It just, it doesn't really go in that spectrum. So I just am sorry that I can't really say one way or another, because being on one side is easier than being in the middle, because you're gonna get flagged from both sides. Which is why most politicians aren't in the middle. Yeah, you can make 99% good statements, one statement somebody doesn't like, and they will probably opt for going to somebody who has 100% coverage. And I would really like to get to the present, if I'm honest. So we already established that... Wait, no, did we establish that we can't go to the top? I actually didn't establish anything here, so... Wait, so here, maybe this is a good idea. But no, there is a waterfall down here. Wait, is there just a waterfall and all we need to do is go up there with the waterfall? I'm so dumb, holy shit. That is fucking stupid. Wow. Yeah, that's what I mean when you talk about different things, you are not 100% focused. Yeah, but if you're still there, Apricon, I, by the way, very much appreciate that you noticed that I would be probably on this side. So you already incorporated a little bit of my essence into your brain, that you actually learned that I'm the type of person that might actually not be immediately on your side. Although I hope you don't suspect that I'm racist, but you might probably know how I think by now a little bit. And you already predicted that, which is nice, but so we are both right. I suspected it's going to be difficult if it is not something which is obvious to me to actually argue against it, and you were right to suspect that I might probably not see it the same way as you do. I mean, admitting different perspectives is great, because I see your perspective 100% and you seem to be seeing mine, but you, of course, from your perspective, you don't agree with me, and I unfortunately don't disagree with you, so I'm just in the middle. So yeah, I'm just a very big and anti-cancel culture man. So if somebody really fucks up, no problem, but if it's just like, oh wait, I shouldn't go here. Yeah, if somebody really fucks up, fuck them, but if somebody only, indirectly insinuates things, I don't give a shit. If they don't do it on a regular basis and annoy me by doing it, or are really literally just displaying racism in every sentence they do or whatever. Yeah, but once in, 100 sentences, something which insinuates something which is not even clear, yeah. I don't want anybody to have to deal with these issues. For example, I remember, I wrote into FPS shooter streamer channel, I think it was Defran or whatever. I wrote that Sejuani's gun looks like Winston's when she has her charge up. I said, yeah, or ultimate or whatever. I said, hey, it looks like Winston's gun because I saw, the glow, I saw the shape. I thought it looked like Winston. what happened? Somebody said I'm racist because I compared Sejuani with Winston because she was I don't know, is she black? I don't know. She has a darker skin tone, and I compared her with a monkey. And instantly I got banned for that because I said the weapon, her weapon, I specifically said her weapon looks like Winston's. And that's why I got banned. And I was really pissed because I never ever thought about it that way. I thought she has a gun that looks like Winston's. So I wrote, she has a gun that looks like Winston. And somebody said, look at this guy, he's racist. You just said that Sejuani is like Winston because she's black. And I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, and that's what I mean. I don't want to be the guy who does something like that just because somebody states a fact. And which is why I'm very careful about reacting to simple cues. Because I know how it feels. It sucks ass if you didn't do anything and people start to respect you for things you don't do. Wait, no! Wait, who did we miss? We were so much quicker. Oh, down here. Wait, who is that? There's an enemy down here, but I know where he's coming from. Oh, and I think you I don't know if you're there, but I think you misread something. I don't remember actually. See, the thing is, I don't even know if Phil Photon went to a gymnasium. I don't know, I don't remember. Because he might actually also be saying that the person was allowed to go to a better school. So I think he might even have insinuated that he went to a better school. Which might be the case, by the way, I don't know. So you might have misinterpreted that part. And see, if you make, I mean, it is not identical. You don't know actually if it's better or worse. It depends. If Phil Photon went to gymnasium, he's a worse school. If he went to Hauptschule, it is a better school. So since we don't know that, even this interpretation of the sentence would be wrong. So yeah, see, I don't know if you knew in that moment, if you knew where he was, maybe you knew, I don't know. But if we don't know where he went to, it could be either way. It could be positive or negative. So yeah, maybe you wanted to make a point. I don't even know what the point of conversation was, but maybe you wanted to make a point that he was a smart dude and his life circumstances fucked him up. Yeah, but I'm just curious. I can ask him later to what school he went, because that would definitely, for example, show that it's very easy to make wrong assumptions out of a simple statement, because if we don't know the facts, we can't assume the gaps, which our brain usually does automatically, but, you know. So where did we kill him? Wait, where didn't we kill? We didn't kill this guy, okay, we just have to shoot once. I think this is going to be a pretty okay time.
It's because I'm the best.
Hey, finally the level's done. Yeah, but see, this is the point where I really said that especially emotional topics are very difficult, and racism and all these things are often very emotional topics for people, and it might be very difficult to be neutral for some cases. Yeah. Because I was very curious to see if I missed it or not, because that was the most interesting thing to me, if I missed it, but I actually didn't miss it. It just took it another way. Yeah, we already had people using you know, terms which I openly immediately reminded them not to use, because when they're younger, sometimes maybe they don't know that the term is not okay, and they obviously just trolled and did it again, and then we permaban them, of course. So just under the assumption that there are people who maybe don't know what is proper etiquette, I like to educate before I, you know, punish. But yeah, so unfortunately in this case I would have to talk to him, which I will do, by the way, because I'm really curious to just know a few things. Yeah, because I think after all this talking, we owe it to ourselves to get a little bit more background in the situation, for the situation. So we can judge for ourselves and get a good, you know, understanding. Because I really, now that somebody thinks there is a problem, I really want to resolve it, and resolve in a way that at least we can, you know, find out what is the case. Now, like I said, people can easily be... Wait, what the fuck's going on? Oh shit, yeah, right. People can easily be hidden racist. I can never do anything against that, you know. I can't change the mind of the people, so for whatever reason a person decides to lie to me, and I can't really, will never find out if he really is racist, then it would be what it is, you know. I can't really change that. But as long as the person never, you know, insinuates things again, that's perfectly fine by me. I'm so bad. And interestingly enough, since we're, you know, also a gaming channel, I know, one of the things where it is kind of similar is basically when it comes to cheating allegations in video games, it is very difficult to actually be sure that somebody cheats, even if there is quote-unquote evidence or whatever. And it is very stupid to go to foregone conclusions on these things too, because for every legit allegation there are so many false ones, and yeah, it's always kind of sad to... Wait, what am I doing? Holy shit. It's always sad when you see allegations towards people who are legit when there are people who are not legit, which get the same allegations, and that discredits just the other ones, because everybody says, yeah, but you remember that guy, he wasn't cheating, everybody was saying he's cheating, but this guy's exactly the same, but he's obviously cheating, you know. But obviously from a perspective of a you know, viewer, as far as you can tell. And it's always sad to see that there is a negative consequence. Fuck me. That there is a negative consequence for calling out correct things, because I don't want anybody to feel bad to call out things which are, you know, basically, in my opinion, not, you know, 100% the way they are, because then we can talk about it, because we can inquire further, you know, we can look into it. We can audit logs or whatever if that's interesting, so we can actually see if it is a pattern or not. I don't mind doing these things because I'm, you know, a very pro openness, but I really wouldn't like to insinuate that anybody's doing anything if they are not perfectly obviously doing it. And even if they're doing it, they might not have done it because of the reasons we think. Even if somebody makes a racist statement, it doesn't mean that they're racist. It just means that the statement was racist, which doesn't mean it has to be racist to make the statement. Necklens, I mean, yeah, it's always bad to look if you ignore common, you know, phrasing or whatever. But you might say things which are very harmful to others without even thinking that they are harmful, because you don't even mean them in the way that other people think you mean them. Yeah, what am I doing? I can just grab there. Why am I rocket jumping? Okay, now we just grapple. Yeah, perfect. Brain axle resumed working. Fuck me, I fucked up. Okay, that was a solid attempt, but we didn't use the shortcut. Okay, now we have to find the gift. So far I did not find the shortcut. I mean, here we can definitely maybe take... well, definitely maybe. We can take a shortcut, I guess. Oh, wait, I didn't find it actually. I mean, if there even is one. Oh, here. Wait, what? What? Wait, that makes no sense at all. How close are we? 45 seconds, 41. So it should be a minor time save. Yeah, this is all the bad start, it doesn't matter. So where can we go that actually gets us across? I mean, this definitely works, yeah? So... is this shorter? But how are you gonna kill anything here? Man, this is weird. Maybe we do need to get this. Man, I really don't know. How are we gonna... Oh, I get it, I'm done. Okay, so the shortcut is actually just doing a 180 here. Yeah, that should be pretty easy to do if I remember. It's a bit late, so it might... I mean, late in the level, so I might forget where it was exactly, but it should be after this. We should do a 180 and go up. Oh, I'm curious. If this is not it, what would be it? Because we do need to kill the guy up here, so... Oh, yeah, sure. We need to go here, I guess. Maybe. Is there a way we can get an additional weapon over there? I mean, we definitely need all of those here. There's no way to do it without it. Yeah, there's also no way to do this, so... Okay, so now we have the rocket launcher, but can we do anything with it? I mean, it should save time, so we shouldn't be standing around. So I have no idea, it feels very weird. Okay, this is never the play. We should never make this play. Problem is, what do we need here? We need a rocket launcher, maybe. I mean, the game basically tells us that we could go here. But we don't have a grappling hook, so... Yeah, something about our management is not correct here. We need to somehow keep yeah, maybe this is the correct play. No, we don't keep anything anyway, so it doesn't really matter. We always have one weapon left, so now we take this, we do a rocket jump here, here. Now we're fucked because we don't have enough power to get up here. And what we could do is... Oh, is this any faster? Let's be real, this doesn't look any faster. We can't get through this, right? No, we can't. I'm still failing to see the pattern. It's probably pretty easy if you know how to do it, but... Did we let him live? Maybe this is the... No, I don't... This does not make any sense. I mean, even if we could grapple up, what would be the point? Because we don't get a gun there. We didn't find the collectible either, so why am I looking for a speed bump if I didn't even find the gift? Where could that be? Wait, what is this? Oh yeah, sure, this is the way we go down later. So far, no gift here. I'm really trying to find it, but I have no idea where it is. Okay, so where could it be? It could be anywhere. Oh, there it is. Like I said, it could be anywhere. It's super high up. Huh. I mean, it's like mega high up. I wouldn't even know how to get there. Like, it is so high up. I mean, close enough, I guess. I think we're one under it, right? No, never mind. We're not even close. Okay, so the goal should be to stack the rocket launchers to get there. So how are we gonna get? How are we gonna get it? Can we save it here by doing this? Yeah, we can. Cool. Okay, now we have one more of those. I don't think we can save it here, unfortunately. But whatever, we got one extra. Got one extra dash. Okay, so we have 2 of those and 12 ammunitions, and we can dash once, but we should probably do here. Oh no! Oh no! 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 Oh, fuck me, I guess. Wait, I already fucked up. We wanted to not use this one, we want to use this one instead. Wait, I'm dumb. We didn't even need to do the complicated part, we just could do it whatever we felt good. Yeah, we can just do it normally here. Oh right, it's out of range, that's why. Oh no. Yeah, we did it wrong again. Okay, so if we play it slow and smart, we're gonna get up there. Question is, bombs or dash? I think dashing into bombs is probably the best idea. And now we can just hyper boost up here. Yeah, easy. Just We could probably even get all the way up there if I didn't fuck up the first jump. Okay, now the goal is... Wait a second, we just figured out we can save something, which is always the base idea when the game wants you to save a little bit of time. So what we can do here, I mean, this doesn't save time, obviously. I mean, obviously this is really bad when it comes to time. But we have 2 grapples now. Which actually might be what we need to get over. Wait, we could have gotten there, right? Yeah, okay, this is the solution, I guess. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe, no, it is definitely. And now what we can do here actually is already shoot these guys. Oh no, oh shit, I can't. Wait, I fucked up. As soon as the brain is off, it doesn't work. What a great statement. Oh no! Oh shit, okay, this is gonna be fucked. Because now we have this one and we have a grapple which enables us to do absolutely nothing. Poggers. We should have rocket jumped and then we should have grappled up. Focus minus 100. Yeah, I always forget to swap. I don't know why. It's just like my brain doesn't want to play the game anymore. Can we somehow get these guys to die quicker? I don't know. And now what we can do is... We have a lot of rockets here, by the way, so it should be very easy to do this one. Yeah, nice. Wait, what? It wasn't that bad? Oh, 0.45. Okay, we can go faster, I guess. Yeah, I think it is possible. The routing is okay. I'm not sure if we are doing it the right way, I guess. Maybe we don't need to... Maybe the better way is to do it like this. Now we don't have a grappling hook, which is, I think, not good. To be honest, I think this might actually be worse. Yeah, because now we need 3 to get up here. So no, the swap is definitely integral to the success of this strategy. And all we need is a better execution. Which is why I'm completely fucking it up, because... Oh no, there's no window there. Getting worse and worse. Yeah,
Let's see anyone
that
beat
was
that.
better, but it was just execution, not really. I mean, it wasn't perfect. It wasn't close to perfect, but it was a lot better than last time. Yeah, I think green numbers, by the way, are always indicating better than average, I think. So, as long as it's green, it's okay. For first platinum.
You're not running out of steam, are you?
No way. I'm just getting started.
Oh!
Ha! Now hand it over if you know what's good for you.
Okay, okay. Get off me. The card is yours.
Yes!
So, would you say my attempts at uplifting you were a success?
My heart is practically beating out of my chest.
That's unsurprising. I've always had that effect on you.
Oh? Care to elaborate?
Nah.
So mean. Leaving me hanging like this.
No, hush. You like me the most when I'm mean.
Maybe you could show me what it's like when you're nice. You know, so I can compare notes.
I don't know. It might be too much for you to handle.
Try me.
Wait, what's that floating thing?
What?
Look, do you see it?
Probably just some heavenly litter. Not worth interrupting this moment any further.
I don't think glitter glows like this. It's also weirdly warm to the touch. Feel it, White.
Oh. Huh. You're actually right. It is pretty warm. What's with all these names written on it?
Not sure, but I think it's worth investigating. It floated over from that direction. Let's go check it out.
Damn it. Was this close?
I don't know if you baited him or if the game actually plans on having any more, you know, more ship material. I like the level. It's focused on a lot of airtime. And the boxes are a cool move because you only need to hit them instead of anything else. Rip. Wait, what? What? Wait, we need to go up, I guess. I think the ammo carries over no matter how many you have. Wait, what am I doing here? I think this is really cool. Wait, I should have used it right. Wait, what am I doing? Okay, so very bad time, obviously. I mean, it's a gold medal, but it was still pretty bad. I'm really curious where the shortcut's gonna be. Yeah, so now we're gonna try to find the gift. I suspect it's gonna be all on the top of the skyscraper at the end, because we do have a lot of opportunities to save these weapons to get higher. For example, here, there is no need to remove them. Unless you want to go faster, which we usually do want to go, but... So yeah, I don't know. Where will it be? Probably all the way up there, right? What the actual fuck? This is cool. So they did actually make use of the acceleration mechanic. Wait, aren't we done here? No, never mind. This is gonna be a coin, I think. Or even a bonus level, I think, with a coin in it. Yeah, very cool. Wait, are these? I think these levels have no abilities. If I remember correctly. Yeah, so we made it. This is the pool, interesting. Maybe it is a pool. It does look like a pool, or maybe like some some kind of sewage system or something. Yeah, Chosen Blue, 1991. Wait, we actually completed the mission, perfect. Because now I wanted to continue playing Persona, and took a little bit longer than I than I anticipated. And I think we're gonna continue the game. I think it's a good idea maybe to always play the game a little bit, because we are pretty close to the end, I would expect from... Well, I don't know. I'm ranked 29, so I have actually no idea. Wait, we didn't do the speedrun for the mission, right? Wait, no, never mind. He just went back with us. No, I don't get it. Was that the end of the mission? Wait, no, it wasn't the end of the mission. He just... Wait, why do we have new dialogue then? Oh no, we don't. We just have new gift options, so we could now do all of these things, or we could complete the mission, which we didn't do. Yeah, I was already a bit irritated in a way. I thought we weren't nearly done, and obviously I was right. But maybe this still marks a good point to do a break for today, because we took longer than anticipated. Yeah, so as always, we're gonna... No, as always, thank you for watching. If you're just here for the English part of the stream, I usually don't try to mix the languages too much, so it's always going to be separated into maximum of 2 parts, and it's going to be on a per game basis. So if a game starts in English, it probably will also finish in English, and otherwise, I would say. Now it's time for the German part of the stream, where we're going to play Persona 5. A very long game. This game is, by the way, also pretty long for what it is. I think they did a great job with the content, so if you are worried that it's a bit short, don't be. There is plenty of content to be had, as long as you consider improving your times in any level of content, because if you don't, you are probably going to have a very short playthrough. and also if you skip the dialogue. But if you really try at least to get platinum, it's going to take you, I don't know, how long did we play? We talked a lot during it, so it's not really fair to make the comparison. But we actually played for 13.6 hours, so I would maybe say 10 hours so far. So it's going to be like a 15 hours game, which is, for me, for the price point, which is, well, it's 21 euros, but it's definitely worth it. I think like 15 hours for 21 euros at this quality level is definitely an easy sell, I think. And you might get it in a sale anyway soon, so don't worry about that. If you don't have the money, it's gonna show up somewhere, maybe even in the Game Pass or something like that. But it's definitely, if you like what you see, it's very, very well made, and I wouldn't even hesitate to recommend it to anybody who likes what they see. Okay, so yeah, definitely one of the best games of the year, and probably in this very niche genre, the best game I've played so far. Okay, it's time for Persona 5, and with that I'm saying goodbye und guten Tag. Wir spielen jetzt Persona 5 hier. Hatten vorhin eine kleine Diskussion auf Englisch über Rassismus und auch einen Rassismusvorwurf im Chat, den ich natürlich gerne anspreche. Also nicht mir gegenüber, sondern einen Kommentar eines Viewers. Werde aber erst wieder drüber reden, wenn derjenige Viewer da ist, dann können wir das ein bisschen weiter etablieren. Ich selber sehe beide Seiten an der Stelle. Man kann das so interpretieren, aber es ist leider halt nur eine Interpretation. Ein eindeutiger Faktenstand ist es nicht. Deswegen kann ich jetzt nicht irgendwie leider eine direkte Maßnahme ergreifen. Das ist einfach mal mein Standpunkt. Genau, ich werde auch die Nachricht nochmal so, wie sie war, zum Auffrischen in Chat machen. Den Kontext davon müsste ich mir tatsächlich leider anschauen von der Konversation, aber ich glaube, ich erinnere mich grob an den Kontext. Und genau, dann können wir da kurz mal drüber reden, weil ich denke, das ist eigentlich schon ganz okay, darüber zu reden und wichtig, dass man darüber redet. Und warum ich eventuell jetzt momentan noch einen neutralen Standpunkt verteile. Ich bin jetzt weder auf der einen Seite noch auf der anderen, sehe beide Seiten, aber genau, leider, also zum Glück vielleicht, bin ich nicht so ein Fan von der Cancel Culture, wo man eben bei indirekten Hinweisen schon wieder die Mistgabeln und die Fackeln rausholt. Da bin ich nicht so ganz dabei. Deswegen, selbst wenn man es so interpretieren kann, ist es für mich keine Option, dafür dann direkt zu handeln. Das müsste es wirklich eindeutige Beweise geben. Genau, das kann natürlich jeder handeln, wie er möchte. Ich meine, wenn jemand prinzipiell selbst die leichtesten Andeutungen nicht mag in irgendeine Richtung, dann ist es dem natürlich gegönnt. Jeder kann seine Umgehensweise damit hat. Ich selber bin ein sehr, sehr emotional rationaler Mensch. Das heißt, wenn mir solche Sachen begegnen, die mich jetzt nicht akut selber betreffen, ist meine emotionale Response relativ flach. Das heißt, ich bleibe relativ neutral, was das angeht. Und genau, mir ist es damals auch aufgefallen. Ich habe drüber nachgedacht und habe gedacht, okay, es gibt viele Möglichkeiten, das zu interpretieren. Bisher kam mir nichts anderes in diese Richtung vor. Deswegen hat mein Gehirn die neutrale Seite gewählt, aber ich hätte trotzdem, glaube ich, drüber reden sollen damals. Das ist mir halt nicht eindeutig aufgefallen. Ich habe es nur überflogen und okay, aber ja, dann nochmal gelesen. Oh ja, okay, kann man schon sagen, ohne dass es so wirkt. Und bisher wirkte die Person nicht so. Also gar kein Problem. Aber wir reden, wie gesagt, drüber, wenn die Person auch im Chat ist, dass sie sich dazu äußern kann. Weil ich denke eben, es wäre sehr unfair, jemandem etwas zu unterstellen, von dem wir nicht wissen, wie es ist. Genau. Weil deswegen bin ich gerade auf Twitch also ich weiß jetzt, dass die Person nicht jung ist, deswegen ist das jetzt nicht der Fall, aber wenn eine Person jung ist und es schreibt halt was in den Chat, was nicht okay ist, dann versuche ich immer erstmal rauszufinden, warum die das eigentlich geschrieben hat, weil es kann ja eben sein, dass die junge Person einfach nur trollt und es lustig findet, dann versuche ich immer zu etablieren, warum es nicht lustig ist, und wenn es dann halt nochmal passiert, dann will ich auch bannen an der Stelle. Aber ich finde halt, es ist wichtig, dass man eben erstmal drüber redet, was es ist. Und wenn es halt wirklich ganz indirekte Sachen sind, da ist es besonders wichtig, finde ich, dass man eben nicht zu schnell zu Schlüssen kommt, auch wenn manchmal manche Sachen so ein bisschen mitschwingen und so weiter. Ist es per se, wie gesagt, kein Problem, wenn kein Hass gegen allgemeine Gruppen gemacht wird und insbesondere nicht, wenn es halt eben um die faktuelle Nennung von Gruppen geht in einem negativen Zusammenhang. Genau, also nur weil etwas negative Zusammenhänge sind und dabei kommt eine Ethnizität oder irgendwas mit drin vor als Beschreibung, in der Beschreibungsform heißt das noch lange nicht, dass eben dann diese Beschreibungsform dazu gedient hat, um zu sagen, das ist der Grund, warum das und das passiert. Genau, immer wenn Menschen Sachen beschreiben, ganz, ganz oft benutzen sie Wörter und ihre Sprache, um eben ein Bild im Kopf hervorzurufen. Und wenn man zum Beispiel ein Bild hat von einer bestimmten Situation, die eben explizit im Kopf diese Gruppen eben hatte, vom Aussehen her, dass man die im Kopf hat, dieses Bild, dann will man dieses Bild ja auch bei den Leuten bei der Erzählung widerrufen. Das zum Beispiel, wenn ich jetzt, keine Ahnung, von meiner Kindheit erzähle, wo ich mit Russen gespielt habe, dann ist nicht der Sinn, dass, oh mein Gott, es waren Russen, mit denen ich gespielt habe, sondern der Sinn ist einfach, damit man sich so ein bisschen vorstellen kann, wie es war, wie die Eltern, von denen die Umstände waren und so. Das ist halt einfach dieses gesamte Paket, das in diesem Fall zutrifft, das nicht auf alle natürlich zutrifft, das ist ja immer eine individuelle Sache, das ist ja das Problem, diesen Schubladen schieben, aber deswegen trotzdem dieses Bild, dass man vielleicht so ein bisschen das Bild halt eben besser vor Augen hat, auch wenn es keine Relevanz in dem Moment hat, außer eben die Geschichte mit einem Bild zu versehen. Und das machen Menschen immer. Und deswegen ist es das Problem manchmal, dass man Sachen für Bildererstellungen benutzt, die sowas sind. Aber wie gesagt, es kann auch einfach sein, dass manche Leute einfach das machen, eben um dieses zusammen zu machen. Und deswegen, wie gesagt, werde ich das dann später hoffentlich klären können oder irgendwann. Und ich denke aber, dass es momentan ich relativ neutral bin. Genau, ich habe jetzt beide Seiten einfach mal beleuchtet. Kann auch einfach sein, dass man offensichtlich einen Zusammenhang herstellen möchte. Aber solange man das eben nicht konkret formuliert, ist es schwer für mich zu sagen. Also ich bin ein neutraler Mensch und auch, es gibt noch eine andere Sache, die ich tatsächlich aber auch klären möchte in diesem Satz. Genau, weil eben das genau wieder diese Ambivalenz zeigt von Aussagen und dass man doch eben ein bisschen reflektierter manchmal rangehen muss, bevor man halt eben judgen soll. Aber wie gesagt, das Problem ist, jeder Mensch geht damit anders um, jeder hat andere Responses und Toleranzlevel für Sachen und so weiter. Und ich bin halt relativ neutral und tolerant in beide Richtungen, wenn es nicht wirklich Rassismus ist. Also wenn es einfach so Sachen sind wie, ja, ich habe jetzt die ethnische Gruppe genannt, um die Gruppe zu beschreiben, ist gar kein Problem, wenn das eines der markanten Merkmale der Gruppe war, wie sie halt eben optisch aussah. Wenn jemand einen südländischen Look hat, dann sagt man halt, der hat einen südländischen Look. Das ist ja jetzt nicht, dass man sagt, oh mein Gott, weil er Südländer ist, macht er Sachen, sondern das ist eine Beschreibung des Aussehens. Das ist wie die Haarfarbe zu beschreiben und so weiter. Das ist alles ganz okay, wenn es objektive Sachen sind, auch wenn die dann in einen negativen Zusammenhang gebracht werden mit nicht direkt konsequenten Folgen, ist es für mich auch okay, solange nicht insinuiert wird, dass das Aussehen der Person oder die Ethnizität der Person das verursacht hat. Also im direkten Zusammenhang. Es muss wirklich in einem direkten Satz stehen. Ansonsten ist es eine optische Beschreibung, die Geschichte ausspringt. Wenn man das aber natürlich immer macht, dann fällt es natürlich auf. Also wenn es jetzt wirklich jedes Mal immer der Fokus eben, also es gibt ja einen Unterschied zwischen Frequenz des Nennens und es gibt einen Unterschied zwischen, ob man das hin und wieder einmal oder so in, was weiß ich, hunderten von Nachrichten erwähnt, weil es in der Situation passt als Beschreibungsform. Das ist nämlich, was man bei rassistischen Menschen oft merkt, ist eben, dass sie eben diese Themen immer wieder aufgreifen. Bei jeder Stelle, wo es eben passt, wird es mit reingehauen. Das heißt, wenn jemand wirklich rassistisch ist, wirst du es wirklich merken an der Frequenz, wie eben solche indirekten Zusammenhänge eben gemacht werden. Genau, und deswegen, das kam mir bisher jetzt nicht so vor und deswegen eben bin ich auf der neutralen Seite. Heißt aber nicht, dass es nicht so ist. Also ich meine, ich kann nicht in den Menschen reinschauen, genauso wenig wie alle anderen Menschen auf Erden auch, also noch nicht zumindest. Und dementsprechend ist bei mir quasi das geschriebene Wort das Einzige, was ich als Information habe. Und wenn das halt eben neutral oder halt eben nicht eindeutig ist, dann unterstelle ich, solange es nicht hochfrequent ist, nichts. Also bin ich wirklich ein neutraler Mensch. So, das heißt nicht, dass ich mir nicht meinen Teil denke. Ich meine, ich sage, es kann sein, kann nicht sein. Ich bin neutral, ich kann beide Seiten sehen, aber ich selber, wie gesagt, kein Cancel-Culture-Mensch, gecancelt wird, wenn Tacheles geredet wird. Oder Tacheles geschrieben wurde. So, genau, also es gibt kein Preferential Treatment bei uns, egal wie lange jemand schon zuschaut oder nicht. Wenn ihr irgendwann rassistische Aussagen macht, werdet ihr natürlich auch von mir konfrontiert werden mit denen, das ist ganz klar. Jetzt wird es später passieren. In dem Fall, wie gesagt, ist die Konfrontation von meiner Seite aus nicht akut gewesen, aber ich hätte wahrscheinlich, ich hätte es wahrscheinlich nicht. Ich habe wirklich einen Moment drüber nachgedacht. Ich hätte es wahrscheinlich nicht gemacht, weil es für mich zu neutral war. Aber da, wie gesagt, ein anderer Viewer, das aufgefallen ist, werden wir auf jeden Fall drüber reden und Mal schauen, genau. Ja, und das ist halt immer so, das ist halt immer das Problem. Das sind immer schwierige Themen, aber wir sind ja ein Channel, der, ich muss auf Deutsch eben stellen, wir sind ja ein Channel, der hoch politisch ist. In vielen Themen. Also wir haben viele unterschiedliche Lager und wir werden immer jemanden ans Bein pinkeln. Ihr könnt euch sicher sein, wenn ihr hier zuschaut, ich werde euch ans Bein pinkeln. Mehr als einmal. Wird es sicherlich auch mal Sachen sein, die irgendwo mit euch eine Resonanz haben, also wird sicherlich jemandem ans Bein gepinkelt werden. Und das ist garantiert der Fall, also kann ich nicht vermeiden. Deswegen, wir werden immer Streitpunkte finden. Und das Wichtige ist, dass man alle Seiten wahrnimmt. Wenn man möchte, das kann man gerne versuchen, auch Leute von anderen Sachen zu überzeugen und so. Aber wie gesagt, mein Standpunkt ist ganz klar, ohne eindeutige Beweislage gibt es keine Verurteilung von meiner Seite aus. Das ist ganz klar. Das ist alles anderes Cancel Culture. Und dann ist die Frage, was ist ein eindeutiger Beweis? Das ist eben die große Frage. Ja, was ist ein eindeutiger Beweis? Und aus meiner Sicht sind eindeutige Beweise definitiv im Segment der eindeutigen Beweise einzusammeln, wo wirklich keine Interpretation nötig ist zwischen den beiden Sachen. Genau, die Zusammenhänge müssen so eindeutig sein, dass man wirklich sagen kann, okay, das lässt vermuten das. Und selbst wenn das der Fall ist, würde ich erstmal eine Konfrontation suchen und fragen, ob das wirklich denn so gemeint ist. Weil hin und wieder benutzt man unvorteilhafte Formulierungen und Wörter, um irgendwie, wie gesagt, dann das eigene mentale Bild hervorzurufen, was ja nicht mal was Negatives ist. Und das macht man schneller, als man denkt. Jedem wird das irgendwann mal passieren. Jeder wird irgendwann mal von irgendjemandem als rassistisch wahrgenommen werden, das garantiere ich euch. Und das liegt auch daran, weil jeder Mensch zu einem gewissen Grad auch rassistisch ist und deswegen diese Annahme eben des Rassismus überall sieht. Und irgendjemand wird irgendwann irgendwas triggern, was ihr machen werdet. Bei mir war es, als ich die Sichuan, wie heißt die? Sojourn? Als ich gesagt habe, Sojourns Waffe, wenn sie aufgeladen ist, sieht aus wie Winstons Waffe. Da wurde mir unterstellt, dass ich einen farbigen Menschen mit einem Affen vergleiche. Also, das sind so Sachen, wo ich einfach nur denke, man muss ja schon echt hart jemandem ins Gehirn gekackt haben. Und offensichtlich die Person, die das gedacht hat, er hat natürlich einen rassistischen Gedankengang. Jeder Mensch, der überhaupt darauf kommt, diesen Vergleich zu ziehen, ist ja schon rassistisch in sich selber. Auch wenn er das vielleicht dann aus einem guten, oh, guck mal, ich hab's erkannt. Der hat das gesagt und hat bestimmt gemeint, dass es diesen Zusammenhang gibt. Das ist aber totaler Blödsinn in dem Moment natürlich, weil ich das überhaupt nicht so gemeint habe. Ich habe sogar extra ihre Waffe erwähnt. Und das meine ich ja, jedem wird das passieren. Jeder wird irgendwann irgendwo genannt werden. Dann ist eben die Frage eben, interessiert es einen wirklich, wie die Person ist, oder möchte man einfach nur wegen einer Aussage direkt, ohne weitere Nachfragen, eine Beurteilung machen? Ja. Nein, ich mache das jetzt nur auf Deutsch. Es ist mir wirklich wichtig, weil ich will nicht, dass du unzufrieden bist und dass wir das nicht geklärt haben. Deswegen werde ich es auf jeden Fall mit ihm auch ansprechen, wenn es wirklich wichtig ist persönlich, das ist aus persönlichen Gründen, dass wir es geklärt haben. Es geht nicht darum, irgendwie Recht zu haben oder jemanden zu überzeugen. Ich möchte einfach, dass wir ein angenehmes Chat-Klima haben und dass jeder versteht, wie die anderen Leute sind und dass nur Leute da sind, die auch wirklich den moralischen Vorstellungen genügen, die ich quasi mir selbst auferlege. Ja. Ja. Nein. Also, ich weiß, dass du, meinst keine Sorge, ich möchte aber eine Sache noch, das hast du wahrscheinlich nicht mitbekommen. Ich übersetze jetzt deine Kommentare nicht, weil ich glaube, die meisten Leute hier können Englisch und das ist jetzt nicht direkt wichtig. Die eine Sache mit der Schule. Du hast gesagt, dass der dann auf eine schlechtere Schule durfte. Ich weiß tatsächlich nicht, also ich weiß nicht, ob du es weißt, ich weiß es nämlich gerade selber nicht mehr, ob der Viewer, der Phil Photon, ob der denn auf die Real- oder auf das Gymnasium oder auf die Hauptschule gegangen ist. Genau, weil da hast du ja gemeint, er ist auf eine schlechtere Schule als die anderen gegangen. Ich glaube, der Punkt in dem Moment war sogar, dass er durfte auf eine bessere Schule. Bin mir aber nicht mehr sicher, ob das so war. Genau, das kann sogar andersrum gemeint gewesen sein an der Stelle. Nee, das hat mich nur noch interessiert tatsächlich, wie das gemeint war, weil das würde natürlich das Ganze nochmal so ein bisschen anders klingen lassen. Er durfte sogar auf die Leading-Schule, aber hat dann trotzdem nicht geklappt. Und jetzt könnte man sogar sagen, dass wir beides, könnte man es wieder als Problem nehmen. Man könnte sagen, ja gut, aber das heißt ja, er war sogar so talentiert und trotzdem wurde er in den Dreck gezogen oder sowas. Und das ist halt das Problem halt eben. Egal, welche Aussage man trifft, am Ende kann man das immer negativ machen. Aber es wäre mir halt schon wichtig, das an sich einfach nur zu klären. Aber ich meine, wenn dein Wunsch ist, dass wir es droppen, können wir es auch droppen. Ich würde dir da entgegenkommen. Aber ich will nur, dass du weißt, dass ich auf keine Art und Weise Rassismus unterstütze oder kleinreden will oder sonst irgendwas, sondern dass ich einfach generell, was Canceln angeht, super vorsichtig bin und lieber den Leuten nochmal eine Chance gibt, sich zu äußern oder sonst was, wenn wirklich was ist, was mich auch wirklich, wo ich wirklich sage, okay, das ist für mich eindeutig, gebe ich trotzdem den Leuten nochmal eine Chance zu fragen, warum sie das gesagt haben. Und würde sie natürlich, wenn es was ist, wirklich akut beleidigend ist, erstmal timeouten, aber sagen, okay, ich timeout dich jetzt erstmal, aber dann kannst du, wenn du willst, gerne mit mir nochmal drüber reden, warum du es gesagt hast, und das nochmal mal wieder gepermabannt. Genau, das mache ich aber nur, weil ich weiß, dass junge Leute hier sind. Wenn alles Erwachsene wären, würde ich wahrscheinlich permabannen und drüber reden. Genau, er ist jetzt nicht jung, der Phil Photon, der ist älter, deswegen trifft jetzt nicht auf ihn zu, aber generell einfach meinen Stance zur Cancel Culture und dem bei wenig interpretativen Aussagen halt eben sofort zu handeln, selbst wenn die Aussage sehr, sehr negativ in dem Moment klingt. Genau, das ist halt eine meiner moralischen Säulen ist quasi immer nur im Zweifelsfall gegen den Angeklagten und dann braucht man aus meiner Sicht eine Beweisart, weil was ist eindeutig, das ist immer subjektiv, deswegen gibt es auch beim juristischen System so viele Probleme. Und genau, aber ich wollte nur sagen, also wenn du willst, können wir es droppen, aber ich will, dass du weißt, dass wenn du das Interesse hast, das zu klären, dass wir es auch gerne weiter klären können. Ja. Ja, aber tatsächlich in solchen Grenzfällen, also desto uneindeutiger die Fälle sind oder desto eindeutiger für manche Leute die Fälle sind, uneindeutiger für die anderen Fälle, desto schwieriger ist es ja eben. Deswegen rede ich ja so viel drüber, um zu beleuchten, warum ich so argumentiere. Genau, also nur, dass ihr euch sicher sein könnt, eure Kritik ist gerne gesehen und also auch gerne an anderen, wenn ihr irgendwo euch sowas aufwisst, immer gerne gesehen, auch wenn es in dem Fall natürlich jetzt leider halt so ist, dass ich jetzt nicht eine Seite einnehmen kann. Es ist immer einfach, eine Seite zu nehmen. Also wenn ich sage, oh ja, klar, Rassist, Permaban, fertig, das wäre super, dann hätte ich kein Problem. Aber ja, kann ich halt leider von meiner Seite aus nicht machen, weil ich eben das nicht so eindeutig sehe. Genau. Aber jetzt lassen wir das Thema. Ja. Nee, genau, genau, das habe ich ja auch schon gesagt, mir ist es auch ziemlich egal, ob Leute in sich selber rassistisch sind, solange sie es nicht nach außen tragen. Habe ich auch schon gesagt, mir ist es relativ egal, Personen und so weiter. Ich will nur nicht, dass sich jemand schlecht fühlt, weil er sich fühlt, oh, in dem Chat ist jemand, der ist Rassist, oh, da fühle ich mich nicht wohl. Und im Sinne von, dass jemand das denkt über jemand anders. Das reicht ja schon, dass es unangenehm wird. Ich hoffe nur, dass es jetzt nicht unangenehm wird, deswegen. Für jemanden. Deswegen wollte ich es halt eben klären, weil ich eben nicht so blöd im Raum stehen lassen will, wo dann eben die Leute denken, ah ja, Rassismus nicht. Genau. Achso, du wolltest es nur als Beispiel machen. Ah. Ja. Ja. Genau, ich habe einen relativ laissez-faire Moderierstil grundsätzlich, was Meinungen angeht. Aber es gibt halt, wie gesagt, Grenzen und wirklich, wenn jetzt jemand die ganze Zeit das N-Wort spammt oder wirklich die ganze Zeit immer wieder indirekte Sachen sagen würde, also wenn jetzt die Aussage von Phil Photon jeden Tag in irgendeiner anderen Form in Situationen gebracht werden würde, habe ich auch schon die Frequenz, wenn die hoch wäre oder zu hoch wäre, dann würde ich auf jeden Fall auch was machen. Genau, also keine Sorge. Also wenn das oft vorkommt, wird es auf jeden Fall Konsequenzen haben. Keine Sorge. Genau. Ich sag nicht einmal ist keinmal, aber eine indirekte Sache einmal. Schwamm drüber, wenn es nicht mit dir am laufenden Band vorkommt. Strecken. So, es ist Zeit für Persona. Genau, wir droppen jetzt komplett das Thema. Keine Sorge, jetzt ist Feierabend, jetzt ist nur noch Persona da. Wenn ein Wunsch besteht, irgendwas zu klären, könnt ihr jederzeit sagen. Genau. Ich bin eine Sekunde mich erfrischen und dann machen wir weiter. So. Ich steck ganz kurz mein Handy noch rein. Stimmt, gibt es eigentlich ein Handy mit einer anderen... Nein, okay. So. Frag mich, ob es irgendjemand schon mal... Ja, gab es bestimmt. Was frage ich denn? Ich habe gerade überlegt, ob irgendjemand so einen Vibrationsaufsatz fürs Handy sich überlegt hat, wo du dann an dein Handy dran machen kannst und ihn dann für andere Dinge benutzen, das Handy dann für andere Dinge benutzen kannst. Bin mir relativ sicher, dass sowas schon mal versucht wurde. Okay, oh, wir haben die 100-Stunden-Marke geknackt das letzte Mal. Da wir aber sehr, sehr langsam unterwegs sind, muss ich euch sagen, das heißt nicht viel. Das heißt, es könnte auch locker noch bis 200 gehen, je nachdem. Ich muss das Spiel ganz kurz so ein bisschen lauter machen bei mir. Okay, es ist Abend, es ist Donnerstag und da ist eine Pflanze im Eck. So, wir könnten mit ihr abhängen. Sie ist, glaube ich, die Fortune Arcana. Ja, die haben wir. Ansonsten, glaube ich, haben wir heute nichts, was wir machen wollen. Genau. Achso, aber übrigens, ich muss noch eine letzte Sache sagen, weil du gemeint hast, du hattest schon Angst, dass es so knapp wird und hast es deswegen nicht erwähnt. Erwähne es trotzdem gerne in Zukunft mir, kannst du mir gerne trotzdem schreiben, falls es nochmal bei der Person vorkommt. Einfach nur, weil wenn es vermehrt vorkommt und nicht warum auch immer es überlesen sollte oder so, weil ich ja nicht immer 100% jedes Wort im Chat von der Distanz perfekt lesen kann. So ein kleines Handy manchmal jetzt zum Beispiel ist relativ weit weg. Dann trotzdem gerne direkt an mich nochmal schreiben, einfach, wenn es mehrfach vorkommt. Weil es ist mir schon wichtig, wenn die Frequenz hoch ist, dass das nicht so ist. Genau, deswegen ruhig schreiben, das ist kein Problem. Ich bin niemandem böse oder so. Ich freue mich sogar sehr, wenn was euch stört, mitgeteilt wird. Auch wenn es dann vielleicht was ist, wo beim ersten Mal jetzt keine direkte Konsequenz oder so nach sich zieht für die Person. Gerne, wenn es oft vorkommt. Genau. Also das ist immer gerne gesehen. Ja, auch wenn ich nicht immer zustimme. Also Full Disclosure kann sein, dass warum auch immer ich nicht zustimme, aber wenn es wirklich so ist, gerne immer sagen. Genau, das ist nie verkehrt. Ich finde auf jeden Fall, der Fall ist gut genug dran gewesen. Das war gut, dass du es gesagt hast. Fand ich, also es ist wirklich, ich verstehe vollkommen deinen Standpunkt. Deswegen fühl dich verstanden und gerne auch jederzeit wieder erwähnen. Ich will das nur, dass es klar ist. Das ist nur, weil ich jetzt so neutral geblieben bin, heißt es nicht, dass es immer so sein wird. Mhm. Nee, klar, wirklich vielen Dank, dass du sagst, musst du überhaupt nicht entschuldigen, gar nicht. Das ist gar kein Problem, Ich verstehe deinen Standpunkt, deine Stimmung ist vollkommen valide. Du hast vollkommen recht von deiner Perspektive aus. Und ich sag ja, das ist ein sehr, sehr neutraler Fall für mich, der definitiv, wenn man ihn einfach nur für bare Münze nehmen würde, könnte man sehr leicht einen Case in die Richtung machen, kein Problem. Wie gesagt, absolut okay. Selbst wenn ihr was komplett Absurdes schreiben würde, das ist überhaupt nicht der Fall hier. Also ich verstehe dich vollkommen, warum du das erwähnen wolltest, weil wir ja auch drüber geredet hatten in dem Moment und so weiter. Genau eben, weil es ging ja auch eben um diese Subjektivität der ganzen Sache. Deswegen super okay, gar kein Stress. Vielen Dank nochmal, dass du das natürlich gemacht hast. Genau, ja, das habe ich jetzt auch verstanden, dass du das ja auch gemerkt hast und das in deinem Kopf geblieben ist. Genau, und das war ja auch ein gutes Beispiel eben für genau so einen Fall, über den wir geredet haben. Genau, super. Also wie gesagt, ich hoffe, dass es für dich, wie du meintest, ist ja für dich jetzt wahrscheinlich okay. Für mich ist es auch so okay, aber gerne trotzdem, wenn es in Zukunft weiterhin vorkommen sollte, das gerne aufbringen, weil wie gesagt, Mustererkennung und so weiter, Muster sind immer sehr, sehr wichtig. Die Frequenz, wie die auftauchen, weil das gibt mehr Einsicht als ein einzelnes Sample Size. Genau, also ich bin ein großer Fan von ein bisschen empirischeren Daten oder eindeutigeren Daten. Und dann, wie gesagt, also aus meiner Perspektive natürlich, dann gerne immer, wenn ihr keinen Fass draus machen wollt, könnt auch gerne schreiben, also nix sagen, aber ich habe gesehen oder so. Also ich kann es auch einfach nicht drüber reden. Also ich kann auch einfach mir das durchlesen, selber anschauen. Wenn ihr wollt, kann ich es auch quasi vertraulich behandeln, das ist gar kein Problem. Genau, also wenn ihr einfach auch das Chat-Klima wahren wollt und so weiter. Jetzt habe ich es nur gemacht, weil ich eben dachte, es macht schon Sinn, das erstmal drüber zu reden und so, dass ihr wirklich versteht, warum ich manchmal vielleicht dann eben anders handle, als ihr es vielleicht tun würdet. Aber genau, deswegen dann von meiner Seite aus wäre das soweit okay. Und ihr könnt gerne aber trotzdem jederzeit Kritik äußern oder Sachen sagen, die euch nicht gefallen oder sonst was, weil das ist ja immer valide. Immer valide und in dem Fall besonders. Also ich sehe deine Perspektive vollkommen. Genau, deswegen kann ich weder eine Seite noch die andere nehmen. Das ist neutral bei mir, deswegen. Ja. So, jetzt aber Persona. Und hoffentlich machen wir heute Progress. Ja, es tut mich manchmal ein bisschen schwer, einfach los, und ihr merkt das schon, weil es ist mir wichtig, das Thema. Mir ist wichtig, dass keiner verletzt ist, dass alles passt, wie es ist, dass die Sachen geklärt sind, dass niemand irgendwie wirklich ein großes Problem hat oder so. Genau, das ist mir immer sehr wichtig. Also, weil ich eben denke, das sind Themen, die auf jeden Fall, über die man offen reden sollte, und man kann auch gerne offen Leute mit Anschuldigungen konfrontieren, aber man muss sie halt eben auch konfrontieren, wenn man dann wirklich durchgreifen möchte, bevor man es macht. Muss man nicht auf Twitch, kann man machen, was man will. Also auf Twitch könnt ihr einfach random Leute bannen, wie ihr lustig seid, ist ja euer Channel, habt Hausrecht quasi, könnt machen, was ihr wollt. Ihr müsst nur manche Sachen natürlich bannen, klar, keine Frage. Aber wie gesagt, an sich, ist da ja quasi die moralische Integrität sehr davon abhängig, wie das Moderationsteam oder der Streamer das mal kennt, das vielleicht bei größeren Channeln. Hin und wieder wird halt eben sehr locker moderiert oder super, super hart, und je nachdem, wie das eben gemacht wird, hat man dann eben auch sehr, sehr unterschiedliches Community-Verhalten. Also man hat da doch schon selber einen guten Eingriff als Streamer. Wir als kleiner Channel haben nicht das Problem, dass wir jetzt wirklich große Mengen moderieren oder ich moderieren müsste. Deswegen hin und wieder kommt es vielleicht mal zu komischen Fällen. Wir hatten bisher einen Typen, der offensichtlich einfach nur getrollt hat mit Rassismus, was wahrscheinlich eher, denke ich mal, ein jüngerer Mensch einfach nur trollen wollte. Weil, ja, das eine sehr, sehr kindische Art war, das zu schreiben, aber dann gibt es halt einen Permaban, wenn man nach einmal kurz drüber reden, das nochmal macht und fertig. Genau, und ansonsten, wie gesagt, klar gibt es, wenn es wirklich super offensichtlich ist, gibt es entweder direkt einen Perma oder halt einen Timeout, aber es muss halt immer situationsabhängig kommen, weil, genau, also, wenn es wirklich immer so Sachen sind, die so grenzwertig sind, rede ich drüber, wenn es wirklich einfach nur Trollen ist, meistens eigentlich direkt ein Perma, also, genau, also wenn ein Chatbot reinkommt oder sowas dann auch. Okay, super, dann weiter Persona, genau, müsst keine Angst haben, also wenn wirklich jemand hart rassistisch ist, bam, fliegt da raus. Keine Sorge. Ich bin wahrscheinlich einer der offensten, verständnisvollsten Menschen auf Erden. Also von dem, was ich so mitbekommen habe in meinem Leben bisher. Das heißt nicht, dass ich nicht manchmal auch ein Stück scheiße bin, was bestimmte Sachen angeht. Aber hin und wieder macht man halt blöde Sachen und verhält sich dumm, wenn man halt eben doch emotionaler Mensch ist. Aber ansonsten versuche ich halt eben, zumindest bei den rationalen, logischen Themen, wo man relativ einfach Dinge als schlecht oder nicht schlecht darstellen kann, die aus meiner Sicht richtige Seite zu finden. Und da ist Rassismus auf der sehr, sehr nicht richtigen Seite. Also Rassismus, absoluter Scheiß. Aber leider, natürlich, genau. Scheiße, aber leider häufig. Okay, super. Ja, ist gut, dass ihr den Eindruck habt, weil ich hoffe zumindest, dass man meine Person vielleicht nicht predikten kann, aber zumindest einschätzen kann, dass ich versuche, bei manchen Themen eine Seite zu wählen, die zumindest, also bei eindeutigen Themen wirklich hoffentlich die richtige Seite zu nehmen. Also ich meine, ja, auch da gibt es Leute, die dann auf der anderen Seite stehen. Aber es gibt so viele Themen, mir fallen lauter Themen an, die so kontrovers sind, wo ich beide Seiten auch noch verstehe. Das ist ja das größte Problem. Nur weil ich eine Seite wähle, zum Beispiel bei Rassismus ist es vielleicht nicht so, zum Beispiel bei Abtreibungsgegnern oder sowas. Ich kann die Seiten verstehen, aber wir fangen jetzt nicht drüber zu reden, keine Sorge, wir reden jetzt nicht über Abtreibung. Aber ich kann trotzdem beide Seiten, die Perspektiven irgendwo verstehen. Aber ich finde trotzdem, dass es im Mittel eine Tendenz eben zu einer Seite gibt, die richtig ist. Und also richtig im Sinne von, dass was ist richtig? Komm, sagen wir mal, was ist meine Definition von richtig? Richtig ist das, was das Leid der Menschen im Mittel reduziert. Desto weniger Menschen leiden müssen, desto richtiger ist es. Das ist für mich richtig und falsch, gut und böse. Meine Definition ist einfach, wie viel Leid ist mit der Mehrheit verursacht. Und dann gibt es natürlich noch subjektives Leid, also für einen selber. Und das kann man natürlich höher oder weniger hochgewichten, ne, je nachdem, ob es gut und böse ist. Das heißt, seine eigene Moral kann man gerne dann so ein bisschen shiften für seine eigenen Interessen, aber für die, aus der Allgemeinheit gesprochen eben die der Definition. Genau, also verursachtes Leid definiert bei mir ob etwas gut oder böse ist. Genau, und deswegen, so versuche ich dann auch immer in die argumentativ in die Richtung zu gehen, welche Seite ich halt eher unterstütze, indem einfach welche Seite verursacht weniger Leiden. Genau, und dementsprechend hoffentlich komme ich so rüber, als ob ich zumindest meine eigene Integrität bewahre. Und wenn ich mal nicht das tue, gerne kann man mich immer darauf ansprechen, wenn ich Scheiße laber. Ich diskutiere ja gerne. Und am liebsten werde ich korrigiert, weil dann lerne ich nämlich was Neues. Ja, ich weiß nicht, es gibt wahrscheinlich nicht vielen Menschen so, dass das liebste Gefühl ist, wenn jemand mir argumentativ zeigen kann, dass ich Scheiße laber, weil dann freue ich mich drüber, weil das ist wirklich einer der wenigen Momente, wo ich dann endlich mal wieder mal was lernen kann. Also wissen kann, habe ich super viel, was ich lernen kann, keine Frage, aber so einfach so bei so argumentativen Sachen ist leider ganz, ganz selten, dass ich dann eben eine tolle Erkenntnis habe, die ich vorher nicht hatte. Und es ist echt schade, wird immer weniger, desto älter man wird, weil man immer mehr Gedankengänge schon gedacht hat, immer mehr Argumente schon gemacht hat und so. Und ja klar, man wird auch gebiased, darf man nicht vergessen, Bias wird auch stärker. Aber es ist halt schon schade, dass man eben am Ende des Tages nicht ganz so oft eben was richtig, boom, Brain, weißt du, Gehirnexplosion, oh mein Gott, jetzt habe ich einen neuen Horizont erweitert und cool, die Perspektive habe ich ja noch gar nicht bedacht und so. Ja, das ist echt immer ein schöner Moment, wenn man das kriegt. Also andere Leute fühlen sich da vielleicht angegriffen, ich fühle mich dann immer sehr glücklich, weil ich dann eben was Neues gelernt habe. So, schauen wir mal, ob wir ihr das Richtige sagen können. Was möchte sie denn am nächsten hören? Das möchte sie auf jeden Fall nicht hören. Das ist nur negativ. Die beiden könnten beide positiv sein. Ich würde jetzt das sagen. Das ist einfach nur rein positiv. Das ist hinterfragt ihre Einstellung. Aber könnte trotzdem das Richtige sein. Stimmt, ich schaue momentan Demon Slayer, wir haben den Mugen Train Arc fertig geschaut und jetzt kommt der Entertainment District Arc. Und ich muss sagen, gefällt mir sehr gut bisher. Also der Mugen Train jetzt vielleicht rein Storytelling-technisch jetzt nicht ganz so sehr, ist ein bisschen... Ich kann mich nicht mehr an den Anfang davon erinnern. War eigentlich ganz okay, aber ist nicht super, super spannend. Vom Moment to Moment war es okay eher. Aber ich finde der Entertainment District Arc wiederum, der gefällt mir richtig gut. Also viel, viel besser und hat einen ganz interessanten eigenen Vibe. So, ich weiß nicht, wie man das genau... Stimmt, gab es nicht mal im Kreuzworträtsel das Wort. Genau, hat so einen eigenen Stil irgendwie und ja, so eine Mischung aus Comedy, Ernst und schön gezeichnet. Also es ist einfach sehr, sehr lustig. Ja, auf jeden Fall eine angenehme Staffel des Animes. Und irgendwann schauen wir auch noch Attack on Titan, die neueste Staffel haben wir auch noch nicht geschaut. Genau, geht momentan nicht ganz so schnell voran. Weil wir hin und wieder einfach einen neuen Anime mit reinhauen, den wir noch gar nicht gesehen haben. Ich glaube, das hier unterstellt, dass sie es ausgegeben hat, aber das heißt jetzt vielleicht jemandem gegeben. Mhm. Wahrscheinlich muss ich Schutzgeld oder so an die zahlen, weil die Weissager-Mafia. Weissager? Wie sagt man? Hellsager, die Hellseher? Hellseher-Mafia. Die Hellseher-Mafia ist ja wahrscheinlich richtig nah am Arsch dran. Mhm. Nein, sie hat gar keine Freude dabei gehabt. Sie hat sich gefreut, aber nicht gefreut. Ich glaube, wir haben es verkackt, oder? Aber es ist okay, glaube ich. Ah. Ansonsten geben wir einfach Geld, um den Bond mit ihr selber zu boosten. Das ist natürlich absolut bescheuert. Mhm, gute Notiz.
今日で4日目だっけ？少しは慣れてきたのか？
どうだろう。わからん。
人間、そう簡単には変わらんさ。
Erinnert euch noch dran, als sie sich in ihrem Zimmer versteckt hat und eine Maske aufgezogen hat? Und dann noch im Schrank sich versteckt hat, als ihr gekommen seid und mittlerweile steht sie einfach da und redet mit euch? Ich glaube, das würde ich schon als ordentlichen Progress bezeichnen. Fuck, meine Twitch-App. Ja, meine Katze, meine Twitch-App ist gecrashed. The fuck? So, meine App ist wieder, glaube ich, gestartet. So, ich muss kurz checken, ob es hier ist. Ja. Müsste passen. Immer wieder eine Freude. Stimmt, die wollen ja immer noch zum Strand gehen. Mann, kann ich da aufhören zu spielen? Ja, also das Problem mit der Twitch-App, also der Epicon meinte, dass die Twitch-App manchmal lustig, also so komische Dinge macht. Das Problem ist tatsächlich, dass jedes Update was besser macht, aber auch gleichzeitig schlechter. Zum Beispiel, warum auch immer, haben sie jetzt bei der Handy-App das Chatfenster mit einem Rand versehen. Also es ist so ein Mini-Fenster in einem Fenster, wodurch du noch weniger Bildfläche hast. Und sie haben zwei riesige lilane Buttons nach unten gemacht. Also unter den Chat anstatt drüber. Und generell sollte man die eigentlich einfach wegmachen können, also per Option. Also ich weiß nicht, ob ich sie übersehen habe, die Option, aber jedenfalls ist es total dämlich. Jedes Update macht irgendwas gut, aber irgendwas auch schlecht. Also ich habe keine Ahnung, warum das so inkonsistent ist, aber andererseits, wenn du dir die Player von Crunchyroll für die Playstation anschaust oder was weiß ich, Netflix für PC oder sowas, die sind alle so richtig, also weiß nicht, also Crunchyroll immer noch, aber ich weiß nicht, ob Netflix mittlerweile besser ist, aber die haben auch so richtig schlechte Player. Das ist nur ein Videoplayer, da ist nicht mal eine Chatfunktion oder sowas dabei und trotzdem kriegen sie es nicht hier im Jahr 2022 normale Funktionalität bereitzustellen. Also scheint irgendein Problem bei Software-Ingenieuren zu geben, was menschliche Logik angeht oder einfach einfache funktionierende Programme zu designen. Also Geld scheint ja nicht das Problem zu sein. Nee, ich hab ein Android-Handy. Janine hat ein iOS-Handy. Und ich habe gestern Bilder gemacht. Also die haben gestern Tignari und Sino aus Genshin Impact so Weihnachtsbilder gemacht und ich habe halt die Bilder gemacht. Und dann war ich kurz in der Pause am Handy von Janine, wollte ein bisschen Twitch und Stream schauen und die App irgendwas war echt komisch. Also erst ist sie irgendwie halb gehangen, dann musste ich sie neu starten und dann war irgendwie auch dieser Scrollbalken Mini und es war einfach furchtbar. Also ich habe da nicht wirklich lange drüber nachgedacht, aber es war gestern schon ein schlechter Ersteindruck, obwohl ich mich gar nicht lange damit beschäftigt habe. Ja, also manchmal ist es wirklich komisch, wie unterschiedlich die Apps sind für iOS und Android, obwohl man eigentlich erwarten kann, dass sie einfach Copy-Pasta machen können bei den meisten Features. Ja, also ich habe zum Glück ein Android-Handy, aber momentan, wenn ich ein neues kaufen würde, würde ich wahrscheinlich vielleicht das Pixel 7 Pro oder sowas einfach kaufen. Wäre wahrscheinlich so das, was ich kaufen würde, aber ich bin dann super, also mein Handy ist okay, glaube ich, aber ich bin super wenig daran interessiert, ein High-End-Handy zu haben. Der einzige Grund, warum ich damals Janines iPhone 13 Pro Max gekauft habe, ist, weil es eine super gute Kamera hat und sie hat hin und wieder halt eben Content damit macht, Cosplay-Sachen und so. Und sie generell viel am Handy ist, aber ich selber mein Handy ist mein Twitch-Chat und hin und wieder mein Wecker und Messenger. Da brauche ich eigentlich kein gutes Handy für. Vielleicht auf dem Klo mal ein Video schauen oder so, aber da ist mir dann auch egal, ob das ein OLED-Display ist oder nicht. Genau, also ich bin relativ low-end, was mein Handy angeht. Es ist ein gutes, also das alte Handy von Janine, deswegen ist es eigentlich schon ganz gut. Aber es ist halt immer nur das alte Handy von Janine. Sie kriegt meine alten Rechner, ich kriege ihre alten Handys, die dann aber auch, wie gesagt, mittlerweile doch relativ gut sind. Du hattest Samsung-Handys für eine Weile und jetzt ein iPhone 14 PM. Was war? Pro Max wahrscheinlich, genau. Pro Max, nicht Post Meridian, sondern Pro Max. Bist super zufrieden. Nee, ich finde, beide sind super. Also heutzutage, wie gesagt, sind Smartphones, geben sich nicht mehr viel. Am Anfang, als Apple die Sache in Anführungszeichen erfunden hat, war Apple schon weit vorne von den Sachen her. Also da war es wirklich besser als die Konkurrenz, objektiv gesprochen, von einfach, wie es sich angefühlt hat. Und mittlerweile sind beides einfach richtig gute Betriebssysteme und hin und wieder auf der Software-Ebene gibt es, also richtig gute Hardware meine ich, mit auch guten Betriebssystemen, aber hin und wieder gibt es halt auf der Software-Ebene das ein oder andere schwarze Schaf. Genau, im Allgemeinen ist Android vielleicht ein bisschen flexibler als iOS, was manche Sachen angeht, aber die Flexibilität brauchen viele Leute eigentlich gar nicht. Eine Sache tatsächlich, die mir aber negativ aufgefallen ist bei dem iPhone, oder Janine negativ auch aufgefallen ist, sie kann nicht mehrere Apps, also Splitscreen, sie kann nicht mehrere Apps gleichzeitig offen haben. Und das ist eigentlich komisch, dass das immer noch nicht geht, weil das ist doch ein Feature, das ganz praktisch ist, dass du zum Beispiel, wenn du jetzt ein Spiel spielst oder so und gleichzeitig einen Messenger aufmachen kannst und kurz eine Nachricht tippen kannst, ohne dass du das Spiel eben minimieren musst, was unter Umständen einen Neustart oder so erfordert. Genau, also das ist das einzige Feature, was ich nicht ganz verstehe, warum es nicht dieses Multitasking auf Software-Ebene eben ermöglicht. Gibt keinen Hardware-Grund dafür, es ist eine reine Software-Entscheidung, ich verstehe nicht so ganz warum. Genau, und das gibt's auf iPads. Und das macht es noch komischer, weil es heißt ja, jemand hat das ja schon gecodet. Also ich verstehe nicht so ganz warum, weil das iPhone Pro Max ist ja schon groß. Also es ist ja ein großes Handy, also keine Ahnung, warum es das nicht gibt. Und am Ende des Tages bin ich ja super neutral, habe ich ja schon gesagt, der Advokat für Optionen. Alles, was man optional einbauen kann, ist ein Plus. Alles, was wirklich forciert nicht existiert oder eingebaut wurde, ist ein Minus. Weil immer wenn es Sachen sind, die forciert sind, die nicht nur Pros haben, sollte man sie nicht erzwingend machen. Und Sachen, die man halt einfach weglässt, grundsätzlich sind aus meiner Sicht meistens keine gute Designentscheidung. Selbst wenn es Gründe gibt, warum man das nicht möchte für die meisten User, dann macht man es halt standardmäßig aus und zuschaltbar. Ich finde, die Standardeinschaltungen sollten die Designentscheidungen reflektieren, die denken, dass die für die meisten Nutzer am besten sind. Aber das sollte nicht heißen, dass man die den Leuten aufzwingt. Das ist immer ganz, ganz schlecht. Man sollte nur dann Leuten was aufzwingen, wenn es objektiv keinen Grund gibt, was anderes zu machen. Zum Beispiel, keine Ahnung, wenn es irgendwas richtig Gutes gibt, was man wirklich den Leuten, sie sind es zwar anders gewohnt, aber man möchte es etablieren. Zum Beispiel der Sprung von einem normalen Telefon, also einem Handy, wie man in Deutschland so schön sagt, zu einem Smartphone. Der Sprung war ja definitiv ein großer Sprung, aber aus meiner Sicht war es richtig, das zu forcieren. Das war gut, das war ein guter Sprung. Aber es gibt Dinge, die nicht gut sind, also einfach so was wie Features weglassen, Schnittstellen weglassen und so weiter, die Leute gerne nutzen wollen. Genau, wie gesagt, gibt es Pros und Cons, aber auf jeden Fall eine Option mehr ist besser als eine Option zu wenig. Ja, so, jetzt gehen wir weiter hier an den Strand hoffentlich bald.
持ってないでしょ。そうだけど。じゃ今から試着ね。今からぶっつけ本番はダメでしょ。海までもう時間ないよ。でもそんな。
Später auf dem Weihnachtsmarkt. Wann heißt später? Können wir machen, ja. Das sind halt nicht, ja. Können wir machen, ja. Ich bin jetzt nicht der größte Weihnachtsmarktgänger, aber für mich sind alle solche Sachen immer eher so soziales abhängig. Ich glaube, das geht meisten Leuten auch so, oder? Wenn man wohin geht, dass man eher hingeht, um was mit Leuten zu machen, als dass man wirklich das eigentliche mag. Wobei ich natürlich Essen und so gerne mag, aber ich trinke ja keinen Glühwein oder sowas. Kriege ich wahrscheinlich Kinderpunsch oder sowas dann. Genau, aber ja, und natürlich ist immer noch Corona, aber ihr merkt das ja mittlerweile auch. Also ich habe das ja auch schon öfters gesagt, jetzt, ich trage da Masken, wo Leute unverfällig hingehen können, hin und wieder. Aber es ist wirklich schwierig, es ist wirklich fast unmöglich, noch groß was zu machen. Weil die Impfstoffe sind nicht up to date und so weiter. Das ist alles so nervig einfach. Ich hätte einfach gerne von vornherein ein richtig gutes, soziales, gemeinsames Verhalten gehabt, aber wir haben einfach kapituliert. Und wenn alle kapitulieren, änderst du nichts mehr dran, wenn du dann nochmal eine Maske zum Schutz von anderen trägst, wenn kein anderes mehr tut, es ändert einfach nichts mehr. Wenn ich jetzt einkaufen gehe und eine FFP2-Maske trage, dann beschütze ich damit niemanden. Man muss einfach sagen, wie es ist, es ändert nichts mehr. Ich werde mich genauso anstecken wie alle anderen auch. Ich habe mich ja, obwohl wir permanent FFP2-Maske tragen, haben wir es auch schon gekriegt gehabt. Und es ist einfach zu viel wenig. Man kann nicht, wenn man nur sich selber schützt, schützt man nicht genug. Und da ich ja entschieden habe, bis eine neue dominante Variante kommt, keine Maske mehr zu tragen an Orten, wo man sie nicht tragen muss, weil ich halt eben die Immunität aufrechterhalten werde, ist zum Beispiel sowas wie der Weihnachtsmarkt für mich eigentlich ein guter Ort, um in Kontakt in Corona zu kommen. Also ich sehe das quasi als Opportunity, wieder den Impfschutz aufzufrischen. Das ist für meine Mentalität halt jetzt, wo ich es hatte. Und das war davor natürlich nicht möglich. Also genau, wenn es Impfstoffe gibt, würde ich es natürlich wieder andersrum gestalten, aber die gibt es halt leider nicht. Die sind halt einfach mittlerweile doch out to date. Ja, ist echt schade, weil ich würde gerne dahin gehen, ohne mir solche Gedanken zu machen, aber mittlerweile, man merkt es halt überall so, die Leute lassen es halt einfach passieren und mir tut es halt wirklich leid für die armen Leute, die sich schützen müssen. Das ist das Einzige, weil ich habe ja selber eine alte Menschen in der Familie und so weiter, aber kannst du halt nichts machen. Das Problem ist, solche Leute sind wirklich jetzt darauf angewiesen, dass sie eben Lieferdienst oder sonst was benutzen, um sich selbst zu schützen. Das hat der Staat quasi entschieden. Keine Ahnung warum. Also aus meiner Sicht müsste man alle dazu zwingen, bei öffentlichen Einrichtungen, also Verkehrsmitteln einkaufen, also Lebensmittel einkaufen und so weiter, immer noch Maske tragen. Das ist aus meiner Sicht bis Corona jemals weggeht, auf jeden Fall leider ein Muss. Aber da es nicht ein Muss ist, kann ich nicht mehr machen, als jetzt, wo ich schon krank wurde, trotz vehementes Sicherheitsvorkehrungen. Einfach, dass ich mich selber quasi permanent mit dem Erreger in Kontakt halte, dass ich eben, solange keine komplett immunitätsumgehende Variante kommt, ich komplett wieder krank werde. Ja, ist schade. Es ist der einzige Weg und das ist natürlich keine Option für Leute, die schon beim ersten Kontakt sterben würden. Deswegen, naja. Aber ich meine, gut, ich sehe beide Seiten. Ich sehe beide Seiten, die Leute, die eben auf der einen Seite, man kann nicht das ganze Leben nach einer Minderheit richten, das stimmt schon. Ich meine, ja, da sterben halt ein paar Leute direkt, wenn sie Corona kriegen, aber dafür kannst du nicht das komplette Leben von anderen machen. Das ist eigentlich ein paar Orte, wären aus meiner Sicht vertretbar gewesen, aber jetzt zum Beispiel komplett Weihnachtsmärkte und so weiter zu verbieten, jetzt wo wir quasi in so einer fortgeschrittenen, durchseuchten Phase sind, macht auch keinen Sinn mehr. Also ich hätte es immer noch nur für die paar wenigen unvermeidbaren sozialen Orte gemacht und alles andere kann jeder machen, wie er möchte mittlerweile. Ist halt einfach so, dadurch, dass so viele schon krank waren. In China, glaube ich, haben sie jetzt alles nur Hörensagen, habe ich jetzt nicht direkt überprüft, die Nachrichten, haben sie ja scheinbar jetzt die Null-Corona-Politik ausgemacht und haben dann halt eben scheinbar jetzt den Preis dafür gezahlt, dass sie jetzt auf abrupt das beendet haben, weil jetzt alle Leute auf einmal krank werden. Die Leute scheinbar jetzt sogar schon freiwillig zu Hause bleiben, weil sie Angst haben, dass sie sofort krank werden und das Krankensystem halt überlastet ist. Und ja, das sieht man halt, das geht halt eben auch nicht. Man kann nicht einen abrupten Schnitt machen. Und also ganz oder gar nicht funktioniert nicht. Und wir haben halt leider jetzt das Problem, dass es unmöglich ist, auch irgendwie noch zu rechtfertigen, dass Menschen ihr Leben permanent nicht leben können. Weil ich meine, da gibt es Kinder, die sind im Kindergarten, in der Schule. Wenn die jetzt 24/7 Maske tragen, damit irgendjemand, der 80 oder 90 ist, nicht nochmal 5 Jahre leben kann. Ich meine, das klingt jetzt gemein oder so, aber wenn ich so alt wäre, würde ich auch sagen, komm, scheiß drauf, lass die Kinder Spaß haben. Die sterben ja davon nicht, in den meisten Fällen zum Glück. Und ich will jetzt nicht ihr ganzes Leben versauen, nur damit sie den ganzen... Also ich meine, wisst ihr, was ich meine? Das meine ich. Aber beim Einkaufen und im öffentlichen Verkehrsmittel, klar, da würde ich dann schon eigentlich wollen, wenn ich alt wäre, dass die Leute mich schützen. An den Orten, wo ich wirklich hin muss. Aber mir wird es relativ egal quasi, wenn dann Leute in ihrer Freizeit wieder Freizeitaktivitäten machen wollen, wenn dann eben die Lage entschärft ist, wie es halt eben momentan der Fall ist. Du trägst eine Maske, wenn immer du fährst, da sind zu viele Leute und wenn, ich glaube, es ist angebracht, ansonsten eben nicht. Genau, es ist einfach so. Es ist einfach so ein eigenes moralisches Verhalten. Und sicherlich, wenn man krank war, seine Immunität aufrechtzuerhalten, ist auch eine gute Idee, weil komplett sich nach dem Krankheitserreger zu entziehen, sorgt dafür, dass man eben seine natürliche Immunität schneller verliert, als man gucken kann. Aber wenn man regelmäßig Kontakt mit dem gleichen oder einem sehr ähnlichen Erreger hat, kann das Immunsystem deutlich geupdatet werden. Also die beste Impfung mittlerweile ist tatsächlich, wenn du es hattest, einfach weiterhin Kontakt zu haben mit Leuten, solange halt eben nicht eine komplett neue Variante aufschlägt. Genau. Ja, ansonsten kommt man halt einfach wieder in diesen Zyklus rein, dass man dann immer wieder krank wird, anstatt dass man eben einfach vielleicht ganz leichtes Nasentropfen kurz kriegt und dann halt wieder alles gut ist. Das ist halt schwierig, es ist schwierig. Es ist tatsächlich eine blöde Situation und leider hat sie, also das ist gar nicht so sehr mein Problem damit. Also klar sind viele Menschen gestorben und so weiter. Mein Problem ist tatsächlich, sollte jemals was Schlimmes passieren, also ein richtig schlimmer Virus kommen, der noch viel schlimmer ist als Corona. Wir haben einfach gezeigt, wir sind im Arsch. Wenn jemals irgendwo die Nachricht kommt von einem super tödlichen Virus, der sich genauso verbreiten kann wie Corona, ja, dann sind wir alle im Arsch. Da gibt's keine Hoffnung. Also wir werden alle komplett draufgehen. Also nicht alle, also so viel wie halt statistisch gesehen dann draufgehen würden. Genau, wenn es einen 50% tödlichen Virus gäbe, würde wahrscheinlich die halbe Menschheit sterben. Ja, das ist wirklich schade, dass das die Erkenntnis ist. Aber wie gesagt, ich bin ja per se, ist es ja okay, da stirbt halt die halbe Menschheit. Ja, sind eh zu viele Menschen. Solange nicht alle Menschen sterben, gibt es einen Daumen nach oben von mir. Ist nur schade, dass man sich eben dann halt nicht vorschützen kann. Eine Generation wird dann halt irgendwann richtig rangenommen. Es sei denn, wir sind technologisch so weit, dass wir dann natürlich dann hoffentlich vielleicht die Viren so gut analysieren können, dass wir instant einen Impfstoff dagegen entwickeln können. Aber technologisch geht es dann auch ein bisschen. Genau, also entweder die Technologie macht mit und wir haben Glück, dass es bis dahin nicht passiert, oder wir werden halt ziemlich bumst. Ja, so, warum das Thema? Weil ich nur mal sagen wollte, weil ihr jetzt denkt, oh, da geht auf den Weihnachtsmarkt, da predigt uns ja schon seit Jahren, dass, nee, wie gesagt, seitdem ich krank bin, habe ich ja gesagt, mein Modus operandi ist, so viel Kontakt mit dem Erreger zu haben wie möglich, damit ich es nicht nochmal kriegen kann. Weil ich einfach gemerkt habe, ich kann mich nicht schützen. Das ist unmöglich. Ich werde es kriegen. Ich werde es immer wieder kriegen, egal wie viel Maske ich trage. Deswegen, jetzt wo ich die Chance hatte, mich permanent immunisiert zu lassen, versuche ich die wahrzunehmen. Ja. Deswegen, also ich stehe zu allem, was ich in der Vergangenheit gesagt habe, nur neue Situationen. Genau. Und natürlich, wenn ich krank bin, keine Sorge, wenn ich mich krank fühle, trage ich Maske. Ganz klar. Wenn ich irgendwo gehe essen, bleibe ich meistens zu Hause. Oder ich trage, wenn ich dann, warum auch immer, irgendwo hingehen müsste, eine Maske. Klar, Apotheke oder sonst irgendwas, keine Sorge. Also, oder zum Arzt oder sowas, ganz klar würde ich dann Maske tragen. Genau, also diese Mentalität, die Asiaten haben, die wir nicht haben, die wir leider schon wieder verlieren, dass wenn man erkältet ist, eine scheiß Maske trägt. Ja, egal ob man Corona hat oder nicht übrigens. Diese Mentalität ist absolut, finde ich, widerlich, insbesondere nach Corona. Ja, also wenn man sich krank fühlt, Atemwegserkrankung oder sonst irgendwas, tragt eine scheiß Maske, wenn ihr rausgeht, wenn ihr schon rausgehen müsst. Da kenne ich nichts, das ist totaler Bullshit. Diese ganzen, und was ich überhaupt nicht mag, sind Leute, die krank sind und die nicht sagen, dass sie krank sind, sich dann mit dir treffen. Das sind meine Lieblingsmenschen. Die passiert jedem Mal hin und wieder, aber es ist wirklich ärgerlich, wenn das passiert. Weil man das so leicht vermeiden kann. Leider ist es was gerade hier in Deutschland leider mental sehr akzeptabel ist, glaube ich, bei vielen Leuten, dass man einfach trotzdem ohne Maske irgendwo hingeht. Oder wenn man krank ist, dann trotzdem arbeiten geht oder sonst was. Ja, mag ich gar nicht. Finde ich assi und hilft glaube ich, keinem. So, aber jetzt Persona. Ich wollte es nur nochmal erwähnt haben. Jetzt, wo wir in den Winter reingehen. Also rein oder raus, je nachdem. Stimmt, hat ja bald wieder Weihnachten 13, 14 Grad oder sowas. Holy shit. Neulich hatten wir noch minus 8 Grad. Oder 9 Grad sogar. Ein Unterschied von fast 25 Grad. Stört mich übrigens nicht, dass es wieder wärmer wird. Mich stört es nur, dass es im Sommer dann so warm wird. Also im Winter kann es von mir aus, muss es nicht schneien. Also Schneien sieht zwar schön aus, aber ist aus vielen Perspektiven nicht ganz so gut für das Leben. Deswegen milde Winter kein Problem, aber heiße Sommer. Ja. Ja. Was erstellen? Ich glaube schon, ja. Kann ja mal gucken. Also du kannst ja. Ja. Ich wollte sagen, also du kannst es sicherlich, ist halt nur keine WinRAR-File dann oder so. Wir sagen erst Pedo, aber er ist jung. Was machst du? Was hast du denn komprimiert? Mit was für Inhalten? Janine, was denkst du wohl, ob ein PDF ein komprimiertes Format ist oder nicht? Du kannst nicht magisch aus was hochoptimiertem was noch hochoptimierteres machen. Das ist wie wenn du Bilder, die eh schon super effizient sind, nochmal verpackst, dann bleiben die genauso ineffizient verpackt, wie sie vorher auch waren. Effizient verpackt werden, wie sie vorhin auch waren. Manchmal sogar noch schlechter. Weiß ich nicht. Es passiert jedem Mal, dass man denkt, oh, ich kann was komprimieren, aber in Wirklichkeit tut man ein Format, das schon hocheffizient komprimiert ist, komprimieren wollen. Passiert. Dieser Logikfehler passiert öfters. Ich weiß nicht, ob du eine VPN rankommst. Sorry, ich muss ganz kurz was zu trinken holen. Ich bin aber wirklich nur 20 Sekunden hier. Genau, nee, das kommt noch aus einer Zeit, wo halt viele nicht optimierte Formate und Informationen halt eben, oder es gibt es ja immer noch, dass man die dann eben komprimiert verpackt, wenn keine Optimierung stattgefunden hat. Aber immer wenn ihr sowas wie PDFs, Bilder und so weiter irgendwo reinpackt, die eh schon in einem sehr, sehr effizienten Format halt eben sind, habt ihr fast gar keinen Gewinn oder sogar manchmal einen Verlust an Komprimierungsleistung, wenn ihr irgendwo reinsteckt. Verlust nur dann, wenn die Software nicht gut gemacht ist. Genau, also Ist quasi dann einfach nur ein bisschen verschnörkelter Ordner mit eventuell einer schlechteren Verpackungsstruktur. So, wieso, warte mal, wieso go for it, Ryuji? Sounds great. Moment mal. Wieso go for it, Ryuji? Komm, machen wir das. Und es regnet, oder? Also es ist abends. Also der Typ in der schwarzen Maske übrigens nicht, aber die Breakdowns. Weiß nicht, was das für ein Typ ist. Also wie sie alle gleichzeitig ins Bett gehen. Nee, nevermind, wir gehen ja noch... Moment, der geht ins... Der ist müde und wir machen jetzt noch richtig Party hier, oder was? Du hast einen Schal an. Soll ich das nochmal erwähnen? Ja, du bist nackt bis auf den Schal, das macht es nämlich noch ein bisschen komischer. Hier, wir könnten uns mit ihr treffen. Sie ist aber wirklich useless, deswegen, wenn möglich, würde ich lieber was anderes machen. Freitag Regen. Freitag Regen, das heißt... wir könnten theoretisch unsere Social Stats verbessern. Ne, wir haben ja schon maximalen Charme. Wir brauchen eigentlich nur noch Guts und Kindness und das kriegen wir tatsächlich... Ich habe keine Ahnung wo. Aber nicht hier. Also hier schon, vielleicht in der Bar mit der Kindness, aber... wir haben jetzt mehrere. Tatsächlich haben wir es wahrscheinlich verkackt dann, weil... Wer möchte hier mit uns abhängen? Ach, er wahrscheinlich, oder? So, wer möchte nur mit uns abhängen? Thinking Emoji. Ne, Moment, er ist es nicht. Vielleicht können wir immer noch die eine daten, wo wir sie auf 10 haben. Ja, wir könnten theoretisch ganz kurz mal in der Klinik schauen, ob das ist, was das Spiel macht. Ja, okay, wir können mit der immer noch abhängen, aber ich glaube, es gibt immer noch keinen Sinn, das zu machen. Macht immer noch keinen Sinn. Habe ich jetzt gerade im Deutschen den Fehler aus dem Englischen gemacht? Das gibt keinen Sinn, oder? Es macht keinen Sinn? Kann man beides sagen, glaube ich, im Deutschen. Ja, ich glaube nicht, dass das Sinn macht. Gut, das heißt, wir könnten mit ihr abhängen. Deswegen brauchen wir nur die Devil. Aber sonst gab es wirklich keinen. Welches- Ja, das Problem ist, ich weiß auch gar nicht, was ihre High-Tiers sind, aber ich meine, sie ist halt, weil sie die Frau ist auf der Liste. Nee, ich glaube tatsächlich, sie ist die einzige, mit der wir heute abhängen können. Und Stats brauchen wir ja auch keine mehr. Und einen neuen Palace gibt es ja auch nicht. Also es gibt keinen Grund, heute irgendwas anderes zu machen. Wobei uns immer noch 2 Stats fehlen, die wir nicht gemaxt haben. Aber ich würde wirklich gezielt maxen, falls dann jemals die Situation kommt, wo wir sie brauchen. Oder halt immer, wenn wir eine Gelegenheit haben, Stats zu pushen und nichts anderes zu machen. Zum Beispiel Bücher lesen oder so. Shit, haben wir es verkackt das letzte Mal? Moment mal, können wir jetzt? Was würde denn passieren, wenn wir jetzt zu... Ach so, weil das Problem ist, dass sie nicht da ist, weil es regnet, richtig? Ja, okay, wir könnten sie ja so gar nicht boosten. Ah, das ist echt schade. Okay, dieses Mal müssen wir... Ja, okay, wir können ja gar keine schlechte Antwort geben. Wir müssen sicherstellen, dass sie uns mag, aber ich glaube... Schade. Ja. PP Hands.
それで今日はどうする？
そうだな、みんなで飯食うか？前に鍋やったあんな感じ。
いいかもしれん。特訓になって親睦も深まる。
やってやるぞ。
そしたら俺コーラとオムライス大盛り。
俺もオムライスをいただこう。食べきるさ、必ず。
趣旨違ってるから。
私もオムライス特盛りで頼む。
Omo-Reis tun sie normalerweise, das kommt von Omelette und Reis zusammen. Ist glaube ich Ketchup meistens normal, oder irgend so eine Soße zumindest drauf. Das schmeckt meistens ganz lustig. Ist da Ketchup drauf wirklich? Ich weiß gar nicht, wir essen es oft mit Ketchup und so einer speziellen Soße. Ist auf jeden Fall ganz nett. Also ich finde, ich weiß es nicht, ob ich es einfach besser als so eine Reispfanne hätte mit Omelette drin oder ja, also ich weiß jetzt nicht, ob es so viel Mehrwert dem gegenüber hat, aber ich glaube, man kann es halt vielleicht ein bisschen besser anbraten oder so. Boah, ist auf jeden Fall ein ganz nettes Essen. Ist nicht mein Ultra-Lieblingsessen, aber auch nicht mein meistgehasstes. Und gestern hatte ich beim einem Chinesen, die haben so traditionelle chinesische Gerichte wie Schweinekopf oder irgendwelche Gedärme oder sonst was. Also lauter so abgespacede Sachen halt, die wir normal, also für uns abgespacede Sachen. Oder geriebene Schweinesohle, heißt das Sohle? Ja, auf jeden Fall ganz, ganz viele unterschiedliche Sachen. Ich hatte halt einen nicht so abgespaced, ich hatte einfach einen Lamm-Eintopf. Aber leider war das irgendwie so gemacht, dass super viele kleine Knochensplitter drin waren. Deswegen war es relativ schwer zu essen. Aber ansonsten hat es eigentlich gut geschmeckt und zur Vorspeise hatten wir, also sonst haben wir noch ein paar andere Sachen, aber die Vorspeise war so ein Gurkensalat mit so Sesamsoße. Und die Soße hat so geil geschmeckt. Also ich glaube, ich habe noch nie so eine geile Salatsoße gegessen. Aber ich weiß nicht, wie die gemacht haben, leider. Das wäre sowas, das hätte ich wirklich gerne als Rezept für daheim. Du hattest Hähnchenfüße in einem chinesischen Restaurant. Und zwar interessant, aber ist zu lätschig gewesen für deinen Geschmack. Ja, also es ist wirklich so, dass die sind wirklich wie so Gummi eher. Man stellt die sich vielleicht so trocken und spröde vor, aber wenn die richtig zubereitet sind, sind die so fast schon gelatiniert irgendwie, vom Gefühl her. Ich habe die nur, also von dem, was ich kenne, Ja, aber ich finde, die Sachen sind gar nicht so abgespaced, wie man vielleicht denkt, aber es ist halt ungewohnt halt einfach, weil wir sie halt eben nicht essen. Und ich finde tatsächlich, dass diese Kultur, dass man mehr von den Teilen isst, also jetzt mal unabhängig davon, ob es gesund ist oder nicht, gewisse Körperteile zu essen, ist, finde ich, diese Kultur, dass man wirklich alles verwertet am Tier, eigentlich eine sehr, sehr gute. Weil man ja so viel weniger Abfälle, also viele Abfälle eben vermeiden kann. Also diese ganze Weiterverarbeitung von, sage ich mal, quote-unquote, nicht ganz so beliebten Teilen von Tieren, hat natürlich einen Mehrwert. Die Frage ist aber, weiß jetzt nicht, wie es gesundheitlich bei manchen Aspekten aussieht, kenne mich das nicht genau aus, ob es gewisse Organe und so gibt, die man vielleicht lieber nicht essen sollte. Aber an sich, wie gesagt, definitiv vom Verwertungsaspekt, gerade wenn man vielleicht eher so ein kürzeres Leben wie 30 Jahre früher geführt hat oder so, 30, 40 Jahre, auf jeden Fall nice, wenn man dann die Tiere dann doch komplett benutzt, damit man eben weniger umbringen muss und jedes Tier, das stirbt, eben maximal ausgenutzt wird. So wie früher hat man ja dann auch die Haut aus Leder dann irgendwelche Kleidung gemacht, Knochen als Waffen benutzt und so. Also die Verwertungskultur war ja schon immer, also Effizienz war ja schon immer relativ hoch. Und mittlerweile habe ich so einen Eindruck, dass man hin und wieder leider doch ein bisschen mehr in diese Wegwerfkultur eben kommt, wo eben gewisse Teilaspekte dann eben dann doch nicht weiterverwertet werden. Ja, aber auf jeden Fall interessante Geschmäcker, also wirklich hin und wieder, ich freue mich immer, wenn ich was Neues finde. Das wird ja immer, ist ja logisch, desto länger man lebt, desto weniger neue Geschmäcker und so weiter kriegt man. Es ist immer cool, wenn man was richtig Geiles Neues kriegt. Ja, und die haben auch Chili als normales Gemüse. Ja, also Chili als normales Gemüse finde ich auch richtig cool. Das sieht jetzt tatsächlich nicht so aus, als ob da Ketchup wäre. Die haben nur diese wie heißt diese, nicht Sojasauce, so ein bisschen flüssigere. Ja, auf jeden Fall haben die glaube ich, drüber gehabt. Mir liegt es auf der Zunge, aber ich komme nicht drauf. Ja, aber auf jeden Fall immer geil. Und man kann auch so die Schwalbennester essen, das ist auch ganz interessant. Hast du den ganze, wie soll ich sagen, die ganze Spucke von denen dann da drauf, der ganze Speichel, das zusammenhält. Und ist halt so ein bisschen knusprig. Das ist so, also ja, ist auf jeden Fall eine interessante Erfahrung. Und also das Gute ist, man muss dafür nicht mit Tier rumbringen. Man kann einfach ein Nest nehmen, das benutzt worden ist und es dann waschen und reinigen. Aber es gibt wirklich abgespacede Sachen. Genau, also die Kunst Lebewesen zu essen, haben wir ja perfektioniert. Moment. Auf der einen Seite Fangirlte für Anne, die super schlank ist und Modelmaße hat. Und auf der anderen Seite möchte Frau nicht viel essen. Argumentiert wie so ein richtiger Feeder, der nicht die Leute feeden möchte. Ist noch eine Fee.
じゃあそれでいいわ。
食後にコーヒー出してやる。俺のおごりだ。
ありがとうございます。
私アイスココア。
お前も苦いのダメなんだろ。アイスココアでいいか。
どうもっす。キンキンに冷たいので。
こんな賑やかな昼飯初めてだな。
楽しい。
Moment, ich dachte, die dürfen nicht mittags, wenn die Kunden da sind, rausgehen. Und abends wieder der Regen. Könnt ihr aufreden, über sie zu reden, als ob sie nicht im Chat wäre? Ich habe ernsthaft vor der Strandfolge aufgehört, das letzte Mal. Schande über mich. Samstagabend, es regnet.
なあ。
Und wir können mit dir abhängen. Nice. Das heißt, wir haben es auch bei ihr wieder verkackt, weil wir mit ihr so abhängen können. Sie war die Star-Persona. Glaube ich. Lieber nochmal nachschauen. Ja.
つけておこう。
雨すごい。
Fuck, wir haben es auch verkackt.
お願いします。
Aber wir haben es doch extra nochmal gespielt. Vielleicht haben wir... Nee, keine Ahnung. Naja.
今日はありがとうございました。
Wird schon irgendwie werden.
よし。
双葉、なんかいるか。
オレンジジュース、果汁20%の。
そういや明日海だろ。花火の分も楽しんでこいよ。雨外しすぎない程度にな。
花火って？
あ？双葉は知らないか。花火大会雨で中止になったんだよ。人混みに揉まれた挙句濡れネズミになって帰ってきたっていうオチだ。
花火か。
Möchte sie Feuerwerk?
こんにちは。
ああ、いらっしゃい。
おや君。
俺？知り合い？
Hier, Janine lädt kurz das hoch. Also wenn es laggen sollte, könnte es die Leitung sein.
あんた、確か。
明智です。
ああ、テレビとかの探偵さんが何の用だい？
想像してた以上だな。雰囲気いいよね。サエさんが推薦するだけのことはある。
Und da ist komischerweise die Sayuri im Hintergrund. Das ist ja seltsam.
はあ？知ってることは全部話したぞ。もう話すことはね
え。いや、そういうつもりはありません。美味しいコーヒーをいただきに来ただけですよ。
ああ。
そちらは。ああ、君が一色若葉さんの。
注文は？
じゃあおすすめを。
あいよ。
なんか僕どこに行っても歓迎されないね。すまない。僕の母はろくでもない男と愛人関係だったらしくてね。僕を身ごもった後、手ひどく捨てられて、失意で体を壊し、早くに世を去ってしまった。おかげで僕はいろんなところを転々とさせられて、まあ今じゃ気ままな一人暮らしだけどね。そうそう、メジエドだけどハッキングで退治されるとはね。怪盗団が倒したのか熱狂的な信者がやったのかはわからないけど、名前双葉ちゃんだったかな。サエさんから聞いてるよ。君くらいの年代の子は怪盗団のファンが多いようだけど、君も好きなのかい？どうしたの？
名探偵明智こそ大人気。
ありがとう。まあ怪盗団なんかと同じ土俵で比べてほしくないけどね。うん、美味しい。 君は毎日飲めるんだろ。羨ましいな。まさかこの店の居候だったなんてね。君とは何か縁を感じるよ。ありがとう。場も人も巡り合わせだと思う。君と話していると不思議と思考を刺激されるんだ。これからちょくちょく通わせてもらうよ。
Okay, 62% Approval Rate, noch nicht bei der magischen 69, aber das kommt bestimmt noch. Das Buffern kann tatsächlich jetzt wegen dem Upload kurz gewesen sein. Kann aber auch sein, dass es die ganze Zeit schon war und nicht mehr wegen dem Upload ist. Sieht gerade so aus, ob wir die Frames droppen würden. Bist du noch am Uploaden, Muffin? Janine? Ja, uploadest du noch? Du bist fertig? Dann, RIP. Nein, es geht das schon wieder los. Aber warum zeigt er mir 9000 Kilobyte pro Sekunde? Fuck. Bitrate ist viel zu hoch. Jetzt stabilisiert er sich gerade wieder. Okay, jetzt sieht wieder stabil aus. Keine Ahnung, was das gerade war. Der hat gerade eine zu hohe Bitrate gehabt und wahrscheinlich deswegen den Cola seitens von Twitch genervt und er hatte wahrscheinlich dann gesagt, scheiß drauf. So, hoffentlich geht's wieder. Hat sie Feuerwerk gekauft? Ja, stimmt, das haben sie jetzt auch wieder weggemacht, das Feuerwerksverbot, also Verkaufsverbot. Dieses Jahr können die Leute sich wieder schön die Augen aus den Augen rausballern. Nein, also an sich ist ja kontrolliert Feuerwerk ganz okay. Das Problem ist, die Leute sind halt meistens unter Alkoholeinfluss oder sonst was. Und da geht es halt hin und wieder dann doch mal schief. Und wenn sie will ihn mitnehmen, das ist sehr süß, aber hat sie den Vibe nicht so mitbekommen, dass wir vielleicht unter uns sein wollen? Melania ist auch nicht meine Freundin, die Ärztin, ja? Sollen wir die auch noch mitnehmen? Ach, draußen. Ach so, das ist noch gar nicht der Tag. Ach so. Oh, okay, nice. Also, nice, in Anführungszeichen. Was ist das hier los?
ちゃんと双葉のこと見とけよ。真夏の海水浴場は結構ハードル高いぜ。それにしても海水浴か。ようやく
Es ist, als ob der Strand voller Sichtlinien unterbrechenden Dingen wären, außer vielleicht ein paar Menschen auf dem Boden liegen und laufen. Wir sollten auf jeden Fall die Person holen gehen. Der Futter scheint richtig hart auf ihn zu scheißen. So, dann gehen wir erstmal in den Velvet Room. Es ist Sonntag. Wir hatten, glaube ich, noch keine Möglichkeit, was tagsüber zu machen. Das heißt, wir sollten jetzt auch noch in den Underground Mall gleich gehen. Stimmt, wir können auch mit denen abhängen. Das wäre auch eine Option. Okay, also holen wir die Persona wieder. Hier.
出国させるつもりか。なかなかの成長をしたようだが、出国させるのか。
Nice. Ist es immer Nullify oder Resist manchmal? Wenn es immer Null ist, ist es ziemlich geil. Jetzt ist sie actually auch wieder mal sehr widerstandsfähig. So, dann sollten wir die auf jeden Fall kurz speichern und dann eine neue reinstecken. Genau. So, dann machen wir die nächste höhere Persona rein. Die haben wir ja schon. Das heißt, zum Beispiel Garuda haben wir noch nicht. Glaube ich zumindest. Gibt es irgendeine andere, die wir... Die hat schon Invade Electrical. Haben wir überhaupt irgendeine einzige, die wir... Bin mir nicht sicher. Wir können einfach die, auch wenn die jetzt nicht absolut amazing ist. Die hat auch eh gar keine Schwachstelle im Moment. Die hat eh keine Schwachstelle, also sollten wir vielleicht einen nehmen mit Schwachstelle. Aber die hat ja schon Evade drauf. Was kann die überhaupt? Die ist so ein bisschen heiler. Die ist schwach, was Feuer angeht. Ja, von mir aus, komm, stecken wir einfach die rein. Ein bisschen Ausdauer. So. Dann können wir mit ihr wieder abhängen. Aber es war Sonntag, genau, Sonntag. Haben die nachts offen? Also, wenn die nicht nachts offen haben, wäre es unlucky. Ne, die haben abends offen. Nice. Ja gut, Charme brauchen wir echt nicht mehr, das stimmt. Und sparen wir uns das Geld. Genau, mit ihr können wir direkt abhängen. Sollten aber trotzdem speichern.